Brother Tang, we were wrong. Please forgive us. A bunch of people knelt down before Tang Jinhua father and son. These guards had already become one-armed men, but they still had to endure the severe pain to kowtow and admit their fault to the Tang family father and Song. Looking at the group of guards in front of them who lowered their heads in admission of their crime, Tang Jinhua father and son felt very liberated. None of these people went easy when they attacked just now. If not for Second Prince and Master Yun arriving in time, they might have already been beaten to death. The anger was pretty much vented. Tang Jinhua was just about to open his mouth and speak, but heard Yi Yuan suddenly point at Xie Hua and said quietly, Did you attack just now? Xie Hua's entire body trembled, his expression changing wildly. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Looks like you attacked too. Why? Are you more special than them? Xie Hua immediately broke out in cold sweat and said fearfully, I am nation, teacher's disciple. Master, I. Lin Lan's gaze turned dark and he said, Yi Yuan, give this nation teacher face and spare his arm. This nation teacher will make him kowtow and apologize for his crime to the Tang family, and I will show additional generous thanks. To a heavenly alchemist, severing an arm was equivalent to losing one's alchemy career, equivalent to losing all glory. These guards' strengths were still there, but it would be doubly difficult for Xie Hua to want to refine pills again. Yi Yuan grinned and said coolly, How much is your face worth? Lin Lan's expression changed. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even Second Prince and Lu Yun also broke out in cold sweat. This was offending nation teacher to the core. Of course, this was because they did not understand Yi Yuan. He was actually a very amicable person. But don't touch his reverse scale. Once his bottom line was crossed, even if you were the Jade Emperor, he would not give face either. The Tang family father and son getting abused innocently. This was his bottom line. If he did it, he would have to pay the price. Pleading? It did not exist. Lin Lan said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, are you trying to fall out completely with this nation teacher? Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if yes? Lin Lan laughed from extreme fury and said, Good, very good. It's really been a long time since anyone has dared to treat this nation teacher like this in this eastward country. You're very good. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, All right, stop posturing. You haven't even passed your own hurdle yet. Lin Lan's face turned black, and he almost vomited blood. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Why? Are you going to tear up the origin divinity contract? Our contract includes that whoever took action will cut off an arm. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could naturally exempt Xie Hua's punishment. But he was not willing. This would be Lin Lan violating the origin divinity contract. The consequences were extremely serious. Lin Lan's entire body shook and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Xie Hua, cut off your arm. Master. Xie Hua was almost crying. Master asked you to sever your arm. Didn't you hear it?
Lin Lan practically
roared it out. Xie Hua had a look of despair, but he still refused to sever his arm. Lin Lan frowned and immediately turned into an afterimage, arriving in front of Xie Hua. Pucci. One of Xie Hua's arms was actually forcibly torn off by Lin Lan. Lin Lan suddenly turned around, glared at Yi Yuan fiercely and said, Are you satisfied? Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, Doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. This is what he deserves. Lin Lan's eyes were full of killing intent and he said in a cold voice, Go, kneel down and apologize. Xie Hua almost passed out from the pain, but he did not dare to defy Lin Lan's order and could only come before the Tang family father and son, and kowtowed. In apology, the Tang family father and son exchanged glances and actually felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The delight from before already turned into alarm and horror. Yi Yuan was too ruthless. This was not leaving any leeway in the slightest. Relax. If you can't even withstand this bit of spectacle, don't follow me in the future. If you guys feel that your anger is invented, there's no harm in killing a few for fun, Yi Yuan said coolly. The Tang family father and son trembled all over and steeled their hearts, immediately feeling much tougher. Yi Yuan was really too domineering. They could not lose face either. The Tang family already had no path of retreat. There was only following Yi Yuan all the way. Furthermore, following someone who was loyal to friends like Yi Yuan seemed to be a pretty good choice too. It was just that, in the eyes of the onlookers, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter lunatic. If enmity was not settled amicably, there would be no end to it. Offending nation teacher to the core in eastward country, what benefit was there? Yi Yuan's gaze looked toward Lin Lan, and he said with a faint smile, Lord, nation teacher, it's your turn. The killing intent in Lin Lan's chest currently billowed to the sky, and he was long already overwhelmed with rage. But he was restrained by the origin divinity contract and did not dare to make a move at all. His eyes were fixed on Yi Yuan, and he opened his mouth and said, This nation, teacher asks you one last time, are you really going to offend this nation? Teacher to the core. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you must think of it this way, then let me tell you yes. Lin Lan's two eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Suddenly, he turned around, arrived before the Tang family father and son, gave a deep bow and said, Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Finished saying this, he did not wait for the Tang family father and son to agree, and he was going to turn around and leave. Let's go. Wait, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Boom! Lin Lan's aura instantly rose to the peak, and he glared at Yi Yuan and said, Brat, do you really think that this nation teacher doesn't dare to kill you? Yi Yuan laughed and said, Nation teacher is advanced in age already. Your temper is still so bad. This Yi doesn't have other meaning. It's just that, seeing so many people with severed arms, I can't help but want to solicit some business. Finished saying, he said smilingly to those guards with severed arms, Gentlemen, the Tang family will launch an exclusive Jasper regeneration pill. Within 5 years, if you all want to recover your severed arm, remember to come and patronize the Tang family's business. Those guards trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with hopeful faces. They were no strangers to the name Jasper regeneration pill. In reality, this pill formula was not Gu Mao's exclusive pill formula. At least, there was this pill formula in Lin Lan's hands. But no one could refine the Jasper regeneration pill in eastward country. Nation teacher could not either. If that the refining difficulty of the foundation establishment heavenly pill was entry-level, then the refining difficulty of the Jasper regeneration pill was demon-level. The complexity of this heavenly pill exceeded imaginations. It was hard for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists to refine it too. Lin Lan sneered and said, What a joke! With just the likes of you, you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan with a smile that was not a smile and said, Lord, nation teacher, I feel that your gambling integrity is pretty good. Why not? Let's make another bet. I'll give you another chance. If I can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, I'll be at your disposal. How about it? Aye. Lin Lan's words reached his mouth and were forcibly swallowed back. This ascender in front of him was seriously too bizarre. Who knew whether he could really refine it within 5 years or not? Ha! If you don't dare to bet, don't talk nonsense here, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile.
Lin Lan exploded.
He said in a great rage. Brat, this nation teacher will make this bet with you. If you can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill within 5 years, this nation teacher will definitely make you die very horribly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said, Okay, if I can refine it, why don't you give this position of nation teacher up to me? How about it? If you can really refine the Jasper regeneration pill, it will mean that your strength is above this nation teacher's. So what if I let you be the nation teacher? Lin Lan said with a cold smile. There was a gap of 108,000 miles between the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill and the Jasper Regeneration Pill. As a Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist, he was also unable to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill to this day. This was sufficient to indicate a problem. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was strong, but what he displayed just now, he had clearly already reached his limit. This indicated that the shortcoming of affinity still had an impact on Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was not small. Wanting to refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill within a short 5 years was simply a fool's talk. Being enraged, Lin Lan just wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death. Therefore, he bet with Yi Yuan again. The two made an origin divinity contract, stunning everyone present. This Yi Yuan really desired to see the world plunged into chaos. Ho-ho! Lord Nation Teacher, thank you very much for your generosity,
Ye Yuan
said with a smile. Lin Lan sneered and said, you just pray that you don't end up in this nation teacher's hands. Finished talking, Lin Lan left with the large group of troops. A ransacking operation on a grand and spectacular scale actually ended in such a manner making people's jaws drop. Tang Yu father and son stumbled their way in front of Yi Yuan. Tang Yu said, gratefully, thank you very much, big brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, you already called me as you big brother, how can I ignore the Tang family's affairs? Alright, you are already injured until like this. Hurry up and go back and nurse your injuries. But Tang Yu did not leave, having an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. Yi Yuan knew what he meant and said smilingly, you're worried that I can't refine the Jasper Regeneration Pill. Tang Yu was a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, a mere Jasper Regeneration Pill. How can it stump me, Yi Yuan? Lu Yun came up and said, young friend Yi, you're also treating it too trivially. This Jasper Regeneration Pill, even Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemists can't refine it. I'm afraid that it's unrealistic for you to want to refine it. Within 5 years, Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist? Wasn't that Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist just defeated at my hands too? Everyone exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. What did you say, Nation Teacher? Lost? How is this possible? When eldest prince heard the news, he was shocked until he jumped up. This news was seriously too shocking. When his subordinate recounted the process, eldest prince was speechless for a long time. How much thought and effort had he expended before getting Nation Teacher to take action against the Tang family? In the end, Nation Teacher actually suffered a crushing defeat. Before this, eldest prince was extremely proud of himself with regards to this hand of cards. In this imperial city, who else could save someone from under Nation Teacher's hands? Yet, Nation Teacher was defeated so thoroughly. The plan that he expended countless efforts to make was ruined just like that. Eldest prince waved his hand and chased everyone out. A gray-robed old man walked out from behind the curtain. Eldest prince let out a sigh and said, forget it. At any rate, Nation Teacher clashed with old second. It's simply impossible for that Yi Yuan to win this 5-year agreement. At that time, take care of old second again. Master Yu, wonder what's your opinion about it? This gray-robed old man was called Huang Zhaoyu, eldest prince's master. Rather than saying this battle for the throne was the struggle between eldest prince and second prince, might as well say that it was the battle of magics between these two greater sublime heavenly stratums. Huang Zhaoyu said, 5-year agreement, it's naturally good if Nation Teacher that side can win. But you have to keep other cards in reserve too. Eldest prince said in surprise, Master Yu, this is impossible, right? A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed incredibly shocking. But there's no comparison between the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill and Jasper Regeneration Pill at all. The Jasper Regeneration Pill is something that even Nation Teacher can't refine. Huang Zhaoyu smiled and said, before this, wasn't there no one who thought that Yi Yuan could win too? But what about the final result? Eldest prince choked and actually had nothing to say in reply. Huang Zhaoyu said, "If you want that position of emperor, you have to consider everything that you do. It isn't that you can sleep in peace after becoming emperor. Eastward country isn't an otherworldly paradise. There are powerful enemies casting covetous eyes all around, and there's also the Jade True heavenly sect, this Leviathan above it. A single misstep and it will be the outcome of the country being ruined and the home lost. Do you think that becoming the emperor is so easy? These few years, which day was his majesty not wary with extreme caution, akin to treading on thin ice? Otherwise, how would the two of you have this chance to compete for this position of emperor?" Eldest prince's eyes sank slightly, immediately feeling a strong pressure. Indeed, compared to royal father, they were still much more inexperienced. He gave a bow toward Huang Zhaoyu and said, "Master Yu, please give guidance." Huang Zhaoyu nodded and said, "I don't think that Yi Yuan can win either. But this Yi Yuan isn't simple. How cunning is old man Lu Yun? How could he make a losing proposition? Don't you forget what their bet is. If that Yi Yuan really wins, he might very likely become the nation teacher. A heavenly alchemist who can refine the Jasper regeneration pill. Even his majesty isn't willing to offend either." Eldest prince's pupils constricted. He really had not thought about this possibility. If Master Yu's words came true, then he would be in danger. "Master Yu, this," eldest prince said nervously. Huang Zhaoyu said, "So, the first thing that you have to do now is to investigate this Yi Yuan. The more detailed, the better. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger of defeat." Eldest prince deeply felt that way too and nodded in response and said, "Then, what about the second thing?" Huang Zhaoyu said, "Those few from the Jade True heavenly sect have already become overlords. Even if you ascend to the throne in the future, you won't be able to bypass them too. If they don't nod their heads, you have no chance. Therefore, you must forge a good relationship with them. With their support, even His Majesty has to think thrice too. Only then will there be no danger of anything going wrong." Eldest prince's eyes became brighter and brighter, having a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. The news of nation teacher being defeated instantly swept across the entire city. Nation teacher was defeated. Nation teacher actually lost to an ascender. Furthermore, it was even an ascender who only had 1 point affinity. This incident was seriously too explosive. The entire imperial city was discussing this matter. You guys don't know this, but everyone treated that ascender as a clown. But, in the end, when the Cloud Mount Motherstone determined his pill as 7th grade, everyone was stunned. Is it real or not? Is a 1 point affinity really so incredible? Absolutely true. So many people saw it. Can it still be fake? Middle. 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. The Tang family is going to rise up. Just based on a foundation establishment heavenly pill, the Tang family can overwhelm all the families in the imperial city. Now that you said this, I really have to go to the Tang family to take a look. In the main streets and alleyways, this scene could be seen everywhere. A 1 point heavenly alchemist was an extremely sensational thing in itself. Coupled with 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill plus nation teacher Lin Lan's crushing defeat, bowing in apology, it would cause a stir. Even if you did not want it to. The Tang family became the most popular family all at once. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined became the most popular heavenly pill in the entire city. Each one was sold at a sky-high price. A foundation establishment heavenly pill, as the name suggests, it was the heavenly pill that consolidated one's foundation and nurtured one's essence. It was the foundational medicinal pill among heavenly pills, but it was also one of the most important medicinal pills. At the beginning of cultivation, whether the foundation was good or bad, it had a direct relationship with one's future achievements. The higher the quality of the foundation establishment heavenly pill, the more solid the foundation of the martial artist would naturally be. On the markets, the price of an upper third-grade foundation establishment. Heavenly pill was already very considerable. Could be sold for 50 heavenly crystals. One had to know 1 heavenly crystal could let an ordinary person live for as long as a year in the imperial city. A 4th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the price was directly double. Even the price of the worst lower 4th-grade heavenly pill had to reach 100 heavenly crystals too. As for a 5th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, it had to be sold for at least 500 heavenly crystals. Of course, this was just in theory. Lin Lan had not taken action to refine foundation establishment heavenly pills. For many years already, it was naturally impossible to want to see 5th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pills. Therefore, 5th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pills were basically just a legend. Then, the scarcity of 7th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pills could be imagined. Furthermore, when the quality reached 7th grade, it would tend to go from a quantitative change to qualitative change. The heavenly pill would often have some inconceivable fringe effects to develop the human body's potential. Therefore, the foundation establishment heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined became a sought-after item in an instant. Each 7th-grade foundation establishment heavenly pill that the Tang family put out was often hiked to a sky-high price of 10,000 heavenly crystals. Many martial artists simply shrank back at the sight of it, but there was no choice either. Cultivation was something that burnt money to begin with. Therefore, the strong grew stronger and the weak grew weaker. And the popularity of the foundation establishment heavenly pill also drove the various businesses of the Tang family. The Tang family made a lot of money. Even Second Prince could not sit still anymore. Lu Yun brought Second Prince and paid a visit to ask for pills. Younger brother Tang Yu, I say, this prince has treated you pretty well these few years, right? In a while, when Master Yi exits seclusion, you have to put in a good word for me, Second Prince said with earnest. Now, even Second Prince's term of address for Tang Yu changed. Calling younger brother, the tone carried currying favor. This kind of attitude was unimaginable in the past. What kind of status did Second Prince have, and how proud was he? How could he address a measly little family's young master as a brother? But now everything changed. Tang Yu could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion, feeling that when he was forced to call Big Brother back then, it was really the wisest decision in his life. Hoo-hoo? Second Prince, Your Highness, don't need to worry. Actually, you don't need to beg me. Big Brother is most loyal to friends. Back then, Master Yun stood firmly on his side. Just based on this, you won't go without a foundation establishment heavenly pill. Furthermore, this time, Big Brother even made me invite younger sister Shuezhen. There's likely to be a big play. Leaving seclusion this time, Tang Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan's close seclusion this time had been a while again. Before going into a retreat, Yi Yuan specially instructed Tang Yu to invite young Shuezhen over. Clearly, there were benefits to give her. Yi Yuan refined so many foundation establishment heavenly pills previously and did not even give it to his own people. Very clearly, this was saving the even better things for his own people. 8th grade? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. So many years have passed, the present Yang family also could not compare with the past anymore. With the Tang family father and son's guidance and support, the Yang family was also one of the few large family clans of the imperial city now. Enough to rank in the top 5. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Second Prince's body trembled all over and he said, with pleasant surprise, "Is this true?" Tang Yu nodded and said, "It's true." Right then, Shao Qi ran in, gave a bow to everyone and said, "Master Yi has exited seclusion. Everyone, please go over." Everyone's mind could not help trembling, sprinting over. Seeing Yi Yuan, Tang Yu said with a look of excitement, "Big Brother, is there some good stuff this time?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo? You guessed it again. That's right, there's indeed good stuff." The moment Tang Yu heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Big brother, could it be that you broke through to 8th grade?" Yi Yuan took out an exquisite wooden box, handed it to Tang Yu and said, smilingly, "This is yours." Then, he passed Yang Xuezhen a wooden box and said, "Xuezhen, this is yours." Subsequently, Tang Jinhua, Lu Yun, Jiang Yu also each received a wooden box. Only Second Prince did not. Depressed, seeing Second Prince being coy and shy there like a little wife, Tang Yu could not resist asking, "Big brother, Second Prince has helped the Tang family out considerably these few years. Can you also give him a foundation establishment heavenly pill?" With Second Prince's identity, he had naturally eaten foundation establishment heavenly pills before too. Furthermore, the grade was not low. Lower 5th grade. But what did lower 5th grade foundation establishment heavenly pills count for in front of 7th and 8th grade? As long as he could swallow a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, he might be able to break through to grand completion lesser sublime heaven very quickly. Yi Yuan gave Second Prince a glance, thought about it, and also took a wooden box and handed it over to him. Tang Yu could not quite hold back his excitement and said, "Big brother, can I open it to take a look?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go on." Tang Yu chuckled and opened the box very carefully. The slit opened up in the box and a dazzling golden light seeped out of the crack. Apart from Yi Yuan, everyone present trembled all over, their eyes revealing extremely shocked expressions. Golden light. A 9th grade golden pill. See, could this be a 9th grade golden pill? Lu Yun cried out involuntarily. Hearing 9th grade golden pill, these 4 words, Tang Yu's hand almost trembled and threw away the box. These 4 words were too magical. Those were the 4 words that existed in legends. It was merely just legends. When heavenly pills entered 9th grade, they did not need to use the cloud Mount Mother Stone to test it anymore, because a golden-colored medicinal pill was the hallmark of 9th grade. However, everyone knew about 9th grade golden pills, but no one had ever seen one before, because nobody could refine a 9th grade golden pill at all. Forget about a tiny little eastward country, even in the entire Truyong heavenly domain, it was unheard of that anyone could refine a 9th grade golden pill too. Even the most simple foundation establishment heavenly pill. When heavenly pills reached 7th and 8th grade this level, sometimes it was not what effort this word could improve anymore. This level reached the point to compete in talent. Regardless of which profession wanting to get started, you could do it as long as you put in enough effort. But if you wanted to reach the pinnacle in this line and promote to the ranks of masters, you needed sufficient talent. And wanting to refine a 9th grade golden pill, the requirement for talent was almost freakish. Tang Yu thought before that Yi Yuan could break through to 8th grade. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan could reach 9th grade. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to consume a 9th grade golden pill. Big brother, this. Someone who was as eloquent as Tang Yu was, actually somewhat tongue-tied and choking at this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. These few foundation establishment heavenly pills, yours and Xuezhen's are upper 9th grade. Brother Lu and Jiang Yu's are middle 9th grade. Tang Jinhua's is lower 9th grade." Second Prince was taken aback and said, "Master Yi, then what about mine?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lower 7th grade." Second Prince's face turned black, and he almost threw the wooden box on the ground. This treatment was also too far off, right? Originally, obtaining a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, Second Prince was already satisfied. But now, with the others serving as a foil, 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was useless, unappetizing, and yet not bad enough to be thrown away. Why? Don't want it? If you don't want it, you can return it to me. Ye Yuan said coolly. Second Prince hurriedly took it back, thickened his skin, and said, "Want? But won't I want it? Asha." Yi Yuan said, "Why I gave you 7th grade, You have a score in your heart. If not looking at the account of Brother Lu's face, forget about 7th grade. There won't even be 1st grade. Since you gambled on me, then you should have the most basic trust. I don't like people who only pursue interests. Finished saying, he turned to Lu Yun again and said, Brother Lu, this heavenly pill is for you. If you don't want it, you can destroy it. But I don't want it to be used on others. Lu Yun's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already seen through his intentions. He was currently planning in his heart to give his own 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill to 2nd Prince after returning. 2nd Prince was depressed. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Why did he have to speak out of turn at that time? His mouth really owed a beating. 1 sentence and 2 grades were gone. Really expensive. But after sending everyone away, Yi Yuan took out a wooden box. A golden foundation establishment heavenly pill was placed inside. It was just that the aura of this heavenly pill was different from the rest. It was a golden pill but did not have a dazzling light. The 9th grade golden pills that Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu and the others were all dazzling to the eyes, their aura imposing. But this one was extremely restrained. Restrained like it was not a 9th grade golden pill. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he muttered to himself, Foundation establishment. Heavenly pill. I finally reached the realm of grand completion. Wonder what kind of effect this grand completion realm 9th grade golden pill will have. This foundation establishment heavenly pill was not an ordinary 9th grade golden pill, but a 9th grade golden pill that returned to one's original simplicity after reaching the realm of grand completion. A year had already passed since the wager with Lin Lan. This 1 year, Yi Yuan did nothing and put all of his energy into the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Finally, the close seclusion this time, he advanced the foundation establishment heavenly pill to grand completion. These few years, through the legacies that Gu Mao left behind as well as the exchanges with heavenly alchemists such as Zhang Yu, Yi Yuan discovered the special aspects of the foundation establishment heavenly pill. The most basic heavenly pill but also the most consolidated heavenly pill. Foundation was the root of heavenly stratum powerhouses. As the saying went, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. This foundation was the step. Therefore, Yi Yuan spent decades of effort all on this one medicinal pill. The intention was self-explanatory. Cultivating the foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion. When Yi Yuan attempted to refine other medicinal pills, it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. The most basic refining technique of heavenly pills, a very large part of it, was in this foundation establishment heavenly pill. When the heavenly pill entered the abdomen, a warm current flowed in the meridians. Suddenly Yi Yuan's mind shook. He felt that there was something seeping out little by little. This grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill was like a high-pressure hydraulic pump, scouring his meridians continuously. And this force even penetrated into his bone marrow, cleansing the marrow. Advancing to heavenly stratum, the human body seemed to have reached the extreme. The difficulty of wanting to cleanse the marrow again was too high. But this grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill did it. No idea how long had passed either. There was an additional pile of black mud around Yi Yuan. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, shaking all the grime on his body away. Then, he flicked his sleeves grandly and cleared this pile of black mud away. Yi Yuan felt wild ecstasy in his heart. He felt like he was completely reborn. This cleansing of the marrow did not have much improvement on his strength, but it seemed to make him a little closer to this heaven and earth. Although, it was just that tiny bit. He immediately shouted, "Shao Qi, have Tang Yu fetch me the prenatal cloud stone." With Yi Yuan suddenly wanting the prenatal cloud stone, Tang Yu father and son and Jiang Yu were both alarmed. All of them arrived at the closed seclusion place, wondering what happened. One point, this sort of thing, did it still need to be measured again? What happened, big brother? Why did you suddenly want to test affinity?
Tang,
Yu asked curiously. Yi Yuan said rather agitated. It's nothing. I just want to test it. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and said, Big brother, affinity is innate, can never be changed. Even if you try again, it's impossible for affinity to increase too. While talking, Yi Yuan already placed his palm on the prenatal cloud stone. The prenatal cloud stone emitted a faint light. That was right, it was a faint light. If not for being in this dark room, it would have been almost impossible to detect it. But it was precisely this bit of light that made Tang Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Back then, when Yi Yuan tested his affinity, he saw with his own eyes that there was no reaction at all. Outside all said that Yi Yuan was 1 point affinity, but actually Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 1 point at all. It was virtually close to 0. But now, the prenatal cloud stone actually gave off light. Tang Yu's eyes nearly popped out and he said in shock, This? How is this possible? Affinity, big brother, you actually have affinity now. Jiang Yu also felt his breath. Staring fixedly at the prenatal cloud stone, he cried out in surprise. It moved. The scale moved. I had surpassed 1 point. Yi Yuan's affinity was slowly rising. First was surpassing 1 point. Then it slowly passed 2 points. Finally, it stopped at 3 points. 3 points. Tang Yu cried out strangely and almost jumped up. He exclaimed in surprise, Big brother, why your affinity rose to 3 points. In his agitation, Tang Yu's tongue was knotted when he was talking. 3 points affinity was naturally nothing. In fact, it did not even cross the threshold. But Yi Yuan rose from close to 0. Yi Yuan had a bright smile. He was very satisfied with this number. 3 points, even to the most rubbish heavenly alchemist, they turned their noses up at it in disdain too. But Yi Yuan yearned for it. The handicap of affinity on his alchemy was seriously too great. Even if he cultivated the foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of grand completion, he still felt that the road ahead was vague. But 3 points was absolutely a qualitative change to Yi Yuan. Previously, Yi Yuan was a complete and utter blind man, unable to see anything. But now, there was finally a faint light that entered his eyes. This step was absolutely a vital step to his path of alchemy. More importantly, affinity could be improved. Heh? Didn't expect to actually have such a harvest. What an unexpected surprise. Yi Yuan had a look of excitement and immediately practiced alchemy. He was already too impatient to wait. Sure enough, the moment he started, it was immediately a lot easier, although it was still a mass of chaos in the heavenly medicines. By relying on his powerful alchemy instinct, it was more than 10 times easier for Yi Yuan to refine pills than before. A 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill was refined by him very quickly. Miracle. A true miracle. I didn't expect that affinity can actually be increased. 3 points are nothing to others, but to younger brother Yi it's simply akin to adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Yu exclaimed. Shao Qi pays respect to His Highness Eldest Prince. In the private room of a wine shop, Shao Qi kowtowed respectfully to Eldest Prince. Eldest Prince smiled and said, Get up, you're my sister-in-law now. You don't need to be so formal. Shao Qi slowly got up and said respectfully, Shao Qi thanks Eldest Prince for taking care of big sister. Shao Qi's elder sister worked as a maid in the royal palace. But now, she became Eldest Prince's concubine. This was equivalent to transforming from a swallow into a phoenix. This favor Shao Qi had no choice but to accept it. Eldest Prince had always wanted to make his way into the Tang family and spy on the progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation. Who would have expected that the Tang family had long already become a monolithic block? Even if he made his way in, he could not come into contact with Yi Yuan too. Later, Eldest Prince found another path and actually discovered that Shao Qi's elder sister was a palace maid in the palace. Furthermore, her life was not easy. Hence, he simply married Shao Qi's elder sister. Eldest Prince knew that Shao Qi was in charge of serving Yi Yuan Once this layer of relationship was established, would he still be scared of not knowing Yi Yuan's movements? Shaoqi, you're a clever person. You should know what this prince wants. This prince can let your sister live. Of course, I can also make your sister die. Her life and death, it lies with only a thought from you, eldest prince said, with a faint smile. With regards to an aunt like Shaoqi, eldest prince could not be bothered to talk rubbish at all. Threatening was the best weapon. Shaoqi's expression changed slightly, and she said respectfully, Shaoqi understands. I wonder what eldest prince wants to know. Eldest prince smiled and said, 3 years have already passed since Yun, and nation teachers wager. I want to know which heavenly medicines has Yi Yuan formulated in these 3 years. Shaoqi was responsible for allocating the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan needed. Therefore, whatever medicinal pills Yi Yuan was refining, one would naturally know through Shaoqi directly. Shaoqi's gaze flickered and she said, in the first year or so, Master Yi has basically been refining all foundation establishment heavenly pills. As for the next 2 years, he asked for the dragonscale flower, heavenly star origin, purple cloud drifting incense. With regards to the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan requested for, Shaoqi naturally enumerated it like her family's treasures, listing them one by one. However, the Xiahua beside eldest prince started frowning. After Shaoqi finished speaking, Shaoqi opened his mouth and said, are you sure that he only wanted these heavenly medicines? Shaoqi nodded and said, how can Shaoqi dare deceive eldest prince and lord Xiahua? Actually, not only your excellency has this doubt, but the Tang family is also currently in a state of panic from top to bottom. Xiahua frowned and said, what the hell is this Yi Yuan selling in his gourd? Eldest prince did not understand alchemy and asked, why? Is there something wrong? Xiahua said, what these heavenly medicines refine are all some basic heavenly pills. In terms of difficulty, they are not much higher than the foundation establishment heavenly pill. His foundation establishment heavenly pill has clearly already reached the realm of 7th grade. Yet he actually still wasted a year's time on it. At this rate of progress, forget about 5 years, even if it's 50 years, it's also impossible for him to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. When eldest prince heard that, he said in surprise, is this guy courting death? There are still 2 years remaining. Can he refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Xiahua said, this is also the thing that I'm most perplexed about. What on earth does this boy want to do? Eldest prince smiled and said, this is great news to us. Refining a Jasper regeneration pill in 5 years is something impossible in the first place. He only knew how to refine the foundation establishment heavenly pill in the past, so he likely doesn't know how terrifying the Jasper regeneration pill is. Now, it's probably going to be a vicious cycle. Xiahua thought about it and thought in his heart that there was only this possibility. You go back then. This king doesn't need you to do anything either. You just have to report the heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan uses in his cultivation to this prince at all time. Understand? Eldest prince said to Shaoqi. Shaoqi replied respectfully and withdrew. For the next 2 years, Yi Yuan still did not touch the Jasper regeneration pill. It was as if he had completely forgotten about this. Initially, Yi Yuan refined another batch of grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill in an attempt to increase his affinity. But the effect was not good. The second heavenly pill, the effect was drastically reduced. After the 5th foundation establishment heavenly pill, there was almost no effect anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan's affinity did not reach 4 points either. Putting aside the regret, the improvement of these 4 points to Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was all round. When he practiced other basic heavenly pills, his speed was much faster. His remaining thought was practically all on studying the basic heavenly pills. Even if it was a slightly more advanced heavenly pill, he did not dabble in them in the slightest too. Looking as time drew closer little by little, the Tang family father and son were anxious like ants on a hot pan, but they also did not dare to go and disturb Yi Yuan's close seclusion. On this day, the 5-year agreement came to an end. Yi Yuan finally came out of closed seclusion. Big brother, nation teacher has already set up the venue at Sky Gathering establishment and sent someone to invite you over, Tang Yu said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh? Let's go then." Tang Yu was speechless and said, "I say, big brother, you've never touched the Jasper regeneration pills, heavenly medicines in these 5 years. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill, even some of the higher level heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. You're going over just like this now?" Yi Yuan countered with a question. "Otherwise?" Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, I know that you did it for the Tang family back then. Why not let's run away together? Let's drop the Tang family's foundation. Ha ha ha. Isn't it too late to only think about running now? Don't forget Yi Yuan and nation teacher even signed an origin divinity contract." Eldest Prince strolled over with a burst of roaring laughter. Eldest Prince arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Master Yi, this Prince came to invite you personally. Today, Royal Father will be there in person to witness your bet. If you win, Royal Father will crown you the position of nation teacher in public. Of course, I don't think that you have this chance." When the Tang family father and son heard, their faces could not help changing drastically. This scale was too high. Once Yi Yuan failed, the Tang family would be completely finished. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Oh? Why is that?" Eldest Prince laughed and said, "In these 5 years you spent a year to cultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill bitterly, and then you spent another 4 years to study other basic heavenly pills. You've never even touched high-level heavenly pills. This prince wants to know what basis. Do you have to refine the Jasper regeneration pill?" When Tang Yu heard that, his expression could not help changing greatly and he cried out in surprise, "How does your highness know so clearly?" Suddenly, his entire body trembled and he looked towards Shao Qi and said in a cold voice, "Shao Qi, my Tang family treated you well. Why did you betray the Tang family?" Shao Qi said indifferently, "The Tang family is already finished. Do you want us, these servants, to all be buried in death?" Tang Yu roared angrily, "I'll kill you." However, his figure had just moved when a gust of wind came over directly, sending him flying. One move and Tang Yu was seriously injured. Huang Zhaoyu, who was behind eldest prince, made a move. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and killing intent immediately arose. Huang Zhaoyu smiled faintly and said, "Young man, don't need to look at this old man with this sort of eyes. If you succeed today, this old man will naturally pay a visit and apologize. It's just that you don't have that chance anymore." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? Then this Yi will wait for your apology." Finished speaking, Yi Yuan helped Tang Yu up and brought him along to Sky Gathering establishment. In front of Sky Gathering establishment, it was long already packed until not even water could seep through. 5 years ago, a 1-point heavenly alchemist defeated nation teacher and caused a great sensation in the entire city. Now, the 1-point heavenly alchemist was going to challenge the Jasper regeneration pill that no one could refine, which naturally attracted even more attention. Furthermore, this wager even concerned the title of nation teacher. 5 years have passed. I wonder what level of strength that 1-point heavenly alchemist has reached. Heh. No matter what level he reached, it's also impossible to refine the Jasper regeneration pill. A 1-point heavenly alchemist is indeed heaven-defying, but 5 years' time is too short. The vast majority of the people still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. It was not that they did not believe in Yi Yuan's talent, but that 5 years' time was too short. 5 years were not even enough to learn the rudiments of heavenly pills. Even if Yi Yuan could refine a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, there were 100,000 foundation establishment heavenly pills. Between the foundation establishment heavenly pill and Jasper regeneration pill, this disparity was not what a short 5 years could make up for. He's here, he's here. The 1-point heavenly alchemist is here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan led the Tang family's people and arrived in front of the sky gathering establishment. Nation teacher Lin Lan walked out slowly and said with a smile, "Master Yi came?" Looking at Master Ye's energetic appearance, "Victory should be in your grasp, right? This old nation teacher am probably going to have to abdicate." The intel that eldest prince grasped, Lin Lan naturally grasped it too. Therefore, he already won this bet. Regarding the humiliation of the past 5 years, he was going to return it all to Yi Yuan today. "Yeah, you're old. It's time to relinquish your position." Yi Yuan followed. Lin Lan did not care either and said with a smile, "Flattery, like perfume, should be smelled not swallowed. Refined 5 years worth of basic heavenly pills and never even once touched the Jasper regeneration pill. This nation teacher really wants to know what you'll use to win this nation teacher. What? Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills. What a joke. What's the use of basic heavenly pills? Goodness gracious, it isn't true, right? Even if Yi Yuan refined the foundation establishment heavenly pill until he shatters the sky, he can't refine the Jasper regeneration pill too." With Lin Lan's one sentence, the entire crowd directly exploded. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan should have been studying the Jasper regeneration pill frantically in the past 5 years. At least he should be working in this direction too. However, he did not. Yi Yuan spent 5 years' time on merely just basic heavenly pills. Basic heavenly pills were entry-level heavenly pills, the basic skill of heavenly alchemists. Studying this kind of heavenly pill did not help the Jasper regeneration pill at all, which was also to say that this wager was actually just a joke. On Sky Gathering Establishment's 2nd floor, one could have a commanding view of the situation outside. A middle-aged man dressed in faint azure long robes was currently standing by the window and looking at everything below. This middle-aged man's gaze brimmed with radiating vigor, full of power and energy, radiating awe without being angry. He was precisely Eastward Country's Emperor, Xiao Kaiyuan. The Emperor said, "Old Second, this is the person that you chose? You disappoint us greatly." At this time, Second Prince was currently standing next to Xiao Kaiyuan. Hearing this, he could not help sweating profusely. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spent these 5 years all on basic heavenly pills. Royal Father, Yi Yuan's alchemy talent is extremely heaven-defying. As long as give him time, he can definitely surpass nation teacher. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Kaiyuan had both hands behind his back as he said coolly, "No matter how strong his talent is, it's also pointless if he doesn't have the temperament. Ascenders often act in undue confidence of their own ability and look down upon others. Their outcomes are mostly tragic. He's no exception either. Clearly, he doesn't have the assurance, but he set a 5-year gamble. This kind of person isn't worth entrusting our future." Second Prince's cold sweat poured profusely. The Emperor's words were equivalent to sentencing him to death. Eldest Prince already went up to the 2nd floor at some point and just happened to hear this, and he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. Hoo-hoo! Royal Father is wise. This boy is conceited and condescending. Winning against nation teacher the last time, although he has strength, there was also a lot of luck. But he thought that he already surpassed nation teacher. What a joke, Eldest Prince said with a laugh. Xiao Kaiyuan nodded and said, "What Yuqin said is right. A 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill is indeed amazing. But it's also merely just amazing." As he spoke, he already turned around and left the window and sat down in the room. He gave his two sons a glance and said coolly, "These few years we have been mentally and physically exhausted and already have the thought of abdicating. Yuqin is level-headed when doing things and acts after planning things. Apart from this, he even kept the 3 Jade-True Heavenly Sect envoys at bay these few years, rendering utmost contributions. We feel at ease handing over the country to Yuqin." Second Prince's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of despair. He did not expect that royal father actually directly announced the sentence. At this time, he lost. Eldest Prince was wildly ecstatic in his heart, but the expression on his face was controlled just right. When the emperor saw this scene, he became even more certain of his judgment. In his heart, "After this matter is over, we will choose a date to announce this matter." Xiao Kaiyuan gave the final word. Second Prince gritted his teeth and said, "Royal Father, I am unconvinced." Xiao Kaiyuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Yu Tang, now that things have played out like this, what bargaining chips do you still have in your hand? Nation teacher has chosen a side. You're not fated with the envoys. You no longer have cards to play from your hand." Second Prince said in a solemn voice, "No, Royal Father is wrong. If Yi Yuan can win, the nation teacher will be mine." Eldest Prince laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Old Second, have you become desperate from losing? Now that it has come to this, could it be that you still feel that Yi Yuan can win? A fellow who refined 5 years worth of basic heavenly pills, you expect him to be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill?" Second Prince smiled coldly and said, "My elder brother, the last time no one was optimistic about him either, right? How can you guarantee that he won't be able to turn the tables this time?" Eldest Prince still wanted to speak, but heard Xiao Kaiyuan say coolly, "If he can really win, we can retract our order. It's just that it's impossible." People did not know that the ownership of Eastward Country's emperor was decided on the second floor just like that. In front of Sky Gathering establishment, people were all grumbling that Yi Yuan overestimated his own ability. Clearly did not have that ability, but insisted on attempting it. Beside Lin Lan, Xie Hua laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, didn't you say that after 5 years you'll make this shui come to find you to buy heavenly pills? Now, this shui is finding you to buy heavenly pills. Where's your heavenly pill?" Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You seem very pleased with yourself." Xie Hua's expression changed and he changed to a vicious expression and said, angrily, "Of course I'm pleased with myself. You severed my heavenly alchemist path. Now you also cut off your own way out. Do you think I cannot be smug?" Ha ha ha. Xie Hua's hatred towards Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit less than Lin Lan. How glorious a profession was being a heavenly alchemist. He had once enjoyed unparalleled glory and was admired by thousands, but all these were ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Now, seeing Yi Yuan like this, how could he not be happy? However, Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Since you're so smug, then I won't be selling my Jasper regeneration pill to you anymore." Xie Hua laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Oh, no, I'm so scared. Your Jasper regeneration pill? Your Jasper regeneration pill? Haha. Have you refined a Jasper regeneration pill before? How hilarious. Haha. Master Yi, stop forcing it. The heavenly medicines that you've used in your cultivation these few years, we know it like the back of our hands. Forget about the Jasper regeneration pill. Even if it's slightly more difficult heavenly pills, you've never dabbled in them too. This nation teacher didn't say things wrongly, right?" Lin Lan said with a sneer. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You're right. I've studied more than 20 kinds of heavenly pills in these 5 years. All of them were basic heavenly pills. There's nothing that can't be publicized." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding these things in the first place. It was just that the likes of Eldest Prince and Lin Lan treated it as a big deal. However, Yi Yuan admitting it very shamelessly made everyone lose confidence. Was the 1-point heavenly alchemist who had once shone with boundless radiance finally going to fall here? Nation teacher absolutely would not let Yi Yuan off. Lin Lan sneered and said, "Now that it's come to this, are you still not going to accept your fate?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't I give it a try? What if I get lucky and refine it?" Lin Lan snickered when he heard that and said, "Lucky? There's never luck in alchemy. Every bit of quality is true ability. For 5 years you've never even touched the Jasper regeneration pill before. You still want to try your luck to refine it? Dream on." Yi Yuan still smiled and said, "I'm a lucky guy. Maybe I can really refine it." Lin Lan smiled coldly and said, "The medicinal cauldron is already prepared. Just try it. Just the likes of you if you can refine the Jasper regeneration pill. This nation teacher will swallow this medicinal cauldron whole." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Lord Nation Teacher, this is what you said." Lin Lan said calmly, "This nation teacher said it." Yi Yuan smiled and came before the medicinal cauldron. Lin Lan's preparation work was done solidly. All of the items for refining the pill were already prepared. Yi Yuan picked up a stalk of heavenly medicine and played with it while sizing it up. Xiahua smiled coldly and said, "Master Yi, haven't tried your hand at the Jade Moon Orchid, right? With your negligible affinity, can you extract it successfully in one go? Got to be more careful. Don't ruin it with a careless move. That will be botching it." Yi Yuan ignored him and still played with the Jade Moon Orchid. The Jade Moon Orchid was one of the Jasper regeneration pill's main medicines, and also an extremely hard to extract grade 1 heavenly medicine. Not refining it well would have an impact on the entire refinement of the heavenly pill. Many heavenly alchemists could not even complete this step well. There was naturally no talk of refining the Jasper regeneration pill. This playing took 15 minutes time. Xie Hua became impatient and said with a cold snort, "What? Want to drag the time? Even if you delay until heaven and earth turn old, it's impossible to refine it too." Boom! Suddenly, a cluster of flames suddenly arose, making Xie Hua jump in fright. Yi Yuan started. As soon as he took action, the hearts of Tang Yu and the rest leaped to their throats. There was only one chance. Any slip-up was fatal, but they were unable to imagine how Yi Yuan, who had never touched the Jasper regeneration pill before, was going to not make any mistakes at all in the refining process of such a difficult medicinal pill. If nothing else, just talking about the Jade Moon Orchid, this hurdle, it was not easy to clear. As for the second prince upstairs, he was even nervous until he was shaking. Yi Yuan's refinement concerned the fate of his future. Whether the bet he made was useful or not would depend on this time. If Yi Yuan could replace Lin Lan, he would be able to turn the tables amidst a desperate situation. Suddenly, Lin Lan's entire body trembled and he cried out in surprise. His affinity increased. How is this possible? Not just Lin Lan, many people noticed it too. Yi Yuan's affinity seemed to be a little stronger than before. Although it was not much, it had indeed become stronger. Impossible. Could it be a misconception? How can affinity improve? Really seeing ghosts? Does this guy never play cards according to the normal routine? 1-point affinity can't refine pills, yet he can. Affinity can't be improved, but he could too. This guy is simply too heaven-defying to actually be able to improve even his affinity. Cries of exclamations rose and ebbed. People became even more curious about Yi Yuan. All kinds of miracles happened to him alone. It was seriously too dazzling. Master, a method to increase affinity. If you can obtain it, you'll definitely be able to improve further, Xiahua said. Lin Lan's gaze also changed from shock to greed. Clearly, he was moved. The Jade Moon Orchid was being extracted little by little and did not collapse, like everyone imagined. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's refinement had virtually no flaws. It was completely not like it was his first time refining. Xiahua opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief all over his face. This? How is this possible? Hasn't he never extracted the jade moon orchid before? Lin Lan's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's extraction could be rated as perfect. Even he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. But it was clearly Yi Yuan's first time. Why? Why was it so perfect? Could it be that the intel was wrong? Very soon, Yi Yuan finished the extraction of the jade moon orchid. He picked up the second stalk of heavenly medicine mountain root fuyu, and started examining it carefully. This time, no one talked badly about him anymore. Everyone watched quietly, waiting for Yi Yuan's performance. The extraction difficulty of the mountain root fuyu was even greater than the jade moon orchid. Yi Yuan studied it for a full 30 minutes before making a move to extract it. Smooth as always. Each heavenly medicine afterward, Yi Yuan would look at it for some time. Some were long, some were short. But the extraction process was smooth. Those people watching a joke were utterly dumbfounded. Pa! Xiahua flung a slap onto Shao Qi's face, directly slapping her until she flew into the air. The current Xiahua was enraged to the extreme. He pointed at Shao Qi's nose and cursed, "Damn thing, you dare lie to your father. Didn't you say that he has never come into contact with the Jasper regeneration pills heavenly medicines before in these 5 years?" Shao Qi was slapped until her face swelled up, tears and snort running heavily. She said aggrievedly, "How can this lowly one dare lie to you? She really never came into contact with it before." Bang! Xiahua kicked a foot fiercely onto Shao Qi's chest and he roared angrily, "Never, never. Can he refine until like this if he had never done so? Your father will kick you to death." One kick after another, Shao Qi was kicked until her eyes rolled back. Fresh blood flowing constantly out of her mouth, looking like she was going to kick the bucket. But Xiahua was still furious. "Damn thing, lie to all of us. Come, men, drag her away for me," Xiahua said, angrily. When Tang Yu and the rest saw this scene, there was no sympathy in their eyes at all. The Tang family treated Shao Qi well, but this girl actually betrayed the Tang family. Death couldn't expiate her sins. However, they all knew that Shao Qi did not lie. Shao Qi died very unjustly. In these 5 years, Yi Yuan had never touched these heavenly medicines before. The heavenly medicines that the Tang family prepared for the Jasper regeneration pill were still currently lying in the medicine storehouse, perfectly well, and had never been touched before. They also hoped that Yi Yuan would transfer these heavenly medicines over. But they waited and waited, but it did not happen. Therefore, they were very certain that today was Yi Yuan's first time refining these heavenly medicines. However, it was also precisely due to this that the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. During the past 5 years, he never touched these heavenly medicines before, but today he could extract them perfectly. How on earth did this guy do it? Heh? Old second, this play of yours deceived everybody. Played out really beautifully. As your elder brother, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Eldest Prince looked at Second Prince and said with a cold smile. While Second Prince had a blank face, he completely did not know what was going on. But he was very thrilled. Before Yi Yuan made his move, his heart had leaped to his throat, fearing that Yi Yuan would be a goner with a moment of carelessness. Who knew that Yi Yuan seemingly had divine help, refining all of the heavenly medicines in one go? Royal brother, it was clearly you who played tricks but is playing the blame game here. This younger brother is the one who's ashamed of my inferiority. Second Prince similarly smiled coldly as he said, "Humph? You don't need to be proud of yourself. Extracting heavenly medicines is just the first step. A Jasper regeneration pill has dozens of heavenly medicine combinations. The complexity isn't what a foundation establishment heavenly pill can compare to," eldest Prince said with a cold snort. Second prince did not show weakness in the slightest too and said, "Big brother, you're flustered. Yi Yuan has already created too many miracles. So, how do you know whether or not he'll create a miracle again this time?" Emperor Qiao Kaiyuan sat up straight, closing his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world's matters. He placed all of his energy on the pill refinement. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy had always been different from others. People tend to pursue higher-level medicinal pills, but then they neglected the foundation. They thought that by refining higher-level medicinal pills, those basic medicinal pills would naturally be mastered. Not so. This kind of understanding was one-sided. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the foundation was far more important than high-level medicinal pills. Similarly, a grade 1 heavenly pill, no matter how complicated, it was also composed of some basic refining techniques. As long as one thoroughly grasped these basic things, refining high difficulty heavenly pills was merely something that happened naturally with ease. In these 5 years, although he had been studying basic heavenly pills, he had mastered the basics of grade 1 heavenly pills extremely well. In the following years, Yi Yuan studied more than 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills. Each type, he practiced it to the realm of grand completion 9th grade. If let people knew about these things, it would surely cause a huge uproar. But it did not matter if people did not know. This kind of strength would be fully released when refining the Jasper regeneration pill. Of course, being able to reach this step in such a short time, what he relied on was not just his perseverance, there was also his thousands of years of accumulated terrifying experience, as well as his extraordinary alchemy talent. Not one could be lacking. Now, Yi Yuan's instinct was already extremely terrifying. Although he had never extracted these heavenly medicines before, by relying on his powerful instinct as well as 4 points of affinity, he could completely extract them. Swoosh! Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence. Several dozen kinds of heavenly medicines entered the medicine cauldron one by one. The pill refinement started. At this moment, his decades of hard training were all poured into the medicine cauldron. It was easy to say, but refining the Jasper regeneration pill was indeed a very big challenge. With Yi Yuan's character, he naturally would not fight a battle that he did not have confidence in. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan studied the properties of the Jade Moon Orchid, Mountain Root Fuyu, and the rest of the heavenly medicines very thoroughly. And the pill formula, he deduced it countless times too. While it was complicated, it was not impossible for Yi Yuan. Let alone that 4 points affinity let him see even more things. Yi Yuan's fire control, refining technique, all gave people a master level feeling. It naturally attracted a series of exclamations. The expressions of Lin Lan and the rest were very ugly. Even the emperor, who had his eyes closed all along to rest, also came to the window again and looked down on Yi Yuan refining the pill. But very soon, Yi Yuan became somewhat overwhelmed. The Jasper regeneration pill was too complicated. Compared to basic heavenly pills, this was an extremely huge project. From a dozen over heavenly medicines to dozens of heavenly medicines. The increase in difficulty was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Affinity. In the end, it was still affinity. 4 points of affinity struggled to make ends meet. When the difficulty rose exponentially, Yi Yuan felt the inadequacy of affinity once again. Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more labored. The sweat on his forehead became more and more too. Smiles gradually showed on the faces of Lin Lan, Xiahua, and the rest. Crashing. He's finally crashing. Freaking hell. Scared me to death. This bit of affinity also wants to refine the Jasper regeneration pill, truly a fool's talk, Xiahua said with great delight. Previously, his nerves had always been tightly wound. Now he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Lan sneered and said, "The difficulty of refining a Jasper regeneration pill, even nation teachers' affinity can't support it. Just based on his tiny bit of pitiful affinity, he also wants to refine it. Eldest prince laughed loudly when he saw the situation and said, "Old second, this is the miracle that you spoke of? Ha ha ha, I think this is called overestimating his own ability. The Jasper regeneration pill hasn't even refined until 1/3 currently. He already almost can't hold on anymore. Want to see how you make a comeback?" Second prince originally had a hopeful look too, but at this time he also started panicking. He could even feel Yi Yuan struggling on the second floor. But the refining process of the heavenly pill was less than 1/3. The emperor glanced, shook his head and said, "The situation is beyond salvation." Then, he returned to his seat again and closed his eyes to rest. Time went by little by little. Yi Yuan was struggling more and more. Even his hand was trembling. Regardless of whether body, divine essence, or origin divinity, Yi Yuan's limit reached its end. When Lin Lan saw this scene, the smile on his face grew thicker. Hoo-hoo. Fleshly body and origin divinity are still fine, but divine essence is a hard criterion. He's only middle lesser sublime heaven. So his divine essence isn't enough to support him to finish refining the Jasper regeneration pill at all. After his divine essence is exhausted, this nation teacher wants to see what he'll use to refine the pill, Lin Lan said with all smiles. And at this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped his foot, and a whirlwind rose from the ground. "Gather for me!" Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A powerful suction force gathered the surrounding spiritual energy over. Yi Yuan's hands did not rest, directly injecting the spiritual energy into the medicine cauldron. Everyone was stunned. There was still this kind of strategy? Instantly forming a formation, borrowing strength to refine pill. This guy. Lin Lan's smile instantly froze on his face. Yi Yuan's approach was like he was slapping his face on purpose. He just finished speaking and Yi Yuan flung a vicious slap over. Borrowing power to refine a pill was an extremely profound method. When refining pills normally, no one dared to try it at all. Because it was not their own strength, there was no way of doing what the heart wished in terms of control at all. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he would not employ this move unless it was a last resort too. "Condense for me." Yi Yuan gave another low cry. The Tao fire dissipated and the spirit gathering.
Formation d'Isapéared.
Then he plopped his bottom onto the ground and his lower and upper eyelids kept hitting. He was seriously too tired. A Jasper regeneration pill practically hollowed him out. Damn affinity. Really almost took my own life. Yi Yuan could not resist, swearing. Right then, Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said while looking down from a height, "Affinity didn't take your life, but this nation teacher will take your life." "Oh? Haven't opened the furnace yet and the nation teacher already wants my life," Yi Yuan said leisurely while revolving his cultivation method to recover his strength. Lin Lan snickered and said, "With how you refined it, is there still a need to open the furnace? It's definitely a useless pill inside the medicine cauldron." Refining heavenly pills had extremely high requirements for the material of the medicine cauldron. Hence, before opening the furnace, one did not know the quality of the heavenly pill inside the medicine cauldron. Judging from Yi Yuan's performance, this furnace was undoubtedly an invalid pill. Actually, it was not just Lin Lan who thought so. Everyone present thought so, too. Yi Yuan's refinement was already too unsightly towards the later stages. The air of a master when he just started was completely gone. Using swaying in the midst of a raging storm could not be more apt. He was completely hanging in there with one breath. How could such a refinement possibly refine a complete product heavenly pill? Let alone that it was even the extremely high difficulty Jasper regeneration pill. Ha ha ha. Just your flustered confusion. Is there still a need to open the furnace? Not blowing the furnace up is already considered pretty good. Yeah. Hua said jeeringly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Better open it up. Otherwise I won't give up, either. This origin divinity contract can't be completed too. Isn't that so?" Lin Lan nodded slightly and said, Fine. I'll let you give up on this. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I don't have much strength anymore, so I'll have to trouble Lord Nation Teacher to open the furnace personally then. Lin Lan had a look of disdain on his face and arrived before the medicine cauldron. At this time, the emperor on the second floor slowly stood up and said coolly, All right, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. We are leaving. This one sentence, the outcome is a foregone conclusion, carried a double meaning. On one hand, it was referring to Nation Teacher and Yi Yuan's battle. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. On the other hand, it was referring to eldest prince and second prince's battle. It was similarly a foregone conclusion. Therefore, he had no interest in staying any longer. The remaining things would naturally be handled by Nation Teacher. Sending royal father off respectfully, eldest prince was wildly elated in his heart and bowed to send Xiao Kaiyuan off. Second prince did not turn his head back. His gaze was glued to downstairs. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, his eyes giving off a dazzling light. Ha 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 ha. Second prince let out a burst of wild laughter. The emotions, suppressed in his heart, erupted completely at this moment. Eldest prince currently had his back toward downstairs and did not know what happened. Hearing second prince laugh madly without ceasing, he even thought that he could not bear the blow and went completely mad. Old second, it's just a temporary loss. Why do you have to care so much? We'll always be brothers. Eldest prince urged with a hypocritical expression. Right at this time, a series of exclamations came from below instantly, suppressing his voice. Refined. Really refined. Too fake. When he was refining the pill, he already looked like that. Can actually form a pill too. A miracle. Really a miracle. Within 5 years, he actually really refined. The Jasper regeneration pill. Eldest prince's expression changed wildly, and he turned to look downstairs, and his entire body turned stiff there. And Xiao Kaiyuan also stopped halfway. Downstairs, Lin Lan was transfixed, while Xie Hua had a blank face. By the side, a medicinal pill was placed in the dish quietly. There was an uproar in front of Sky Gathering establishment. This, what on earth is going on? The wild ecstasy just now had long already evaporated into thin air. Eldest prince's heart had a layer of thick dark clouds covered along with the appearance of that heavenly pill. Second prince laughed loudly and said, Royal brother, it is just a temporary loss. You don't need to care. Don't need to care? Ha ha ha. Suddenly his expression changed. The emperor actually arrived by his side at no idea when. However, his gaze was looking below. At this time, a look of surprise finally showed on the emperor's face. Clearly, he was unable to believe everything before his eyes too. The Jasper regeneration pill had formed. Nation Teacher lost. Lost completely and utterly. Royal Father, this time it can prove my eyesight, right? Yi Yuan really created a miracle again, Second Prince said with confidence. At this very moment, he was unbelievably grateful to Lu Yun. If not for Master Yun, it would have been impossible for him to turn the tables in a desperate situation. It was not that his eyesight was good, but that Master Yun's eyesight was good. Master Yun had said long ago, Yi Yuan was a dragon among men, a distinguished talent among ascenders. Now, the massive dragon had already taken off. Lord Nation Teacher, I remember that you said before, if I can refine the Jasper regeneration pill, you'll swallow the medicine cauldron whole? Now are you swallowing or not? Also, this brother Shui, you appeared very pleased with yourself just now. You don't need to buy the Jasper regeneration pill for me? I beg you, please. Don't come to me to buy one. It's not for sale. Yi Yuan's 2 sentences stung Lin Lan and Xie Hua until they almost went crazy. Lin Lan's old face almost wanted to tunnel into the ground. The moment the furnace opened, he was completely dumbfounded. The Jasper regeneration pill really formed. But how was this possible? This is impossible. You were clearly giving out already previously. Your refining technique already became deformed. So how can it possibly form a pill? Lin Lan bellowed. He thought that it was impossible for the 1-point Yi Yuan to refine a heavenly pill. In the end, Yi Yuan refined the foundation establishment. Heavenly pill. He thought that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to refine the jasper regeneration pill. But in the end, Yi Yuan really refined the jasper regeneration pill. This sort of thing was simply too demoralizing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Competing in alchemy, you're still far behind. If I tell you that everything later was all refined by relying on instinct, do you believe it?" Before waiting for Lin Lan to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "Of course you won't believe it. Just like if I tell you that I really only studied 20 over kinds of basic heavenly pills in these 5 years, you definitely won't believe it. 2. If I tell you these heavenly medicines, it's all my first time refining, you still won't believe it. However, these are all facts. The things that you look down on might not be useless. The people that you look down on might not be inferior to you too. Pill refining, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Lin Lan's entire body trembled, feeling that his alchemy beliefs had completely collapsed. Everything that Yi Yuan said was what he could not imagine. However, Yi Yuan really did it. He refined the jasper regeneration pill. Lin Lan had a face like he was battered out of his senses and no longer had the air of a nation teacher. Thud. Suddenly, Xia Hua directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and wept bitterly as he said, "Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, sell the heavenly pill to me. I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price." Xia Hua wanted to become a heavenly alchemist. It was also precisely so that he hated Yi Yuan even more. Originally, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine the jasper regeneration pill at all, especially learning from Shao Qi there about Yi Yuan's situation in these recent years. But now, Yi Yuan actually really refined it. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "This Yi will not take back my words once I've said it. Not selling to you means not selling to you. Forget that you offered 100 times. Even if it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price, this you won't sell it to you too. Moreover, do you feel that this Yi lacks money?" "Very much." As he said, he raised the jasper regeneration pill in his hand and said, smilingly, "Who wants the jasper regeneration pill?" "I want it." Someone with a severed arm reacted the fastest and jumped out immediately. This person was precisely one of the guards who beat the Tang family's father and son back then. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Consider yourself lucky. This heavenly pill, I'm giving it to you." As he said those words, Yi Yuan actually directly threw the jasper regeneration pill to him. ***. No way, right? Gave it away. It's the jasper regeneration pill, but he actually gave it away. What the hell? He gave it away, rather than giving it to Xia Hua. Ruthless. Yi Yuan is being unfair. Tang Yu still has a severed arm. He actually gave the jasper regeneration pill away. This action of Yi Yuan's immediately caused a hubbub. Of course, the ones who were the most displeased were still the Tang family. Tang Jinhua's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was somewhat unhappy. He refined the jasper regeneration pill, and it actually was not given to Tang Yu straight away. He found this unacceptable. How much risk the Tang family shouldered for Yi Yuan. Fussing around him, he actually gave the heavenly pill to an irrelevant person. That person obtained the jasper regeneration pill and was immensely grateful to Yi Yuan. He was afraid that someone would snatch it, so he swallowed it right away. At this time, the emperor brought second prince and came down from the second floor. Behind them, eldest prince's figure was gone. Clearly, the die was cast. The joy on second prince's face could not be concealed no matter what. The emperor gave Lin Lan a glance and could not refrain from sighing. He seriously did not expect that this old brother of his would also have times where he stumbled. But the origin divinity contract was already signed. If he did not carry it out, Lin Lan would be dead for sure. The emperor arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "Since the victor has been decided, then we will confer the position of nation teacher to you. Yi Yuan gave a hand gesture and said smilingly, Your Majesty, you don't need to be anxious. It's such a fine occasion today. I see that there are many people with missing limbs. Since this Yi is going to be the nation teacher, I naturally have to share in your Majesty's worries. Why not this Yi refine pills in public for sale? What does your Majesty think? The Emperor said in surprise, You're already like this. Can you still refine? In his view, this Jasper regeneration pill being able to become a pill was more of a coincidence. But the origin divinity contract was placed there. If it was done, it was done. He could not go back on his words too. One heavenly pill already drained Yi Yuan. With another one, could this guy bear it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think that nation teacher is unconvinced by his loss. Since that's the case, I'll make a little more convinced. Your Majesty, please deploy a batch of heavenly medicines over. Leave the severed limbs of these guards to this Yi. In the royal family, these guards with severed limbs were not in the minority. But Yi Yuan saying this was a generous move. Furthermore, it was even free. Got to admit, this was a big gift to the Emperor. The Emperor mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, You Tang, you go and make arrangements. Second Prince gladly accepted the order. Xia Hua suddenly gave a cold snort and said, He's already struggling heavily to refine one. In my view, you're making fun of His Majesty. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of hatred. The action just now, Yi Yuan had humiliated him greatly. Yi Yuan rather gave the pill to a guard for free than give it to him. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, If I were you, I'd shut up. Right now. You have to know the nation teacher isn't your master now. But me. It's just a matter of a word to kill you. Xia Hua's body trembled, full of fear. And sure enough, he shut up. Before long, Second Prince brought a large number of heavenly medicines over. The royal family's treasures were naturally not what the Tang family could compare to. At this time, Yi Yuan was pretty much done resting. He was not long-winded, directly getting to work with refining the pills. People all thought that Yi Yuan would be like the last time, collapsing from exhaustion in the end. However, they were disappointed. This time, Yi Yuan refined very smoothly. Although it was still very strenuous, those signs of exhaustion previously did not appear. This made everyone incredibly surprised. What's going on here? Could it be that he was performing previously? There's no need being exhausted until like that, even if it's a performance. It's also too much, right? I say, guys, it wouldn't really be his first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill previously, right? Because there's experience now, so it's going a lot smoother this time. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally speculated heavily. Honestly speaking, they did not believe a single one of Yi Yuan's words. Refined 5 years of basic heavenly pills and one would be able to refine the Jasper regeneration pill? Then heavenly alchemists would also be too worthless. Yi Yuan must have deceived everybody through some method in these 5 years, and bitterly trained in high-level heavenly pills in secret. But the expression on Lin Lan's face became incomparably solemn, because he discovered that Yi Yuan's refining technique was far more mellow and smooth than before. Although the refinement before was enough to serve as an example, there were clearly many areas that were not mellowed and smooth, and this also resulted in the situation of divine essence being insufficient in the end. But now, Yi Yuan's allocation of divine essence as well as the use of his technique was obviously much more reasonable. What did this show? This showed that Yi Yuan was improving. It was just that this improvement speed was too terrifying. The second heavenly pill was worth more than 10 years of his hard work. Could it be that it was really this guy's first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill? First time refining such a high difficulty heavenly pill, and he succeeded in one go? This was too bloody freakish, right? Lin Lan could not find any words to describe the shock in his heart currently. Could a person's alchemy talent actually be strong to such an extent?
No. Absolutely impossible.
Lin Lan furrowed his brows and racked his brain for ideas, wanting to find where the problem lay. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a certain possibility. Basic heavenly pills. Could there really be something fishy about these basic heavenly pills? Could one really refine the Jasper regeneration pill after mastering basic heavenly pills? Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and the Jasper regeneration pill was done. This time, the quality was obviously much better than last time. The guard who obtained the heavenly pill swallowed it happily. Following that, Yi Yuan rested for a while and continued to refine pills. One after another, people's shock also grew more and more, because Yi Yuan's speed of improvement was seriously too fast. Second Prince had long already ordered someone to fetch the Cloud Mount Mother stone. For each heavenly pill that Yi Yuan produced, there would be someone who would check the quality. From the starting lower second grade to upper third grade, then to upper fourth grade and reaching the terrifying upper sixth grade in the end. The quality of the Jasper regeneration pill jumped up grade after grade. Those guards who received the heavenly pills before were almost crying. The higher the quality, naturally the more compatible the new limb grown would be with the body. Too terrifying. This kind of improvement speed is simply too heavenly. Defying. King Hell, it's my first time hearing that the Jasper regeneration pill can be refined like this. Nation Teacher is simply weak to the max in front of Yi Yuan. Looks like this. Wager. Nation Teacher didn't lose unjustly. Amidst the cries of exclamations, people were long already prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. This kind of improvement was definitely not an act. Maybe you could not see with one or two, but putting so many medicinal pills together, that sort of continuous improvement was clear at a glance. While the emperor's eyes were sparkling, the pleasant surprise that Yi Yuan brought to him was too strong, making him feel like he obtained a priceless treasure. The sense of loss because of losing Lin Lan previously had long already been swept clean. Lin Lan was simply dust on the ground when compared to Yi Yuan. Condense. Another Jasper regeneration pill was done. Yi Yuan threw it to Tang Yu and said with a smile, "The best one naturally has to be saved for my own people." Golden pill. 9th grade golden pill. In the crowd, a series of strange cries came over. What Tang Yu held in his hand was actually a shining golden medicinal pill. No need to appraise it. It was naturally a 9th grade golden pill. By the side, Tang Jinhua was dumbfounded. He even thought that Yi Yuan forgot about his son and was brimming with resentment in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually gave his son a 9th grade golden pill? "Father, I said it right? Big brother won't forget me." Him refining pills for those people previously was merely used for practice. Tang Yu said. After so many years, he already knew Yi Yuan very well. Since Yi Yuan refined the Jasper regeneration pill, he definitely would not forget about him. Therefore, when Tang Jinhua was complaining just now, Tang Yu also made him hold his horses. Sure enough, the best one was saved for him. "Thank you, big brother," Tang Yu said to Yi Yuan respectfully. "This is what you deserve," Yi Yuan said with a smile. The others were all incredibly envious. Being able to become friends with Master Yi was truly an incomparably blissful thing. "Master Nation Teacher, are you convinced or not?" Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lin Lan had long already been dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy technique. Convinced or not? Of course he was convinced. Someone capable of refining the Jasper regeneration pill to the realm of 9th grade golden pill, could he still be unconvinced? He was also someone who pursued the alchemy path. It was just that he became content with retaining sovereignty over the remote land of Eastward Country, holding great power and authority, and had long already lost his original aspirations. This defeat was undeniable, completely and thoroughly. He turned around to leave quietly without saying anything. Someone saw that Nation Teacher left the city. No one knew where he had gone. The emperor did not urge him to stay either. He knew that Lin Lan's defeat could be said to be all hope being dashed to pieces. Watching Master Yi refine pills today is truly immensely shocking. We want to formally establish Yi Yuan as the nation teacher. I wonder if Master Yi can agree to it. Finished speaking, the emperor actually gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan in public. This was the highest level of courtesy. The current Qiao Kaiyuan was inviting Yi Yuan, not fulfilling his wager agreement, but no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan was worthy of it. Just based on Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, what did a nation teacher count for? In fact, Yi Yuan being a nation teacher was still considered condescending to take a post offered already. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since your majesty is so courteous, then this ye will accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Yi Yuan's domineering rise let the Tang family become eastward's #1 major family in one bound. The Tang family's forces spread throughout the entire eastward country very soon. The emperor also officially announced to the outside world that second prince became the crown prince and would inherit the rule in 3 years. The likes of the Yang family, Jiang Yu and Lu Yun, their statuses also rose along with him in eastward country. Just as everyone thought that the waves had subsided, another incident caused a stir in the entire eastward. One early morning half a month later, the sky was just getting bright. Eh? Why is someone kneeling in front of Nation Teacher Manor? Ho-hoo? What's strange about this? Ever since Master Yi became the nation teacher, there has been an endless stream coming to request for pills. Reckon that this person is here to seek pills too, right? That's not right. You look at him. Why does he look like Nation Teacher? Nation Teacher? Are you blind? Why would Nation Teacher be kneeling in front of his own house? My God. I'm not talking about Nation Teacher Yi. It's Nation Teacher Lin. Lan. Amen? It's true. This is going to be a big thing. Master Lin actually left and returned, and even knelt in front of the Nation Teacher Manor. Waiting until dawn, in front of Nation Teacher Manor's gates was long already surrounded until not even water could seep through. The former nation teacher kneeling in front of the current nation teacher's door. This kind of thing, wanting to not cause a stir, would not do either. Regarding this sort of thing, there naturally could not avoid people gesticulating. But Lin Lan was not the slightest bit moved and just knelt straight like that. Tang Yu walked out of Nation Teacher Manor, looked at Lin Lan and said with a frown, "What is Master Lin doing this for?" At present, Tang Yu's severed arm had already grown out and was no different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, after he took the foundation establishment heavenly pill, his strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to upper lesser sublime heaven. After Yi Yuan moved into Nation Teacher Manor, Tang Yu handed all of the family affairs to Tang Jinhua to manage. He willingly came to Nation Teacher Manor and became the chief steward. When Lin Lan heard that, he just said coolly, "I'm here to acknowledge him as my master." Acknowledge as your master? When Tang Yu heard that, he could not help opening his eyes wide. The exalted former nation teacher, a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, was here to acknowledge a master? The surrounding crowd was also ignited by these few words. Acknowledge master? Did I hear wrongly? What a joke! Isn't Master Lin implacable enemies with Master Yi? He would actually put aside his ego and kneel in front of Master Ye's door to acknowledge master. This Master Yi wouldn't be wanting to swallow humiliation and bear a heavy burden and harm Master Yi, right? Very likely. No one would have thought that the Lord Nation Teacher who had once looked down on eastward could actually put aside his ego and kneel down in public to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master. This impact was really too strong. Even someone as clever as Tang Yu felt at a loss for some time too. Quickly go, Lord Nation Teacher, if you keep making trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous. Tang Yu instinctively thought that this guy was here to make trouble and directly chased him away. Lin Lan still had a calm expression and said coolly, "As you please." Not seeing Yi Yuan. "This old man won't leave." Tang Yu's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "You came deliberately to cause trouble?" Lin Lan ignored Tang Yu and fell silent. Tang Yu gave a cold snort and said, "Lin Lan, don't think that because you're a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse. No one can take care of you in this imperial city. Let me tell you, Master Yun is in nation teacher manner. Right now, he has already broken through to middle greater sublime heaven." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across in Lin Lan's eyes. However, this hint of surprise was gone very quickly. When Tang Yu saw that Lin Lan was impervious to reason, he simply called Lu Yun and a bunch of helpers. With Lu Yun around, his confidence was immediately bolstered significantly. After Lu Yun took the 9th grade foundation establishment Heavenly Pill, his foundation was consolidated a great deal. His strength also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through the shackles. In one stroke, reaching middle greater sublime heaven. "Come men, chase him away for me," Tang Yu said in a solemn voice. A group of people pushed and shoved, attempting to push Lin Lan away. But he did not budge an inch. It was naturally impossible for lesser sublime heavenly stratums to move a greater sublime heavenly stratum. But Lin Lan did not retaliate. A guard got impatient and directly kicked a foot on his body. He still did not fight back. "Stop!" When Lu Yun saw this scene, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He came before Lin Lan and said, "You really want to acknowledge Yi Yuan as your master?" Lin Lan said, "My mind is made up." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Why should I trust you?" Lin Lan said coolly, "It's useless to say anymore. I'll use action to prove it." Lu Yun discovered that Lin Lan seemed to have become somewhat different. He felt that Lin Lan seemed to have let go of everything, even his entire person becoming much lighter. No sorrow or joy, no arrogance nor restlessness. This Lin Lan seemed to have become a different person from the Lin Lan that he knew before. It was impossible for this kind of temperament to be feigned. "Okay, I'll go and inform Nation Teacher. As for whether he'll meet you or not, it's not something I can control anymore," Lu Yun said. "You don't hate me?" "Hate? Hoo-hoo? This old man wants to thank you. If not for your timely warning, this old man would probably continue to have no accomplishments to my name. Just like this for life. Then on what basis do you think that I'll take you in as a disciple? Accepting or not is up to you, to acknowledge or not is up to me. This old man is just asking for his peace of mind. You, an exalted greater sublime heavenly stratum, can really put aside your ego and serve by my side. Slaving like a bull or horse? I won't hesitate. Okay then. From today onward, you'll stay in Nation Teacher manner and be a servant. Remember, from now on, without my permission, you're not allowed to refine pills." "Yes." Just like that, Lin Lan became a measly little servant of Nation Teacher manner. This matter shocked the entire imperial city once more. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually willingly ran to Nation Teacher manner to be a servant. It was hard not to cause a sensation even if one did not want it to. Lin Lan was not allowed to refine pills in Nation Teacher manner. He could only soak in the medicine storehouse every day and sort out and extract heavenly medicines. This was simply the greatest torture and humiliation to someone who had once stood at the pinnacle of Eastward Country's alchemy path. People all thought that Lin Lan would definitely leave. However, they were all wrong. Lin Lan actually persisted. In the beginning, everyone was somewhat apprehensive of his former identity and strength. But gradually, the servants in Nation Teacher manner discovered that Lin Lan did not dare to talk back or attack at all. Hence, they became brazen and fearless. Many servants even started bullying Lin Lan. Whatever dirty work and tiring work was thrown at him. Lin Lan did not reject anyone who came. Tang Yu and Yi Yuan were observing Lin Lan from a secret place. Tang Yu could not resist saying, "Big brother, Isn't it a bit too much for us to treat Lin Lan like this? Right now, rumors outside are all saying that Lord Nation Teacher is narrow-minded and doesn't have forbearance. Just earlier, a maid from Nation Teacher Manor even bullied Lin Lan a little, making him go and empty the lavatory bucket. Lin Lan went to pour it away without making a sound. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a glance and said with a smile, "What about you? Do you think so too?" Tang Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "How can it be? Big Brother is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Back then, when I insulted Big Brother like that, Big Brother didn't even do anything to me and just punished me lightly. How can you be a narrow-minded person? It's just that public clamor can melt metal." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Would we martial artists still care about what others say? Come, go over and take a look." When Lin Lan saw Yi Yuan, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I pay respects to Master Yi." Yi Yuan gave Lin Lan a glance and said with a sigh, "It's been half a year. You didn't seem to have grown at all." Lin Lan was taken aback and said, "This old man is ashamed." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not convinced." Lin Lan trembled and said, "This disciple doesn't dare." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You feel that I'm making you be a servant and not allowing you to refine pills. It's just in order to make fun of you, to test you." Lin Lan's gaze revealed a look of confusion. Those eyes seemed to be saying, "Wasn't it so?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "You regained your original aspirations, but it's just that your comprehension ability is too poor. You're indeed not qualified enough to be my disciple. Compared to my disciples in the lower realms, you're far too lacking." By the side, Tang Yu almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. In the entire eastward country, apart from Yi Yuan, Lin Lan was the alchemy path's #1 person. This kind of powerhouse actually did not even have the qualifications to be his disciple. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually said that Lin Lan, this greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, grade 2 heavenly alchemist, could not even compare to his disciples in the lower realms. This was a little too jarring. Now, Tang Yu was extremely certain that Yi Yuan was deliberately suppressing Lin Lan. Actually, according to Yi Yuan's criteria for accepting disciples, Lin Lan was indeed far worse than Yun Yi. Yun Yi worked as an apprentice in the Pill Tower and understood Yi Yuan's intentions very quickly. But it had been half a year. Lin Lan was still completely confused. His intelligence was too low. When accepting disciples, Yi Yuan's requirements for talent were not high. What he wanted was someone who held awe and veneration in their hearts toward alchemy Dao, someone who could restrain their temper. With just a glance and seeing Lin Lan again, Yi Yuan was sure that this former Nation Teacher regained his original aspirations for alchemy Dao. He was different now. However, he was a blockhead. In this half a year, he really did these miscellaneous chores as miscellaneous chores, without any accomplishments. If Yi Yuan still did not come out to give guidance, this guy could do it stupidly for all his life. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan said that his intelligence was too low. After all, an uncut jade like Yun Yi could not be encountered at will. Lin Lan did not think that there was anything and said respectfully, "Yes, this disciple is slow-witted. Master Yi, please say it explicitly." Yi Yuan did not speak, but he casually picked up a stalk of dragonbone grass and started extracting. The moment the Dao fire arose, the dragonbone grass melted rapidly. Lin Lan's pupils constricted, his gaze full of amazement. Very soon, Yi Yuan finished extracting, looked at Lin Lan and said, "How does my extracting the dragonbone grass now compare to back then?" Lin Lan drew a deep breath and said, "Master Ye's strength is many times stronger than back then." The first time the two people wagered, Yi Yuan extracting the dragonbone grass was already transcendent back then. But the extraction back then, when compared to this earlier, was on a completely different level. The shock in Lin Lan's heart could be imagined. So many years had passed, Yi Yuan was actually still spending energy on the extraction of dragonbone grass. Yi Yuan said coolly. I used 18 years to cultivate the extraction of the dragonbone grass to the extreme. I used 8 years' time to refine the foundation establishment heavenly pill. I used more than half a year to cultivate the dragonbone grass to 7th grade, and then I used another full year's time to cultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill to grand completion 9th grade. With over 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, I only used 4 years' time to cultivate them to grand completion 9th grade. As for the Jasper regeneration pill, I only used several days to cultivate it to 9th grade. I know you never believed it all along that it was my first time refining the Jasper regeneration pill. However, that's the truth. How is this possible? The words pushed Lin Lan's shock until it could not be surpassed. That was right. He never believed it all along that it was Yi Yuan's first time refining it. But now, Yi Yuan recounted his alchemy experiences after ascending in detail. From the very beginning. Only then did he know that that was really the first time. But only until now did he know that it turns out those 20 kinds of basic heavenly pills, Yi Yuan actually cultivated all of them to the grand completion realm of 9th grade. He only used 4 years. This was simply too exaggerated. This was a report card. Furthermore, it was dazzling to the extreme kind of report card. Placed across Truyong heavenly domain, one probably could not find a second one. Only at this moment did Lin Lan become deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terror. Yi Yuan said, telling you these is not for the intention of showing off, but for you to understand that here at my place, one's foundation is the most important thing. Yi Yuan won't do this kind of boring thing like taking revenge. If I'm not willing to take you in, you naturally won't be able to enter this door. Since you came in, there's no shortcut at my place. There is only hard work. I'll give you 1 year's time. After 1 year, if you can refine a 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, I'll officially take you in as my disciple. If you can't do it, leave on your own. The goal that Yi Yuan set for Lin Lan could not be rated as not high. From 5th grade to 7th grade, it seemed like a very narrow gap, but it was extremely difficult to cross. The quality of heavenly pills, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, grand completion, each was a hurdler. Furthermore, the further back, the more difficult it was. Lin Lan could break through to the 5th grade by relying on the strength of grade 2 heavenly alchemist. But further up was something that was extremely arduous. If 7th grade was so easy to break through, then when Yi Yuan refined the 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, it would not have caused such a great sensation. Yi Yuan was able to do it by relying on his foundation that was tempered endlessly, coupled with his extraordinary talent. But to Lin Lan, it was the biggest test of his life. Ever since then, Lin Lan cultivated like he had gone mad. But the more he cultivated, the more shocked he became. In the past, he had never attempted to spend so much energy on a basic heavenly pill before. But now, he discovered that it was simply a heavenly chasm from 5th grade to 7th grade. He was very perplexed how on earth Yi Yuan did it. That person was a freak. It was really not unjust at all that he lost so thoroughly. However, the current Lin Lan was no longer the original Lin Lan. After he lost that day, with all hope being dashed to pieces, he almost had the will to die. However, things would develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. He finally had a grand awakening and regained his original aspirations. He suddenly came to realize the truth, understanding that he already lost himself after so many years of being in a high position. Hence, that was why he would put everything down and return to acknowledge Master. But, even if he regained his original aspirations, wanting to improve was also not an easy thing. Only all the way until this moment did he know how huge the gap was from Yi Yuan. The dragonbone grass that Yi Yuan extracted that day was placed next to him. With each stalk that Lin Lan extracted, he would do a comparison. The result was often disappointing. This process was really incomparably devastating. Fortunately, Lin Lan persevered. A year later, Lin Lan's eyes were deeply sunken, his figure emaciated and his hair disheveled. It was as if he had climbed out of the grave. He held a heavenly pill in his heart, his throat emitting a strange hoo-hoo laughter, clamoring about wanting to see Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw this unbelievably barely adequate foundation establishment, heavenly pill, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. It's been really hard on you. All right, I'll reluctantly take you in, Yi Yuan said. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Thank you, Master Yi. Disciple pays respect to Master Yi. Amidst the strange laughter, Lin Lan kowtowed and acknowledged Master. Then, he directly fell down with a deafening noise. In the following days, Lin Lan started following Yi Yuan to cultivate. The task that Yi Yuan gave him was very simple. It was to refine a foundation, establishment heavenly pill to 9th grade. As for grand completion 9th grade, Yi Yuan directly gave up on it. Lin Lan's natural endowments were too poor. There was no hope for grand completion at all. Even 9th grade was also a goal that was lofty and out of reach to Lin Lan. On this day, Second Prince suddenly came to Nation Teacher Manor in a hurry. Nation Teacher, Jade True Heavenly Sex Envoy is summoning you, Second Prince said. Oh? What do they want to see me for? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Second Prince said, a few years ago, the envoys discovered an ancient tomb in Inklight Forest. They suspect that it's the place of slumber of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. In order to enter this place, our eastward country suffered casualties of countless experts these few years. 2 years ago, they finally opened up the ancient tomb. Hence, the few of them brought a large group of experts and entered inside, who knew that just 3 days ago they returned. One of them is seriously injured and one is poisoned. Envoy Chang ordered people to invite Nation Teacher over. Yi Yuan was also extremely surprised when he heard it. No wonder so many years had passed, but the matter of investigating Jun Tian's death had always been all talk no action. It turned out that the Jade True Heavenly Sex people actually placed their thoughts on this. It made sense. Although Jun Tian was all-powerful in the Heavenspan world, he was merely just a minor character who was not valued in the Jade True Heavenly sect. But the ancient tomb of a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse could contain a huge lucky chance. How could they let it go? Above limitless sublime Heavenly Stratum was Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, this kind of powerhouse. Even when looking at the entire Truyong Heavenly domain, they were sovereigns of a region too. Casually leaving behind a bit of lucky chance was enough for greater sublime Heavenly Stratums to benefit endlessly. Their energy naturally had to be placed on this. So that's how it is. Let's go then. Lin Lan, you come along with me. There should be some use for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. When Cheng Chongshan saw Lin Lan, he immediately said unhappily, why did you only come now? Dragging your feet, why haven't you quickly gone in? If you can't treat them, you know the consequences. As for the Yi Yuan by the side, he directly ignored him. Lin Lan still wanted to say something but saw Yi Yuan shake his head. He could only toughen his scalp and go in for treatment. The emperor had his hands by the side, appearing fearful and respectful. Clearly, the pressure that this Jade True Heavenly sect gave to him was too great. Yi Yuan and Second Prince wanted to follow in too, but they were stopped by Cheng Chongshan. Stop! This place isn't where any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. The few of you just wait here. Finished saying, he turned around and entered the palace. Second Prince had an awkward look and said with a bitter smile, Nation Teacher, the envoy didn't know that you're the Nation Teacher, so... Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's okay. If Lin Lan can treat them, it saves me the trouble of taking action. With regards to this kind of people who had their noses in the air, Yi Yuan had seen too many of them. Getting angry with this kind of person was pointless to him. Boom! Before long, a bout of cursing and swearing came from inside, as well as the sound of fighting. Trash! Can't even treat this bit of injury. What do I want you for? Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he rushed in with a flash. At this time, Chang Chongshan just happened to smash a fist onto Lin Lan's chest, directly smashing him flying. Lin Lan spurted fresh blood from his mouth wildly, already seriously injured. Eastward country is really a bunch of trash. You can't even treat this bit of injury? Humph! Chang Chongshan said angrily. Similarly, a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse, Lin Lan was not Chang Chongshan's match at all. The disparity was too great. Stop! Chang Chongshan still wanted to attack when Yi Yuan shouted coldly. However, Chang Chongshan treated it as if he did not hear it at all, smacking another palm onto Lin Lan's chest. Chang Chongshan turned to glare at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Lowly ascender, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare ask this envoy to stop? Did this envoy let you come in?" His voice had yet to fade when Chang Chongshan turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Yuan. He was actually going to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes turned dark and his figure swayed, and he actually disappeared. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly had a large hole smashed out, but Yi Yuan already arrived beside the bed. His hand pressed onto the vitals of one of the women, his eyes dark as he said, "I asked you to stop, are you deaf?" Chang Chongshan's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Spatial rule. Fine lad. However, I advise you to let her go. Otherwise, you'll regret being born in this world." Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said coolly, "Apologize." Chang Chongshan was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan said, "I asked you to apologize to Lin Lan. Looks like you're really hard of hearing." Chang Chongshan laughed loudly and said, "You're asking this envoy to apologize to a piece of trash? Who the hell do you think you are? Is that so?" Yi Yuan's hand exerted force. That woman spat out a mouthful of black blood, with a spurt. When Second Prince and the Emperor saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. Damn it! This Yi Yuan was unbelievably inflexible. With this, he offended the envoy badly. Chang Chongshan's expression changed and he said, "Boy, you dare?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Say sorry." Chang Chongshan's eyes wanted to spew fire. He gritted his teeth and said to Lin Lan, "I can apologize, but do you think that you can bear it?" Lin Lan stood up swayingly, his gaze revealing a look of fear, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Master, why don't?" Yi Yuan cut Lin Lan off right away and said, "My Yi Yuan's disciple. There's nothing that can't be shouldered. If you feel that you can't bear it, you can leave right now." Lin Lan's entire body trembled, suddenly recalling back then at the Tang family. This master was that unyielding. "Even if you were the bloody Jade Emperor, you could not deal with my people." A warm current flowed through in Lin Lan's heart. Such a master was worth following. All of a sudden, his gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "You just apologize. This old man can bear it." Chang Chongshan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Good, very good. This envoy wants to see how a trash like you can bear it." "Am sorry," Lin Lan said coolly. "It's fine. Also, I'm not the nation teacher. My master is the nation teacher. I can't save them, but it doesn't mean that my master can't save them." Chang Chongshan's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. When he first saw Lin Lan, he directly overlooked Yi Yuan. How could a middle lesser sublime heaven possibly be the nation teacher? Rubbish. I heard that Eastward's nation teacher is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. How can it possibly be him? Chang Chongshan said in a great rage. Lin Lan said, "More than a year ago, this old man had a wager with Master. In the end, I was completely defeated at his hands. Ever since then, I've respected him as my master. This position of nation teacher is naturally his." 2. Chang Chongshan. 3 people had been busy with the ancient tomb all along, and did not hear that there were actually so many twists and turns. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged a middle lesser sublime. Heaven as master, and he was even an ascender. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and said, "Trash, are you kidding me? That kid is an ascender. So how can he possibly be a heavenly alchemist? In my view, your eastward country is really tired of living from top to bottom." The moment these words came out, the emperor and second prince's countenances suddenly changed. Clearly, Cheng Chongshan was genuinely enraged. "I don't know whether or not they are tired of living, but you're probably tired of living," Yi Yuan said coolly. Cheng Chongshan sneered and said, "Ascender, are you threatening this envoy? Do you know who this envoy is?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who you are has nothing to do with me, but I know that, compared to the two of them, you're in a little more danger. In less than 3 days you'll die beyond a doubt." The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Wildly, Cheng Chongshan's aura was vibrant. He did not have any appearance of being injured or poisoned, so how could he face certain death? Cheng Chongshan laughed loudly and said, "Boy, are you scaring me? Do you think that this envoy is so easy to scare? Moreover, what the hell do you, an ascender, know about alchemy? To dare spout a stream of empty rhetoric here?" Yi Yuan shrugged and did not have the intention of arguing. And right at this time, that woman beside Yi Yuan actually slowly woke up. Cheng Chongshan's expression changed and he was immediately ecstatic. He rushed straight to the bedside and helped the woman up. "Junior apprentice sister Wu Shuang, you're awake. How do you feel?" Cheng Chongshan said agitatedly. Wu Shuang's essence, energy, and spirit was much better than just now. She nodded slightly and said, "Am much better." Cheng Chongshan said with pleasant surprise, "That's good, that's good. Then? Hang on. Your situation was clearly deteriorating nonstop just now. How did you suddenly become much better?" Wu Shuang said weakly, "I don't know either. Just now, the poison energy within my body was already almost attacking my heart. But suddenly a bout of power forced it out. I spat a mouthful of blood and felt much better." Cheng Chongshan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement. It turned out that that threatening earlier was actually treating Wu Shuang. Cheng Chongshan was shocked in his heart. In merely a few short breaths of work just now, Yi Yuan could already control the direction of the poison energy within Wu Shuang's body and force it out of the body. This kind of means was truly fantastical. At this time, his underestimation was long already put away. What replaced it was a hint of solemnness. By the side, Lin Lan, the emperor and second prince, all had shocked faces. This means was truly fantastical. They all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was incredible, but they did not know that Yi Yuan's medical skills were actually so heaven-defying too. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was forcing Cheng Chongshan to give in just now. Who would have expected that he was actually treating Wu Shuang too strong? "Boy, treat junior apprentice sister Wu Shuang well. Your benefits won't be dispensed with," Cheng Chongshan said. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, he still had a lofty and aloof appearance. In his eyes, ascenders were outliers. They not worthy of respect at all. When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyebrows also furrowed. Then he said coolly, "This is your attitude of asking someone for help?" Cheng Chongshan frowned and said, "Why? An ascender like you, this envoy not killing you is already showing grace. What does making you treat a bit count for? In this true yang heavenly domain, without my jade true heavenly sex protection, an ascender like you will find it hard to take a single step." Cheng Chongshan looked down on Yi Yuan's identity as an ascender from the bottom of his heart. Compared to eastward country these people, Cheng Chongshan's feeling of standing high above the masses was even stronger. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Lin Lan, let's go." The emperor's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, Nation teacher, what the envoy said is right. Without the true heavenly sex protection, ascenders will really find it hard to take a single step. In true yang heavenly domain, ascenders are aliens. Only in my remote land of eastward country will there be a little less hostility towards ascenders. You just have to take action and treat the envoys, and they will definitely protect you. Otherwise, once the true heavenly sect is enraged, my eastward country can't protect you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, not that I'm not giving you face. He doesn't need other people's protection and also doesn't like to chase after people to treat their ailments. This Yi isn't so cheap yet. Asking me to see a patient also can show your sincerity. Also, Your Majesty, this Yi only came today on the account of your face. After today, those who want to receive medical help, come to Nation Teacher Manor yourselves. Finished saying, Yi Yuan was about to bring Lin Lan and leave. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Chang Chongshan gave a cold snort, his figure swaying and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even raise his eyebrows and said coolly, Stop posturing here. Save some strength. The faster you move, the faster you'll die. Your time is running out. If you want to live, put aside your baffling sense of superiority. Also, don't block in front of me. If I want to kill someone, you can't stop me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not care about Chang Chongshan's deadpan face at all and walked right past him. Clearly, the threat worked very well. Chow! Kui! Yuan! After Yi Yuan left, Chang Chongshan's angry roar shook until the roof collapsed. He pointed at Xiao Kaiyun's nose and scolded. This is the Nation Teacher that you found? Xiao Kaiyuan, are you rebelling? Just you wait, this envoy will definitely report to the sect after returning to the sect this time and eradicate your eastward country. The emperor and second prince's complexions were ashen, feeling like the sky was about to fall down. Once the envoys were angered, eastward country could not withstand it. This father and son, two people, were like targets for venting, feeling helpless. It was clearly you who postured and were not willing to lower your head. Angering Yi Yuan, you still wanted to frame the charges onto our heads. Who would we go find to reason things out? Both sides were big shots. Both sides could not afford to be provoked. The emperor had an ugly expression as he said, Envoy, please calm your anger. That Yi Yuan is indeed arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. But he has genuine ability too. His means earlier, you saw it too. He said that, Envoy, you have a problem in your body too. Why don't Envoy put aside your ego and request him for medical treatment? Chang Chongshan sneered and said, Hoo-hoo. Can this kind of half-genuine and half-sham trick scare this envoy? This envoy's body, don't I know it myself? With just the likes of him, what can he tell? He naturally did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He felt that he was currently strong as a bull now. He did not listen to Yi Yuan's words at all. He looked at the emperor and said with a cold smile, Xiao Kaiyun, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Within half a day, have that punk get over here and apologize to this envoy. This matter will be left at this. If not, heh. You know the consequence. The emperor's complexion was ashen and could only bring second prince and leave. At Nation Teacher Manor, Xiao Kaiyuan and second prince urged Yi Yuan with earnest words and the best intentions for a long time. But he was unmoved. The two of you don't need to waste your breath anymore. Calculating the time, that cocky envoy should be here, Yi Yuan said smilingly. The father and son, two people, exchanged glances, both revealing disbelieving looks. Nation Teacher, Envoy Chang looks very healthy and doesn't seem like he has a problem at all. Were you mistaken? Xiao Kaiyuan said. His voice had yet to fade when a servant came to report hurriedly. Your Excellency, it's not good. Someone is vomiting blood as he's walking and rushed straight into Nation Teacher Manor. We can't stop him. Xiao Kaiyuan father and son, as well as Lin Lan, trembled all over. This was also foreseeing with too much accuracy, right? Could it be that it was Chang Chongshan who came? Furthermore, Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Chang Chongshan really had a problem. Lin Lan's heart shook wildly. As a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, he actually did not even see any clues. Yi Yuan got up and went out to greet Chao Kaiyuan, and the rest followed out with bellies full of shock. After walking a short distance, they saw Chang Chongshan swaying with every step, vomiting with each step, staggering over here. A foul smell greeted the nose. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he hurriedly flicked his fingers. Repeatedly, an enchantment directly opened up, sealing the road that Chongshan had walked over from. He already poisoned a large swathe coming all the way here. The servants had long already retreated very far away and did not dare to approach. This poison was very strong. All stay further away. Protect your body with divine essence. This poison isn't ordinary, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The others felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly followed suit. Save me. Master Yi, I was wrong. I beg you, save me. Seeing Yi Yuan, Chang Chongshan seemed to have clutched the last life-saving saw, using the last of his strength to shout. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Not putting on your airs as an envoy now? Chang Chongshan said weakly, Master Yi, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Help me. When Chao Kaiyuan saw this scene, he was also frightened badly and hurriedly said, Nation teacher, take it as we are begging you. He can't die in. Eastward. Second prince also said anxiously, Nation teacher, I'm begging you. Yi Yuan was full of unwillingness, but in all fairness, Chao Kaiyuan father and son had treated him with courtesy. Moreover, there was also the Tang family, Lu Yun and Jiang Yu. These relationships. Once the Jade True Heavenly Sect was enraged, it was troublesome too. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and fired out a thin thread, attempting to probe into Chang Chongshan's body. Seeing this scene, Chao Kaiyuan and the rest had ecstatic faces. However, the fine thread had not gotten close to Chang Chongshan yet and was actually burned to a crisp. Furthermore, a cloud of mist actually followed along the thread and crept over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly broke the thread off. Yi Yuan frowned and said, This poison is very troublesome. Chao Kaiyuan said in surprise, Doesn't Nation teacher recognize this poison? Then how did you tell that there was something wrong with Chang Chongshan's body? Yi Yuan said, I guess it. I only saw that there was a very formidable poison hidden in his body about to erupt. But I also didn't expect that this poison would actually be so strong. According to this kind of toxicity, he probably can't last past 2 hours. I just ascended not long and don't understand grand. Bright jade complete heaven's poisons. It's a little troublesome to save him. Everyone had shocked faces. To actually be able to discern with one look how terrifying his skill must be. However, Chao Kaiyuan discerned it. Yi Yuan said that it was troublesome, not hopeless. Nation teacher, he can't die. As long as Nation teacher can save him, our Chao family will follow Nation teacher for directions. Chao Kaiyuan said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, All of you step back a little. Everyone was uncertain what it meant and retreated to a further place. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and walked over toward Chang Chongshan, who was already in a coma. Then, he actually reached his hand out toward the blood spot that Chang Chongshan vomited. When everyone saw the situation, they turned pale with fright. Master, you mustn't.
Lin Lang Lim.
Nation teacher, Chao Kaiyuan father and son said in surprise. A little bit of black blood stained on Yi Yuan's hand. Practically instantly, that drop of black blood disappeared, fusing into the skin. Yi Yuan's expression changed abruptly, hurriedly sitting cross-legged and revolving his skill. The toxin was like a cluster of flames, instantly invading Yi Yuan's meridians. The toxicity far surpassed any poison that Yi Yuan had ever seen before. With regards to the 33 heavens poisons, Yi Yuan had never dabbled in them before. But Yi Yuan was not just the ancestor of alchemy. He was also the ancestor of using poison. Otherwise, he also would not have poisoned 100,000 celestial deity powerhouses to death back then. In order to study the poison path, Yi Yuan had once tested poison with his body countless times. Yi Yuan had long already formed his own set of methods to deal with toxins. The toxins that he introduced were very precise, not much but sufficient to be fatal. Yi Yuan wanted to use his body to feel this toxin and find a way to cure the poison from there. Very soon, a pitch-black color appeared on his face. Even his lips turned purplish black. The symptoms were the same as Cheng Chongshan's. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. What exactly is Nation Teacher trying to do? Isn't this tantamount to suiciding? Qiao Kaiyuan said nervously. Lin Lan said in a solemn voice, Master is testing the poison with his body. This is a method to understand toxins. It's just that there are extremely few people who dare to use it, because a single misstep and it's the outcome of death. Furthermore, this poison is extremely powerful. Master, he is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Black gas steamed up from Yi Yuan's body. The terrifying poison gas horrified people at the sight of it. Tang Yu's expression was ugly as he said, to be able to render a greater sublime heaven powerhouse without the slightest power to resist the damage of this poison to lesser sublime heavenly stratums can be imagined. What's Big Brother trying to do? Seeing Yi Yuan's appalling appearance, the people in the Nation Teacher manor were all terrified. They thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But very soon, the black fog around Yi Yuan gradually became thin. The black gas on Yi Yuan's body also gradually faded away. Finally, Yi Yuan recovered to his original appearance again. Everyone had blank faces, shocked, speechless. A deadly poison capable of killing a greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Nation Teacher was actually safe and sound? He's actually fine already? Lin Lan said with a dull expression. When Tang Yu saw this scene, he was beside himself with joy. But hearing Lin Lan's words, he frowned and said, Why? You hope that something happens to Big Brother so that you can become Nation Teacher again. Lin Lan shook his head and said, You don't know the danger in this. This poison is extremely hidden. Martial artists can't detect it at all in the early stages. But once it erupts, if I didn't guess wrongly, it can probably poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. For lesser, sublime heavenly stratums, forget about testing the poison with their own bodies. They would practically die upon contact. Master's means can be rated as heaven-defying. When Tang Yu heard, he also opened his mouth wide, a look of shock on his face. His Big Brother's means, all of them were truly inconceivable. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was absolutely a supreme-level powerhouse. To eastward country, if a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse came over, annihilating a country was normal too. This poison could poison such a powerhouse, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan. It could be seen how terrifying his means were. Qiao Kaiyuan had a look of shock as he said, Is Nation Teacher really an ascender? We have lived to this ripe old age and haven't seen such a heaven-defying ascender before. Lin Lan smiled bitterly and said, If Master isn't an ascender, curing this poison would likely be like eating rice and drinking water. If my conjecture is right, Master testing poison with his own body has likely already been run of the mill long ago. Not only is he an alchemy expert, but he is also a poison path grandmaster. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, his figure staggering a little. This poison was indeed powerful. Even if he forced the toxin out of his body, he could not quite bear it too. However, Cheng Chongshan's aura was getting weaker and weaker. It could not be delayed anymore. Yi Yuan used his fingers as a sword. One stream of sword energy after another fired into Cheng Chongshan's body. replacing needles with swords. Sword energy and the poison energy carried out a cruel to the extreme slaughter within Chang Chongshan's body. The poison energy was too strong, Yi Yuan's sword energy was too weak, melting upon contact. But Yi Yuan already tested the poison with his own body and already had a direct understanding of the trajectory path and prowess of this poison. Hence, that was why he dared to apply the needles. With a definite object in view, no matter how strong the toxicity, it was not a match to. The poison gas was forced out of the body bit by bit. Suddenly, Chang Chongshan's fingers moved slightly. Revolve your divine essence and follow the direction of my sword energy to assault. Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Chang Chongshan's whole body shook, feeling one surging ray of sword energy after another rushing without restraint within his body. And the toxins within his body were actually cut down by a lot. Chang Chongshan did not dare to be neglectful, hurriedly revolving divine essence. Two mighty forces gathered together. The toxin was immediately like water that breached the banks, fleeing in defeat. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan slumped to the ground. But Chang Chongshan was radiating with vigor anew. The poison in his body was already pretty much all healed up. Nation Teacher Manor was dwelling upon this with great relish. Nation Teacher is truly a miracle hand. This kind of strange poison, he actually cured it. Didn't you hear the former Nation Teacher? That poison can even poison limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses to death. Our Nation Teacher is only lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and he can actually test the poison with his own body. Truly incredible. TSK? Really feel honored to be working in the Nation Teacher Manor. With Nation Teacher around, it will be hard to die even if you wanted to. With regards to Yi Yuan's means, everyone was incredibly amazed. Barring no accidents, today's matter would spread throughout the entire Imperial City very soon. The prestige of the Nation Teacher Manor would also be like the noonday sun. Lin Lan, dispose of the toxin, be careful, Yi Yuan said weakly. Chang Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan, his expression a little awkward. This poison attacked too suddenly and too fiercely. He did not even have time to resist, and his entire person crumbled. He thought that he was dead for sure, did not expect that he was actually saved. This ascender's methods were simply inconceivable. Chang Chongshan was deeply aware of this poison's prowess. Even those elders in the sect might not be able to resolve it too. This puny little ascender actually cured it. Thinking about how he was posturing in front of Yi Yuan previously, vowing solemnly that Yi Yuan was scaring him, he really wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. However, Chang Chongshan was very displeased in his heart. Having his face slapped like this by an ascender, he felt that his dignity was seriously challenged. The looks around him seemed so piercing. An ant should have treated him properly to begin with. Now, it actually caused him to almost die. People were this strange sometimes. It was clearly you who helped him, but he felt that you did wrong. You even had to beg to help him. But Chang Chongshan was not a fool. It was impossible for him to fall out at this time. Wu Shuang and his junior apprentice brother still had to rely on Yi Yuan to do the treatments. A man under low eaves had no choice but to lower his head. Several years were required to go from eastward country to J-True Heavenly Sect. It was hard for distant water to quench one's current thirst. If they were to return to the sect, Wu Shuang would have long died completely. Brother Yi, it was this Chang who was rash this time. This life-saving grace. This Chang will bear it in mind, and will definitely repay it. Chang Chongshan clasped his hands and said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, if you want to thank His Majesty. With your attitude previously, it's impossible for me to save you. It was him who begged me bitterly to save you. Chang Chongshan had an awkward look and said with a smile, no matter what, Brother Yi acting to save this Chang is a fact. This favor this Chang has remembered it. As for Eastward Royal Family, this Chang will naturally repay generously. Humph, this cocky fellow was really like a rock in the toilet. stinky and hard. If not for junior apprentice sister, did you think that I would be so humble and submissive towards you? After junior apprentice sister is well, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Do you think that you can be invincible under the heavens if you know spatial rule? Too naive. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Leave. My divine essence is depleted and have to go into closed seclusion." The moment Chang Chongshan saw this, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, this Cheng's junior apprentice sister is still poisoned." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I am this stubborn. If you talk to me nicely, everything can be discussed. But I gave you the chance. Want me to save them also can. Bring out your sincerity." Finished speaking, he turned right around and left, leaving behind everyone with awkward faces. Chang Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan's back view, his gaze like a knife, almost wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this remote hinterland, he was actually being humiliated by an ascender. Like so, if he did not avenge this enmity, where would his face go? Xiao Kaiyuan was silent like a cicada in winter by the side, not daring to make a sound at all. "Lord Envoy, we've investigated Deacon Jun's matter for many years and didn't find any leads either. But Yu Qin found a trace of a clue recently," eldest prince said. "Oh? Speak," Chang Chongshan said with a frown. "Yu Qin feels that Deacon Jun very likely died at Yi Yuan's hands." Eldest prince's words were shocking. Chang Chongshan was greatly interested and said, "What does this mean?" Eldest prince said, "When Deacon Jun died, it was precisely when Yi Yuan ascended. Furthermore, he ascended from Inklight Forest. Yu Qin knows that. These words are somewhat fantastical, but Yi Yuan, this person, has too many mysteries to begin with. Ever since coming to Eastward Country, he has done too many impossible things. If Deacon Jun was careless, dying at his hands is also not something impossible." Chang Chongshan revealed a pondering look and fell silent. Eastward's general situation had settled, but Xiao Yuqin's heart was not dead. He had the intention of curry favor with Chang Chongshan, but these people's minds were not on this at all. Their movements and traces were elusive and secretive. Eldest prince had long already investigated Yi Yuan inside out and already knew everything about the events after Yi Yuan ascended like the back of his hand. He discovered a coincidence that made him wildly ecstatic. That was that Jun Tian's death just happened to coincide with the time Yi Yuan ascended. Hence, he wanted to speak to Chang Chongshan, wanting to borrow Chang Chongshan's hand to take Yi Yuan down. As long as Yi Yuan fell, his chance would come. However, Chang Chongshan and company went deep into the ancient tomb and only returned recently. Who would have expected that after the few people came back, they would be injured and poisoned? Let alone did he expect that a conflict actually happened between Yi Yuan and the envoy. Eldest prince felt that this was simply a godsend opportunity. As long as he informed Chang Chongshan about this matter, there was no need for him to say anything at all. Chang Chongshan would also help me remove this obstacle. To Chang Chongshan, whoever killed Jun Tian was not important. What was important was that there was an explanation to the sect. Of course, not anyone had this qualification to be the sacrificial lamb. Anyhow, capturing a random person back, how could the sect possibly believe that this was the murderer? Saying it out, it would be hard to convince the public too. Previously, the most suitable one was naturally Eastward Emperor. But now it was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's prestige in Eastward was too high. It was even higher than the Emperor's. If he became the murderer and Chang Chongshan killed Yi Yuan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, it could naturally deter the frontiers. Even a coincidence was also not as coincidental as this. As for whether or not Yi Yuan was really the murderer, it was not important at all. Very soon, Chang Chongshan figured out the crux involved, a hint of a smile revealing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at eldest prince and said smilingly, "Xiao Yuqin, you're very smart, and know what this envoy needs. This news of yours is indeed very useful to this envoy. What you want, this envoy will give to you too. But what should be done in the future, it shouldn't need me to say anymore, right? The moment Xiao Yuqin heard, he was overjoyed. He prostrated on the ground and said, Yuqin is envoy's man in the future. I'll dash my brains on the ground and lay down my life if need be. Chang Chongshan said, however, this boy is adept in spatial rule. His movement technique is extremely strange. He is not easy to deal with. Send a message back to the sect and request the sect to send experts over to capture this guy. As for this period of time, lay low for me. Xiao Yuqin was wildly elated and hurriedly said, Envoy, rest assured, Yuqin will definitely act in a low-profile manner. On this day, Chang Chongshan brought his junior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister and carried a large number of gifts, and arrived at Nation Teacher Manor. Along the way it caused a great sensation. People naturally did not know that Chang Chongshan and Yi Yuan were on bad terms. They just knew that Yi Yuan was Eastward's nation teacher. Even J-True Heavenly Sect's envoy had to visit in person and seek medical treatment from nation teacher. This was too impressive. TSK. Our Eastward country is really impressive this time. Even the envoy has to pay a visit for medical treatment. I heard that the few envoys are very arrogant. Even the emperor has to be cautious when he sees them. But in front of nation teacher they still have to put aside their ego. On that day, Envoy Chang was inflicted with a fierce poisoning hundreds of people along the way. In the end, it was still nation teacher, whose miraculous skill restored life, curing him. The residents of the impressive, awesome all felt proud when they saw their own nation teacher's awesomeness. Furthermore, ever since Yi Yuan took office as the nation teacher Manor's door had changed from the cold pride in the past and had become closer to the people. Anyone who was sick or had a disaster could come for consultation. Of course, the vast majority of the illnesses did not reach Yi Yuan here. There was naturally Lin Lan, Jiang Yu, and the Tang family managing it. But there were also some troublesome issues that Yi Yuan personally took action to resolve. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan had not served as the nation teacher for a long time, he was very much loved and respected among the people. When Chang Chongshan saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and clasped his hands as he said, Brother Yi, do you think this Cheng's sincerity this time is sufficient? Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi doesn't care about this undeserved reputation. Is there anything practical? Chang Chongshan had a smile hanging on his face but had immense hatred in his heart. But he also knew that not taking something out this time he could not pass this hurdle. Feeling helpless, he took out a few jade slips and passed them to Yi Yuan with both hands, saying, These few jade slips were obtained by this Chang in the ancient tomb this time. They were hidden in a secret place. This Chang almost lost my life on the spot in order to obtain them. It's just that there are extremely powerful restrictions on the jade slips. This Chang can't crack it either. But I think that they should be extremely valuable things. Yi Yuan received the jade slips and sunk his divine sense into it. Sure enough, it was blocked by a vast force. This restriction power was extremely strong, being unfathomable. Most likely, the information inside was extremely important. Yi Yuan naturally knew Chang Chongshan's thoughts. The things were good things, but one could not open them. So what was the use? These few pieces of jade slips? Chang Chongshan must have tried all kinds of methods already and still could not open them. Those that he could open, he definitely would not take them out either. Hence, might as well do a convenient favor and give it to Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan had another idea. The restrictions in the jade slips were a treasure to Yi Yuan. As long as he could study them thoroughly, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments would definitely be able to go up a level. And Yi Yuan was even more interested in the things hidden inside. Yi Yuan was very satisfied with this gift. Could be said that everyone was happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Chang is thoughtful. This Yi likes this gift very much. Chang Chongshan smiled and said, "Good that brother Yi likes it," but he sneered endlessly in his heart. This restriction was laid down by a Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse. It was absolutely a grade 4 restriction. Just based on him, a lesser sublime Heavenly Stratum he also wanted to open. Forget about Yi Yuan, even the elders in the sect most likely would not open it too. Moreover, take 10,000 steps back and say that even if he could open it, it would be hard to escape death too. Accepting the gifts, Yi Yuan naturally had to work. Wu Shuang's poison looked formidable, but actually it was not considered very strong. At least that was the case for Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan took action, it was naturally accomplished with ease. As for Chang Chongshan's junior apprentice brother's injuries, that was even less of a problem. There were a total of 3 jade slips given by Chang Chongshan. Yi Yuan played with one of the jade slips and said with a smile, "Chang Chongshan thought that I can't access the jade slips. That's why he would give them to me with peace of mind. It's just a pity that he miscalculated. Although this restriction is powerful, as long as I comprehend a part of it, I'll be able to pry into the mysteries." What Yi Yuan was thinking of was not to crack the restrictions at all but to comprehend these restrictions. The difficulty of the two naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. The restrictions in the jade slips were extremely exquisite, far surpassing Yi Yuan's current understanding. Furthermore, he discovered that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's restriction technique was vastly different from his own formation Dao. Noting many ingenious aspects, Yi Yuan never even thought of it before in the past. These restrictions completely opened up another door for Yi Yuan. A new world unfolded before his eyes. Only then did Yi Yuan know that he underestimated the heroes of the world. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was a world that was composed entirely of rules. Everything here completely surpassed a plane like the Heavenspan world. The more Yi Yuan studied these restrictions, the more he felt that they were unfathomable. He had a feeling of being a skilled master who accidentally obtained a heavenly work of literature. These restrictions were like nature itself, as if they were there originally. Suddenly, one day, the power of rule descended upon Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that my alchemy Dao rule hasn't reached grand completion yet, and then it's my formation Dao rule that reached grand completion first. This senior's formation Dao attainments are extremely insightful. He must have been an astonishingly talented major character when he was alive. It's just a pity that he fell in Inklight Forest." Yi Yuan would never copy blindly when he gained enlightenment on Dao. He extracted the essence of these restrictions, removed the dregs, and integrated it into his own formation Dao. These few years, Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he already cultivated the first level of formation Dao rule to the realm of grand completion. Putting aside the contents inside these jade slips, just talking about this restriction, got to admit that Chang Chongshan gave him a big gift. Yi Yuan picked up a jade slip and proved his divine sense inside. Information flooded into his mind. Poison Sutra. What was recorded inside this jade slip was actually the method of using poison. Inside the jade slip, a variety of poisons and the methods were recorded. The poisons were very bizarre. Even Yi Yuan, this poison-using expert, also could not help but be lost in wonder. It turns out that the poison Chang Chongshan was inflicted by is called Silent Rupture, which is very fitting. This poison, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses can't block it. However, Chang Chongshan probably doesn't know that this poison wasn't purged cleanly. It's just incubating again. That's all, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Not that Yi Yuan did it on purpose, but that his cultivation realm was indeed too low, and Chang Chongshan was poisoned too deeply. It was just that Yi Yuan did not have a need to tell him these. He knew that Chang Chongshan would still deal with him, just take it as leaving a card up his sleeves. The other 2 pieces of jade slips also made Yi Yuan extremely excited. One of the pieces recorded the medicinal properties and growth habits of thousands of heavenly medicines, as well as dozens of precious pill formulas and alchemy experiences. A jade slip that was sealed up so solemnly, they were naturally not ordinary pill formulas. Furthermore, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The portion that was hidden by the restrictions was the essence. This jade slip was simply a precious treasure to Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's alchemy path system was not of the same lineage as the Heavenspan world, but much more complex and massive. Although Yi Yuan cultivated basic heavenly pills to the realm of grand completion, there was still a huge gap away from first-level grand completion. The heavenly pills that he cultivated were actually just in order to lay the foundation for the Jasper regeneration pill. It was a kind of cultivation, but actually, how could basic heavenly pills be just 20 over kinds? The burden was heavy and the path was long, but this jade slip could give Yi Yuan immense reference value and could save him a lot of detours. As for the last jade slip, there were several cultivation methods and martial techniques recorded on it. These 3 jade slips could be said to be 3 treasure vaults. Most likely, they were the cultivation experiences and legacy of the ancient Tombs master. Chang Chongshan gave it to him just like that. Yi Yuan thought about it and decided to study the Poison Sutra first. Chang Chongshan definitely would not let him off easily. If he grasped the Poison Sutra, it could tend to achieve unexpected results. Yi Yuan's current strength was too weak. The Heavenspan mountain could not see the light too. He naturally had to take extreme measures to protect himself. He was the ancestor of using poison in the first place. He naturally would not be unfamiliar with this way. Learning it would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the various poisons recorded in the Poison Sutra, as well as the methods and techniques of poisoning, they were incomparably miraculous. Yuan benefited endlessly too. Senior apprentice brother Zhao. I didn't expect that the sect actually sent you here. Seeing the expert that the sect sent, Chang Chongshan could not help being overjoyed. Zhao Kuan was among the top 10 intersex disciples of the Jade True Heavenly sect. His strength could virtually instantly kill Chang Chongshan. Furthermore, Zhao Kuan's most daunting aspect was his movement technique. With him taking action, was he still scared of Yi Yuan running? Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort and said, "You actually can't even take care of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum ascender. You're really a piece of trash." In front of Zhao Kuan, Chang Chongshan put away all of his pride and said with a fawning smile, "What senior apprentice brother Zhao says is right. Junior apprentice brother who is incompetent. It's just that the boy is proficient in spatial rule, which is very troublesome. Of course, I also won't trouble senior apprentice brother Zhao to labor in vain. This is a little show of appreciation. Senior apprentice brother Zhao, please accept it." Zhao Kuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in surprise, "Bright fall feather, transforming heavenly pill." Chang Chongshan smiled and said, "Precisely so. This younger brother found an ancient tomb in eastward country in recent years and occasionally had gains inside. This heavenly pill is to show filial respect for senior apprentice brother." Zhao Kuan's 2 eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "What you obtained shouldn't be just one heavenly pill, right?" Chang Chongshan had an awkward look as he said, "Senior apprentice brother is smart. The treasures obtained this time, the most important ones should be the few pieces of jade slips. It's just that they are currently in Yi Yuan's hands." Finished saying, Zhao Kuan briefly recounted what had happened before. Of course, out of his mouth, Yi Yuan naturally became the big villain, threatening with treating the poison, forcing him to hand over the jade slips. After Zhao Kuan heard, he snorted coldly and said, "What a useless trash. My Jade True Heavenly Sect's face has been utterly lost by you." Chang Chongshan was helpless and could only repeatedly say yes. If not for being compelled against his will, he also would not have had the sect send someone over. But since he came, the benefits that he obtained in the ancient tombs naturally had to be shared with the other party. but borrowing Zhao Kuan's hands to get rid of Yi Yuan was also worth it. However, a mere ascender can actually resolve this kind of strange poison. He has quite the skill. Chung Chongshan want me to take action, can. But you have to take out another 5 Brightfall Feather transforming heavenly pills, or equivalent heavenly pills. Additionally, I want those few jade slips too, Zhao Kuan said. Chung Chongshan grimaced and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. In reality, he was delighted in his heart. The gains in the ancient tomb this time far exceeded imagination. Merely 5 heavenly pills, it was still within the scope that he could bear. Of course, these could not be expressed. Instead, he had to feign a pained appearance. Lead the way. I want to see whether or not this ascender has supernatural powers, Zhao Kuan said coolly. Big brother, things are bad. Things are bad. The experts in the royal palace have all moved out and surrounded Nation Teacher Manor. Eldest prince is currently clamoring outside, asking you to go out and die. Tang Yu ran over, with a panicky look, shouting at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan walked out of the secret chamber and said coolly, "Oh? What's going on?" Tang Yu said in a panic, It's the Lord Envoy." Eldest prince borrowed Lord Envoy's strength and launched a coup d'etat. Right now, eldest prince has controlled the royal palace and sent out all of the powerhouses surrounding Nation Teacher Manor until not even water can seep through. Yi Yuan did not reveal a look of surprise and said, "So that's how it is. Since Chung Chongshan has made a move, then is it that reinforcement has arrived?" Tang Yu was stunned and said, "How did you know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With Chung Chongshan's personality, if he had confidence in killing me, he wouldn't have waited until today. The reason why he kept maintaining a decent relationship with me, isn't it for the sake of waiting for reinforcements?" Tang Yu said in surprise, "Since Big Brother knows that he's going to harm you, why didn't you leave earlier?" The one he invited this time is Jade True. Heavenly Sex Intersect Rankings Top 10. Zhao Kuan. His strength is extremely formidable. Most likely, it's to target you, Big Brother. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "If I leave, you'll be dead for sure. Your Tang family, including second prince, none will be able to survive." Tang Yu was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually stayed for their sakes. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Tears almost burst out. Following such a big brother was really great. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Big brother, there are too many experts outside. Even if your movement technique is incredible, it's likely hard to escape too. Have Master Lin protect you and charge out from the side door. I'll cover the rear." "Pa!" Yi Yuan directly gave him a slap and scolded with a laugh. "Cover your ass. Your bit of strength isn't even enough to fill the crevices between Chung Chongshan's teeth, and yet still want to cover the rear. Come, go out and take a look." Finished speaking, he walked straight towards the door. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, eldest prince immediately went up to welcome, and said smugly, "Yi Yuan, you're done here. Surrender obediently without resistance, otherwise the entire Nation Teacher Manor will have to be buried in death with you today." "Pa!" Only to see a figure sway, eldest prince directly flew out. "Who the hell do you think you are? Is there the right for you to speak here?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully. The royal palace's experts had blank faces. This guy was too arrogant. Already reaching this situation, he actually still dared to make a move first. Zhao Kuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo. Got some character. Brat, heard that you ascended from Inklight Forest. Jun Tian was killed by you, right?" Yi Yuan ignored him and said to Chung Chongshan, "Chung Chongshan, you guys are treating your savior like this." Zhao Kuan's face instantly turned black. Freaking hell. Got ignored. Could it be that this boy was blind? Couldn't he tell that he was the biggest one standing in the middle? Chung Chongshan sneered and said, "Savior? Heh. The entire eastward country under my Jade True heavenly sex rule. Eastward Emperor's life, my Jade true heavenly sect can decide it with one word. You a mere Eastwards nation teacher. Shouldn't saving the envoy be your duty? Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod. So that's how it is. Then what are you besieging my nation teacher manor this time for? Zhao Kuan had a black face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you deaf? I'm asking you whether it was you who killed Jun Tian. Yi Yuan looked at Chang Chongshan and still smiled as he said, Chang Chongshan, you should know that you can't kill me. Ignored again. Chang Chongshan was awkward to the extreme by the side. This guy definitely did it on purpose. The others were also silent like cicadas in winter. Zhao Kuan's fury had practically already burned throughout the entire nation. Teacher manor. Everyone could clearly feel his wrath. Everyone knew that Zhao Kuan was the person in charge here. Yet Yi Yuan completely ignored him and kept on conversing with Chang Chongshan. This ignorant attitude was simply superb. Hoo-hoo! Boy, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Zhao Kuan took a step out. The aura on his body instantly rose to the peak. The faces of everyone present suddenly changed. Upper greater sublime heaven. Such an existence was virtually invincible in Eastward country. When Chang Chongshan saw Zhao Kuan fly off the handle, he smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, I can't kill you, but senior apprentice brother Zhao can kill. You like killing a dog. You really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to dare provoke him. Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said smilingly, Chang Chongshan, you seem to be very pleased with yourself. But do you know that the poison in your body hasn't been completely cured? If I'm killed, even immortals will find it hard to save you too. I dare to bet that no one in your Jade True Heavenly Sect can cure the poison of silent rupture. Chang Chongshan's expression changed wildly, but he immediately sneered and said, Boy, who are you scaring? The poison in my body isn't cured, don't I know it myself? My strength has long already recovered to the peak and even faintly shows signs of breaking through. Yi Yuan revealed a look of sudden realization and said with a smile that was not a smile. Oh? You know again. This smile was like carefully concealing a secret. When Chang Chongshan saw it, he could not help feeling uncertain in his heart. He suddenly remembered how Yi Yuan said that he was poisoned back then. At that time, he did not believe it either. As a result, he almost died. Yi Yuan's smile clearly pointed at something. He said in a solemn voice, What do you mean? Could it be that you did something to my body back then? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, The poison you're inflicted with is called silent rupture. This poison is invisible and colorless. Can incubate in the body for a long time, but once it erupts, it's incomparably violent. Even lesser sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses will find it hard to escape death too. On that day I had indeed forced out all the toxins in your body, but that can only treat the symptoms and not cure the root cause. There's still a small part of the toxin that's hidden in your body. It might erupt again at any time. Chang Chongshan's legs turned soft when he heard it, almost falling to the ground. Didn't that mean that a time bomb was placed in his body? Humph! How can you, an ant who just ascended, possibly know such a high level? Poison? Want to come up with a lie to bluff me? Do you think that I'm so gullible? Chang Chongshan said threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This still have to thank you. If not for the jade slips that you gave me, I naturally wouldn't know these. But now I know. The moment these words came out, Chang Chongshan and Zhao Kuan trembled all over at the same time, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Why you cracked the jade slip's restrictions? That's impossible. Boy, do you take me to be dumb? Chang Chongshan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kuan converged his aura and suddenly said, Junior apprentice brother, when you got poisoned, did you feel like there was a volcano erupting within your body, every pore in your body from head to toe seeming like it's rupturing? No matter how you revolve your divine essence, it would be instantly burned by the poison energy. Chang Chongshan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment, and he cried out in surprise, Senior apprentice brother. How did you know? Zhao Kun took a deep breath and said, Sure enough, I think that he shouldn't be bluffing you. This poison is indeed called silent rupture. Furthermore, this poison has no cure. Thud, thud, thud. Chang Chongshan took several steps back in a row, his face blank. Senior apprentice brother. You aren't joking, right? Chang Chongshan forced a smile as he said. But Zhao Kun shook his head and said, Not joking. I've seen before records in the sect's ancient books. This is the unique poison of Zhong Jianqiu, who was once known as the 5 great heavenly regions #1 Jade Sovereign. Heaven. Those who get poisoned by it have no chance. Silent rupture, if it's in the incubation period, it can still be suppressed through medicine. But once it erupts under Jade Sovereign, heaven will definitely die without a doubt. It seems that the ancient tomb you discovered might be his place of demise. Talking until here, a hint of greed flashed across in Zhao Kun's eyes. Zhong Jianqiu had once been famous across the 5 great heavenly regions, known as Jade Sovereign Heaven's #1 person. How could such an existence be of the common sort? The legacy that he left behind was definitely a priceless treasure. Chang Chongshan, this fool, actually gave it to Yi Yuan with both hands. However, there was no harm either. Since he came, he could naturally get it back from his hands. Chang Chongshan had a panicky look and muttered under his breath, Impossible!
Impossible.
I clearly can't detect any poison at all. Zhao Kun said, This is also this poison's formidable aspect. It's completely undetectable in its incubation period. But once it erupts, even immortals will find it hard to save. Talking up to here, Zhao Kun could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. Silent rupture's poison could be said to make people tremble with fear when they hear it. Yi Yuan could actually completely suppress it when it erupted. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. One had to know this was an incurable poison. At this time, Chang Chongshan's lover, Wu Shuang, became anxious. She begged Zhao Kun and said, Senior apprentice brother Zhao, I beg you, you must save Senior apprentice brother Chang. Zhao Kun smiled and said, Want me to take action? Of course you can too. But 70% of the treasures of your trip will belong to me. Furthermore, I get to pick. Chang Chongshan's expression changed and he said, Senior apprentice brother Zhao, this is too overboard, right? Zhao Kun said coolly, Compared to your life, it's not considered overboard. If you weren't poisoned, I naturally wouldn't have made this demand either. But since you have to turn to me for help, then you naturally have to pay the price. Everyone came out to make a living, nobody was a fool. How could the exalted #1 Jade Sovereign Heaven's tomb possibly only have a mere 5 heavenly pills? It was just that, within the same sect, it was not good to go too overboard. For some things. After all, Chang Chongshan informed the sect about this matter. If Chang Chongshan died bizarrely, the sect would definitely have to look into. But since Chang Chongshan begged him, that was different. Chang Chongshan's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and said, Okay, as long as Senior apprentice brother takes action, I'll give Senior apprentice brother 70%. Zhao Kun smiled slightly and said with a nod, Okay. Swear the origin divinity. Heavenly curse then. Wait, it doesn't seem like you guys have the final say as to whether to cure the poison or not, right? Shouldn't you all ask for my opinion?
Yi Yuan
Suddenly interrupted. This senior apprentice brother, few people, negotiating terms back and forth, directly put Yi Yuan, this person curing the poison, to one side. Chang Chongshan's so-called taking action was naturally having Zhao Kun take Yi Yuan down and forcing Yi Yuan to cure the poison. He had long expected Chang Chongshan and Zhao Kun's attitude. What disappointed him was that even Wu Shuang also turned a deaf ear to him, this savior. Chang Chongshan was poisoned, She did not beg to him but went to beg to Zhao Kun instead. Clearly, she did not take his life or death to heart. Or should he say she never cared about what he thought at all? Truly laughable. These few people were really a real-life version of the story, the farmer and the viper making people's hearts go cold. 1. Regardless of Yi Yuan's attitude, he saved the three people's 3 lives. This was a fact. But these senior apprentice brother 3 people, not a single one was actually grateful to him. The disciples that came out of Jade True Heavenly Sect really let Yi Yuan broaden his knowledge. Zhao Kun swept a glance at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, and ask you to do what you just have to do accordingly. What's the use of asking for your opinion? I know that you're skilled in spatial rule, but in front of me, any of your means is futile. Of course, if you put up a stubborn resistance, I have 1,000 ways to make you submit obediently. Almost forgot. You were provoking me earlier, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, what did you say? A dog is barking. I can't understand. Hiss. Yi Yuan's provocation made everyone's scalps tingle. Nation teacher's gall was also too fat. Already at this point, he was actually still so unyielding, wasn't this? Looking for abuse? Sure enough, Zhao Kun's gaze turned sharp and he said with a cold smile, very good. Looks like you're really courting death. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. The moment Zhao Kun's imposing aura released, the powerful pressure crushed everyone once more. He looked at Yi Yuan and said, you probably don't know that I'm famous for my movement technique in Jade True Heavenly Sect. You still want to show off in front of me with your little tricks? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Zhao Kun was triggered by Yi Yuan's smile. Snorting coldly, his figure instantly disappeared.
Vanished.
Not vanished, it's too fast. Fast until we can't see. This is also too heaven-defying, well-deserving of being Jade True Heavenly
Sect's inner disciple.
Zhao Kun's figure disappeared, immediately attracting a burst of exclamations. Such a strange movement technique they had really never seen before. Cheng Chongshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, foolish thing, senior apprentice brother Zhao cultivated the sect's celestial immortal deceptive steps to an extremely profound realm. Even top 10 powerhouses have a big headache when they clash with him. But right then, Yi Yuan suddenly scattered a handful of light yellow powder into the air. The moment the powder appeared, it scattered in the wind. When Cheng Chongshan saw, he laughed even harder and said, ha ha ha. You aren't a fool, right? Just based on this pile of powder you want to deal with. Senior apprentice brother Zhao.
Yong.
His voice had yet to fade when a figure suddenly fell from the air. Zhao Kun's body fell to the ground heavily, twitching endlessly. At this time, Zhao Kun's face was contorted, like he was suffering from epilepsy, his mouth and eyes askew, twitching on the ground non-stop. Cheng Chongshan's eyeballs were almost popping out. Everyone present had blank faces. What happened? A moment ago, Zhao Kun had an unstoppable momentum, as if nobody on earth could beat him. In the next second, he was actually spasming.
Spasm, engineer.
An upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse was actually spasming. What the hell did you do to senior apprentice brother Zhao? Cheng Chongshan said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already said. I opened the jade slips, restrictions and learned some things from there and refined this thing. This thing is called Windward Topple. You should have heard of it before, right? Cheng Chongshan's expression changed wildly and he cried out in shock.
Windward Topple.
You actually learned Windward Topple. Damn it. Then aren't we? His voice had yet to fade when Cheng Chongshan's mouth and eyes and went askew. His entire person suddenly started convulsing. With a thud, he fell to the ground.
Yong.
One powerhouse after another directly fell down, twitching on the ground. Tang Yu and the rest were dumbfounded by it. The sight of several hundred people toppling to the ground at the same time, eyes showing whites and twitching on the ground, was really too spectacular. Big brother. You're really too incredible. What on earth is this windward? Topple? Why is it so powerful? Tang Yu raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Looking at the seemingly dead bodies all over the floor, Tang Yu had some lingering fear in his heart. The scene previously was really too deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan scattered a handful of powder just like that and put down several hundred powerhouses. Even a powerhouse like Zhao Kuan actually could not resist it either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Windward topple is a kind of powerful anesthetic. Won't scatter when the wind blows and won't become disorderly with a palm strike. But one will topple upon contact, unless you prepare the antidote in advance. Otherwise, it's incurable under limitless sublime heavenly stratum." When Tang Yu heard, he could not help being tongue-tied. This thing was also too freakish. But you paralyzed them. How will this mess be cleaned up? If the J-True heavenly sect knows, they will definitely destroy eastward country. Tang Yu said with a frown. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have my own ways." As he said, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle again and waved it under the noses of Zhao Kuan and co. Roughly an hour later, Zhao Kuan slowly recovered, and his twitching also became sporadic. But the occasional twitch still made people simmer with laughter. "P-Punk, you? Ugh. Dare to make a move against me? Ugh. You're dead. For sure." Zhao Kuan threatened Yi Yuan as he twitched. J-True Heavenly Sect's disciples were rampant because their sect was strong. Just with Jun Tian dying, the J-True Heavenly Sect was indifferent about it. But Zhao Kuan dying was different. Zhao Kuan was one of the inner sect's top 10 disciples with a promising future. If he died in eastward country, J-True Heavenly Sect would definitely send down its wrath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A captive? Can you stop posturing to me, or not?" "Oh? Forgot to tell you. What I let you smell earlier was called seven soul recall. This poison, I believe that with senior apprentice brother Zhao's extensive knowledge and wide experiences, you should have heard of it before, right?" Hearing this name, Zhao Kuan could not resist twitching. This time he was frightened into twitching. 7 soul recall was unbelievably vicious. Once the poison erupted, one would be forcibly tormented for 7 by 7, 49 days before they kicked the bucket. In these 49 days, each day would be more miserable than the last. Ordinary people could not endure until the 10th day at all and would commit suicide. And this poison was precisely another specialty poison of the number 1 Jade Sovereign Heaven, Zhong Jianshou. Of course, these poisons were all poisons before he became famous. After he broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, he no longer used these low-level poisons. However, using it to deal with him, Zhao Kuan, was enough. What do you want?" Zhao Kuan said in fear. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I don't want anything. I'm just planning on going to J-True Heavenly Sect together with you guys." Zhao Kuan's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, "You want to go to
J-True Heavenly Sect?"
Not just Zhao Kuan, Tang Yu and the rest had surprised faces too. "Big brother, what are you going to the J-True Heavenly Sect for?" J-True Heavenly Sect discriminates against ascenders the most. If you go, wouldn't it be walking right into a trap? Tang Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, "I naturally have my own reasons for going to J-True Heavenly Sect. Brother, all good things must come to an end. Let's split up here." Although he knew that Yi Yuan would leave sooner or later, when this day really came, Tang Yu still felt very reluctant. From having an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan, to becoming Yi Yuan's hardcore follower now, his admiration toward Yi Yuan could no longer be described using words long ago. "Big brother, Tang Yu Joket?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. Although the J-True Heavenly Sect is averse to ascenders, they probably crave talents like a thirsty person craves for water too. coupled with the strong recommendation of an inner sect. Top 10 disciple. I presume that entering the sect shouldn't be hard. Isn't that right? Senior apprentice brother Zhao. Zhao Kuan's expression flickered indeterminately and even twitched from time to time. But in the end he could only nod too. No choice, being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right, heavenly alchemists were very scarce. In J-True heavenly sect too. With Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength, he could naturally gain a firm foothold. After he went. Just like that, Yi Yuan reverse detained Zhao Kuan 4 people and set off for
Yadetru heavenly sect.
As for Lin Lan, Yi Yuan had him stay in eastward country for the time being. He, an ascender, bringing a disciple into the sect would be seriously conspicuous. Zhao Kuan 4 people were depressed. They came to capture people. In the end, they became other people's captives. Now, in eastward country, Yi Yuan rescued second prince and sentenced eldest prince to death. The struggle for the throne finally fell under ownership too. After settling everything, Yi Yuan detained the 4 people and headed to
Yadetru heavenly sect.
Yi Yuan was going to J-True heavenly sect firstly, in order to look for the Heavenspan Mountain's secret. Secondly, he also wanted to find a way to save
Mulingsu.
This kind of major sect with a deep foundation had many miraculous means. Perhaps they had the method to condense the divine soul? Of course, going to J-True heavenly sect had some risk too. If the sect was hostile towards ascenders, he also had the possibility of delivering himself into the tiger's maws. However, with Zhao Kuan this bargaining chip around, Yi Yuan felt that the likelihood was not high. Yi Yuan was confident that with his alchemy path strength, he would be able to gain a firm foothold in J-True heavenly sect. As for Jun Tian, this trouble, it was actually not considered troublesome at all. Just say that Jun Tian encountered a grade 2 true spirit in Inklight Forest. And it would be done. An outer sect deacon's life and death, the sect definitely thought nothing of. As for Yi Yuan, that was just a misunderstanding. Obtaining a transcendent heavenly alchemist and losing an insignificant outer
Sect Decon.
weighing which was more important, he believed that the lords in the sect could gauge whether to advance or retreat. Going to J-True heavenly sect this time, it needed several years of trekking and passing through more than 10 major countries midway. These countries were all under the J-True heavenly sect's rule. A month later, the party left eastward country's borders and arrived in the ancient Dawn country's borders. In front of them was a stretch of desolate land. Yi Yuan, you used poison to control us. Aren't you afraid of the sect's elders discovering it? Zhao Kuan said in a solemn voice. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. So how could he be willing to be controlled by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're also looking down on the number 1 jade. Sovereign Heaven's poison arts too much. The reason why I chose the 7 soul recall poison is naturally that it isn't easy to be figured out. As long as you all take my medicine on time, even if a grade 3 heavenly alchemist is here, they also won't discover that you all are poisoned. This is, unless J-True heavenly sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses inspect you guys personally. Except, is there that possibility? Zhao Kuan's expression changed, feeling despair in his heart. Thinking of how he had to live under Yi Yuan's despotic power every day from now on, he was practically going insane. But what could going crazy do? Originally, he thought that he could make a big killing this time. Who would have expected that he actually buried himself alive in the end? Thinking up to here, his wrath knew no bounds and a foot kicked onto Chongshan's body, kicking him flying. It's all you, this pig. If not for you, how could I be controlled by others?
Tiro kun belloved.
Along the way, it was already not the first time that such a thing happened. Chongshan crawled up and said with a cold smile, If I'm a pig, aren't you one too? A dignified intersex disciple that ranked among the top 10. Actually got taken down by someone without even knowing it. When Zhao Kuan heard that, he said in a great rage, King Hell, your father will kill you. Suddenly his figure stopped, because he discovered that a white-robed swordsman was currently walking over, with his hands behind his back. His gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise, "Ascender! A limitless, sublime heavenly stratum ascender. You're Jade-Face Swordsman Luo Yunqing." Jade-Face Swordsman Luo Yunqing? Yi Yuan looked at the arrival with a frown, muttering to himself. This was his first time seeing an ascender apart from himself. The person in front of him did not hide his strength but displayed it openly. This imposing aura he had clearly already broken through greater sublime heavenly stratum and reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, this person walked over calmly, but was like a sharp sword, forcing people until they could not open their eyes. Strong. This was the first impression that Jade-Face Swordsman gave Yi Yuan. A hint of solemnness also flashed across Yi Yuan's face. This person was too strong, he was unable to contend at all. Looking at the reactions of Zhao Kuan and the rest, the arrival did not come with friendly intentions. Luo Yunqing walked over slowly, seemingly slow, but in reality fast, arriving in front of them in a few breaths. "Young man, come with me. Truyong heavenly domain isn't suited for you." Luo Yunqing looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect that this Luo Yunqing was actually here to solicit him. Zhao Kuan had a shocked face as he said, "Jade-Face Swordsman Luo Yunqing actually came personally to be the guide." Yi Yuan was at a loss, completely not knowing what they were talking about. Although he had arrived at Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven for a number of years, it was only limited to the remote land of Eastward Country. So he did not understand many things, such as this guide. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and asked with a frown, "Guide?" Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient, saying with a light smile, "Ascenders are scattered in all regions. However, in the vicinity of these 5 great heavenly regions, apart from 5 light heavenly region, the other 4 great heavenly regions are extremely averse to ascenders. In those regions, they will kill on sight. Therefore, 5 light heavenly regions sent out many guides to enter deep into the 4 great heavenly regions and guide ascenders into the 5 light heavenly region." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. 5 light heavenly region resisted the 4 great heavenly regions with the power of 1 region, so they naturally needed a lot of fresh power. But ascenders were spread all over the various major heavenly regions. Apart from 5 light heavenly region, there were very few ascenders who could survive. Hence, that was why there was a need for guides. However, looking at the expressions of Zhao Kuan and the rest, this Luo Yunqing had a rather high status among guides. Yi Yuan shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have the plans of going to 5 light heavenly region for the time being." Zhao Kuan's eyes became wide saucers, a look of astonishment on his face. That was Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing came to fetch him personally. How huge a face was this? This guy actually did not buy it. But Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said with a smile, "You can't go to
True Heavenly Sect.
Believe me, if you go to True Heavenly Sect, you'll die beyond a doubt." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I don't believe that." Luo Yunqing seemed to be very patient and said, "I know that your alchemy strength is head and shoulders above all others, but you don't know True Heavenly Sect's upper echelon's attitude toward ascenders." Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Oh? What attitude?" Luo Yunqing said, "The stronger you are, the more apprehensive True Heavenly Sect will be toward you, because True Heavenly Sect's founding ancestor Yen True was severely wounded by my 5 light heavenly region's major power, and he perished in the end. And True Heavenly Sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenspan Mountain, was also lost because of this. Therefore, True Heavenly Sect is extremely antagonistic toward ascenders. If you go to True Heavenly Sect, you'll die without a doubt." After Yi Yuan heard, his heart could not calm down for a long time. He did not expect that Yen True actually died at the hands of 5 light Heavenly region's major power. If it was really as Luo Yunqing said, then he would really be walking right into a trap if he went to J-True Heavenly Sect. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Kuan and said in a solemn voice, "Is what he said true?" Zhao Kuan had a blank face as he said, I don't know." Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "This matter very few ordinary disciples know of. It only those old undyings know. But in J-True Heavenly Sect they are extremely antagonistic toward ascenders. This is an undeniable fact." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, appearing somewhat hesitant. Luo Yunqing continued, "Whether what I said is real or fake, you'll naturally know in the future. But it's clearly not worth it for you to go and take the risk now. You're a clever man, so you know what and how you should choose." Yi Yuan looked at Luo Yunqing and said, "You seem to understand me very well." Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "I've already laid low in Eastward Imperial City for close to 10 years. If not for you suddenly wanting to go to J-True Heavenly Sect, I wouldn't have shown myself either. If I take action here, I believe that J-True Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country." 2. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually being monitored for as long as 10 years. But Luo Yunqing had indeed considered things for him very much already. He knew that he regarded the connections in Eastward Country very highly, so he deliberately chose to take action at the border between the two countries. With Luo Yunqing's strength, wanting to forcibly take him away did not take any effort at all. But this level of powerhouse actually laid low for him for 10 years. Furthermore, he was persuading him patiently here. Clearly, he regarded him very highly. Luo Yunqing could be said to have treated him extremely politely already. If he was still not sensible, it could not quite be justified anymore. Yi Yuan made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Luo Yunqing smiled slightly and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yi, for your understanding." Thud. Right at this time, Zhao Kuan suddenly knelt down and sobbed, "Lord Luo, spare our lives." Clearly, they dreaded this Luo Yunqing to the extreme. Luo Yunqing did not speak. Several streaks of cold light flashed past and the people were killed instantly.
Yi Yuan's pupils constricted.
With his eyesight, he actually did not see how Luo Yunqing unleashed his sword. Strong. Really very strong. For people dying, Luo Yunqing seemed to have done an insignificant thing and still smiled faintly as he said, "My sword is very easy to recognize. J-True Heavenly Sect won't vent their anger on Eastward Country. Now what else do you want to ask?" Luo Yunqing killed people in order to let J-True Heavenly Sect know that he did it. This way, J-True Heavenly Sect's spearhead would be pointed at him and not Eastward Country. The consideration that he showed for Yi Yuan was really very thoughtful. Yi Yuan was well aware that concerning Luo Yunqing valuing him highly, it was actually taking fancy on his ability to refine pills. Ascenders were unable to refine pills. So 5 light heavenly regions. Heavenly alchemists must be surprisingly rare. Furthermore, being limited by affinity the standards of the heavenly alchemists there were likely not very good as well. Therefore, that was why a top powerhouse like Luo Yunqing would put his ego aside and converse with him as a peer. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want to know about 5 light heavenly regions. Matters." Luo Yunqing nodded slightly and started talking tirelessly. It turned out that this region where the 5 great heavenly regions was situated was just a corner of Grand Brightjade complete heaven. It was called Rainclear Continent. On Rainclear Continent there were originally only 4 great heavenly regions. There was no 5 light heavenly region. Native forces had always kept a high-pressure attitude toward ascenders. Countless ascenders died under the hands of the native forces. The ascenders were naturally unwilling to resign themselves to death. Hence, they joined forces and resisted the native factions. Ascenders had limitless potential once they gained a foothold. Their strength was very powerful. But ascenders were too scattered and too few compared to native factions. No idea how long had passed, how many wars had been experienced, and how many Ascenders had died before they forcefully carved out a piece of heavenly region called Five-Light Heavenly Region. Since then, Five-Light Heavenly Region became one of the five great heavenly regions. I don't know why you must go to Jade True Heavenly Sect, but if you go now, it's no different from seeking death, Luo Yunqing said coolly. Although the five great heavenly regions had existed side by side for a long time, the friction between them had never stopped before. Especially the Five-Light Heavenly Region and the other four great heavenly regions, they were practically incompatible like fire and water. Back then, Yen Jade True suddenly emerged, sweeping across Truyong Heavenly Domain. He led Jade True Heavenly Sect to become Truyong Heavenly Domains. Number 1 Great Sect. Later, Yen Jade True teamed up with the other three great heavenly regions to besiege Five-Light Heavenly Region. That battle was fought until floating corpses spanned 10,000 miles. However, in that era, an even more monstrous genius emerged in the Five-Light Heavenly Region called Zhuobufan. He led the Five-Light Heavenly Region and killed until heaven and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon were without light. Zhuobufan even overpowered Yen Jade True and the rest of the four great powerhouses with his power alone, and he severely injured his opponents. Since then, the Five-Light Heavenly Region finally stabilized under the pincer attacks of the four great heavenly regions. Of course, after this matter, the five great heavenly regions suffered a great loss in vitality and entered the stage of recuperation and rest. After Yi Yuan heard, he finally had some understanding of the history of the rain-clear continent. Presumably, the Heavenspan Mountain was seriously damaged after that battle. That was why Yen Jade True would nourish the Heavenspan Mountain with the Heavenspan world as fodder. It was just that what happened later, one had no knowledge of it. But no matter what, the Heavenspan world finally escaped this calamity. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, this matter. Consider it that I owe Senior Luo a favor. When I have a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay it." Luo Yunqing appearing at this time was equivalent to saving Yi Yuan's life. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to repay it. After that battle, Jade True Heavenly Sect fell into decline. They naturally hated Ascenders to the bones. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, "Getting Brother Ye's promise. This Luo feels overwhelmed by an unexpected favor. My Five-Light Heavenly Region is severely lacking in heavenly alchemists. With Brother Ye's ability, you'll definitely be a big shot in the future." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Luo is too kind. Wonder what's the situation in this Five-Light Heavenly Region." Mentioning this, a hint of melancholy flashed across the corners of Luo Yunqing's eyebrows, and he said, "Actually, my Five-Light Heavenly Region's situation isn't optimistic at present either. The Five-Light Heavenly Region belongs to five great heavenly sections. Originally under Lord Zhu's lead, the five great heavenly sects pooled their efforts and were of one mind. Their strength astonishing. But after that battle, Lord Zhu also disappeared and the five great heavenly sects were without any leader. None could convince the others, each governing themselves. This Luo belongs to the Western sect, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, in charge of the Truyong Heavenly Domain." Yi Yuan said, "In that case, after I enter Five-Light Heavenly Region, I'll be entering Martial Secure Heavenly Sect too." Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "After ordinary Ascenders are led over, they don't have the qualifications to join a heavenly sect. They must go through the heavenly sect's test before they can become an outer sect disciple. Even more so, most people can only enter subordinate countries. Of course, with Brother Ye's means, these cumbersome procedures are naturally not necessary." As he said, Luo Yunqing handed Yi Yuan a green-colored token and said, "My Martial Secure Heavenly Sect has blue, red, green, and purple corresponding to 4 levels of protectors, with purple protectors having the highest status. This green wing token represents the identity of a green wing protector. When you hold this token, your status in Martial Secure Heavenly Sect will be second only to this Luo. Yi Yuan took the token rather surprisedly, not expecting Luo Yunqing to actually give him such a high status all of a sudden. No need to think that he also knew that Green Wing Protectors definitely needed the strength of limitless sublime heavenly stratum before it could be granted. But he gave it to him, this lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Senior Luo." Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "This Luo has laid low for 10 years and knows much about Brother Yi. I know that this Green Wing token might be low, but your current cultivation realm is low. It's hard to convince the masses if given too high a status too. This Luo is really looking forward to Brother Yi amazing the world with a single brilliant feat in martial secure heavenly sect. Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry to the borders first. There will be someone there to send you guys into martial secure heavenly sect." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and followed Luo Yunqing and left. Before departure, the two quietly sneaked into eastward country and fetched Lin Lan away. Green Bull Town, a small town on the borders of Truyong Heavenly Domain and Five Light Heavenly Region. Yi Yuan 3 people trekked 10,000 miles and finally arrived here after half a year. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had set up many guide points at the borders. Green Bull Town was one of them. Upon entering Green Bull Town, Luo Yunqing's expression suddenly turned dark. Green Bull Town was already a wasteland. Inside the town, there were dead bodies everywhere with heavy casualties. Lord Luo, you finally came back. At this time, a middle-aged man came up to greet them, having a look of excitement when he saw Luo Yunqing. The middle-aged man was covered with wounds all over, looking very miserable. Luo Yunqing frowned and said, "Yao Qing, what's going on?" Yao Qing complained tearfully, "I don't know what's going on either. Many of our guide points were exposed. Leng Dongyu brought a large number of experts and ransacked many of our guide points. We suffered heavy casualties. Just yesterday, a group of experts from J-True Heavenly Sect suddenly attacked Green Bull Town. Lord Ding Xiao died in battle. Of the several hundred ascenders in the town, the casualties are more than 70%. We can't swallow this insult." Luo Yunqing's gaze gradually turned cold. Yi Yuan felt killing intent from his body. "Leng Dongyu? Who? Very good." Luo Yunqing's smile gave everyone a bone-piercing chill. He said to Yao Qing, "You gather the remnants of the defeated troops and withdraw to the heavenly sect first. Let me handle the matters here." Yao Qing answered, "Yes." Luo Yunqing turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Brother Yi, I was originally planning on sending you back to the sect personally. Looking at it now, it seems like it's impossible. Along the way, Yao Qing will escort you all back to the sect." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior Luo, just go ahead. This Yi isn't so hypocritical. I have some little gimmicks here. They don't have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums, but they might have some effect at critical moments. Senior Luo's trip will be dangerous. Why don't you bring it along?" Luo Yunqing was non-committal toward this, but he could not brush Yi Yuan's face aside. He took them and said, "Then it will be disrespectful for this Luo to decline. After this Luo returns to the sect, I'll have a drink with you. I'm going." His voice had yet to fade when his entire person already turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing. Hearing the two people's conversation, Yao Qing was incredibly shocked in his heart. Lord Luo actually addressed a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his brother. Just what origin was this boy? Yao Qing did not dare to be neglectful and said to Yi Yuan, "This little brother, this Yao will bring you to the resting area first. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Yao. Lin Lan, you follow Brother Yao and see if you can help with anything." Lin Lan bowed and said, "Yes, master." Yao Qing was taken aback. Looking at Lin Lan strangely, he said in surprise, "You aren't an ascender." Lin Lan said, This Lin is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Maybe I can be of some help. The moment Yao Qing heard, he was even more surprised. An exalted grade 2 heavenly alchemist actually acknowledged an ascender as his master. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of doubts. Just what kind of person was this guy? During the entire night, Lin Lan became the busiest person in Green Bull Town. Of course, he also became the most respected person. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist treated these ascenders without any airs. These people went from having skepticism at the very beginning to being very respectful later on. Master Lin, you're really a miracle-working doctor. With just a few moves, most of my internal injuries have healed. Master Lin, without you, don't know how many of us will have to die this time. Master Lin, you hurry up and help me look. I've already waited for a long time. Seeing these looks that worshipped him, Lin Lan felt very content. He had once held overwhelming power and influence, being far removed from the masses and reality. He had once gotten lost in it. Only now did he understand that people only had fear towards him and had no respect. But now, the ascenders here only had respect towards him and had no fear. This feeling of being needed by people was great. Furthermore, he increasingly felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. After obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance, his medical skills and alchemy Dao both advanced by leaps and bounds. Only at this time did he understand that what he was playing with in the past was simply child's play. In the past, he felt that the road before his eyes was getting narrower and narrower. But now he felt that it was a wide path ahead. Squeezing for what? Squeezing for what? Where did this impudent brat come from? Don't you have any civic-mindedness? Keep squeezing. Do you believe that your father will beat you up? At the back, an impatient voice suddenly came. Over. This brother, can you excuse me a bit? Outside Lin Lan's house, it was surrounded until not even water could seep through. Yi Yuan was unable to enter and could only notify the people in front. Duan Tao turned his head and saw Yi Yuan, and said with a frown, making a row, for what? Don't you see that Master Lin is currently treating someone? Want to find him to treat? Go queue up at the back. Yi Yuan was speechless and said, I'm not here for treatment. I'm here to find Lin Lan. The moment Duan Tao heard, he was even more enraged and said, Impudent! Is Master Lin's name what you can call? Get lost to one side. If you disturb Master Lin, your father will tear you to shreds. Duan Tao was the boss of this group of ascenders, his strength being the strongest, already reaching the grand completion of lesser sublime heaven realm. The order here was also maintained by him. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to enter without queuing, he was the first to be indignant. Yi Yuan was helpless. Furthermore, he did not want to disturb Lin Lan's treatment either, so he went to one side to wait. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so obedient, Duan Tao smiled coldly and said, Coward! Cutting the queue in front of your big brother Duan. Really tired of living. When the rest saw that Yi Yuan was like this, they all responded with a bout of snickering. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and found a place to stand. This angle could just nice see the scene of Lin Lan's treatment through the crown. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Lan finally finished treating everyone. Before planning on going to find Yi Yuan, Master Lin came out. Quickly make way, Duan Tao hurriedly said. Heh. Master Lin's methods have truly attained the acme of perfection. Really a divine doctor. I represent Green Bull Town's ascenders to express gratitude to Master Lin. Duan Tao praised with admiration. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Many people were seriously injured and might have kicked the bucket if they did not receive timely treatment. Lin Lan smiled and said, You're welcome. Duan Tao said, Master Lin, Lord Yao said that he went to arrange the withdrawal matters, and will come and see you in a while. Lin Lan nodded slightly but walked outside. As soon as he went out, he saw Yi Yuan. Duan Tao saw Yi Yuan too and said with a frown, Brat, why are you still here? Since you're not injured, go to Lord Yao there to help out, he needs people. there? Quickly scram. Finished speaking, he hurriedly explained to Lin Lan. Master Lin, this boy, wanted to jump in line just now, and was chased to one side by me. Duan Tao was currently talking tirelessly, but Lin Lan arrived in front of Yi Yuan. He was just about to bow, but he heard Yi Yuan say, Taiyuan acupoints. Technique was 30% too heavy. The divine essence of Tugoing doesn't have a stable enough aura. The quantity of fragrance-stopping grass is slightly over by 5 grams. Yi Yuan said a whole bunch in one breath. At first, everyone was a little confused, but very soon they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was precisely the method and dosage that Lin Lan treated the people with just now. After Duan Tao heard, he could not help snickering as he said, Brat, who do you think you are to actually dare teach Master Lin? A measly lesser sublime heavenly stratum is actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Are you crazy? Master Lin, you go first. Let us take care of this fool. Very soon, a series of snickering came from all around. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually giving pointers to a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. This scene was really very comical. However, Yi Yuan ignored them and carried on talking on his own. Duan Tao got impatient and scolded. Brat, Master Lin won't haggle over it. With you and your showing off? Are you done yet? Do you believe that your father will exterminate you right now? Duan Tao rolled his sleeves up and was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan also just happened to finish talking. Lin Lan gave a bow and said, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Diligence can make up for your weakness, but your talent is a bit poor. Fortunately, you came to realize the truth in time. Practice more and you will be able to comprehend it. Yes, Master. Lin Lan bowed piously again. Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. Especially Duan Tao, he froze there very awkwardly. Master, what did Master Lin call just now? Did I hear wrongly? What a joke. Master Lin actually acknowledged a lesser sublime heavenly stratum as his master. That's right. It must be a joke? Hoo-hoo. Master Lin is joking with everyone. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. They were all waiting to watch Yi Yuan's show. In the end, Lin Lan really bowed. Lin Lan appeared extremely respectful in front of Yi Yuan. Truly unbelievable. But right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. The pupils of Duan Tao and the rest shrunk, looking at the arrivals with looks of amazement. Mal Yang.
Duqian.
Aren't you guys dead? How did you come back to life again? Duan Tao said in horror. Yao Qing led a few people and appeared. The crowd burst into an uproar again, because the few people behind Yao Qing were all people who had already been confirmed dead. Furthermore, they were all thrown into the dead people pile. Now, they actually appeared in front of them perfectly well. How could this not be surprising? How is this possible? You guys are actually not dead. Hang on. Could it be that you all were refined into puppets by someone? Right, it must be so. When Ma Liang heard this, he could not help saying in a great rage, Jiang, Yang, you moron. You're the one who's refined into a puppet. King Hell was saved by Master Yi, and yet you actually cursed me to die. Several people arrived in front of Yi Yuan, bowed to the ground and said, We thank Master Yi for your grace of saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in our hearts. Yi Yuan let Lin Lan come here and treat ascenders, so he naturally would not be idle himself. He went to those who were almost dead and could not be saved, and he forcefully saved 4 lives from among them. These 4 people were precisely Ma Liang 4 people. Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. When he saw these few people, earlier he got a big scare too. How were dead people alive again? But only after hearing Ma Liang and the rest did he understand that it turned out they were actually brought back to life by Yi Yuan. This is a joke, right? You guys have already been confirmed dead at that time. Duan Tao had a look of horror, full of disbelief. especially Du Qian. He personally inspected him, and he was absolutely deader than dead. How could he possibly come back to life again? Du Qian sneered and said, I thought that I was dead too, but I was saved by Master Yi. Your father's life will be Master Ye's in the future. Ma Liang also said, That's right. Your father is someone who has died once. This life will be sold to Master Yi in the future. The 4 people who were brought back to life made known their attitudes one after another. They all knew how severe their injuries were back then. That was right, it should be said that they were dead men. But Yi Yuan actually had the ability to revive the dead, forcefully dragging them back from King Yama's hall. Duan Tao. This bunch of people looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of amazement, being shocked speechless. They thought that Yi Yuan was an opportunist plus a coward. But they did not expect that he was actually a big shot. Master Lin that they worshipped was actually Yi Yuan's disciple. If not for seeing with their own eyes, they would not believe it at all. It turns out that Brother Yi is actually a miracle-working doctor.
No wonder.
Lord Luo personally guided you over. Brother Yi master and disciple helped our Green Bull town out a great deal. As Yao Qing said, he gave a bow to Yi Yuan. What? Lord Yao, Lord Luo that you speak of, could it be? Jade Face. Swordsman, Lord Luo Yunqing. Duan Tao exclaimed in surprise. Yao Qing nodded and said, Who else is there apart from him? It's actually him. Lord Luo actually came to guide Master Yi personally. This is a great honor. Usually, only some greater sublime heavenly stratums would be sent out to guide these ascenders. A very small number would send out limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, but there were none who could make Luo Yunqing personally guide an ascendator at all. But Yi Yuan could actually make Lord Luo Yunqing as a guide personally. This, in itself, indicated many problems. Some of these ascenders had already stayed in Green Bull Town for a long time, and naturally knew of Luo Yunqing's awe-inspiring reputation. This was a big shot who made even the entire Jade True heavenly sect extremely apprehensive. It was extremely hard for them to even see Luo Yunqing once, let alone talk about being guided personally. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Master Yi, please punish. Duan Tao's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he said respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's not a big deal. No need to mind it. It's getting late. Brother Yao, let's set off. Yao Qing nodded and took a flying boat out of the storage bracelet that he carried on him. The party rode the flying boat and whizzed away. The martial secure heavenly sect, being hidden among 10,000 mountains, had a majestic and grand atmosphere. This place gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there were faint signs of dragons prancing for 10,000 miles. Everyone landed, and they were stunned by the scenery before their eyes. My martial secure heavenly sect is one of 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sections. Is quite a lot stronger than Jade True heavenly sect. 2. However, wanting to stay in the sect, it will have to depend on your talents and strength, Yao Qing said. Heh? Lord Yao, Duan Tao's talent is 1 in a million. It's naturally not difficult to enter the heavenly sect, Duan Tao said confidently. Yao Qing could not help laughing as he said, It's no use for you to boast. Here to me, those capable of ascending to the 33 heavens, which one isn't of outstanding talent? But that's also just in your world. The 33 heavens isn't as simple as you think. Just having good talent in small kiliocosms is useless. Duan Tao still did not believe it and was secretly holding it in. The other ascenders naturally did not believe it either. For these people to be able to ascend from small kiliocosms or great trichiliocosms, they all advanced in the midst of slaughter and grew up in the midst of struggle. Each one was of the very best talent. How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner were these people. How could they believe that they were unable to pass a mere sect assessment? Yao Qing led everyone to a mountain peak in the front range and said to everyone, The heavenly sect's assessment is once every 10 years. This incident happened suddenly, so we're returning to the heavenly sect early. There's still a year to the sect assessment. This period of time you will be cultivating here. This place is where servants live. Although you all don't need to do miscellaneous chores, you'll still be subjected to the constraints of the heavenly sect. Of course, if there are those who can't stand it, you can leave the heavenly sect and enter ordinary countries. Your Excellency, what's there that can't be endured? Isn't it just 1 year? It will pass very quickly, Duan Tao said indifferently. Yao Qing just smiled and did not talk. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, Brother Yi, I've arranged a first-class residence for you, follow me. Everyone naturally had no objections regarding this. Yao Qing arranged a courtyard for Yi Yuan and had him live with Lin Lan. Settling Yi Yuan down, Yao Qing returned to the sect. He had to report Green Bull Town's matter to the sect. Luo Yunqing left in a hurry and did not have time to hand over many things. Yi Yuan was a stranger in a strange land in martial secure heavenly sect. Was naturally inconvenient to flash his identity as a protector too. Everything still had to wait for Luo Yunqing to return before talking. After all, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum taking on the post of the heavenly sect's protector was seriously too outrageous. Yi Yuan was also not some young and inexperienced fledgling. He naturally would not think that the martial secure heavenly sect was an otherworldly paradise. In reality, the way Yi Yuan saw it, 5 light heavenly regions living environment might be even crueler than True Yang heavenly domain. After all, ascenders were all people who were decisive in going for the kill. Their personalities were quite different from native powerhouses. What he expected was right. The next day something happened already. Duan Tao, Ma Liang, and the rest all went to find Yi Yuan with bloody noses and swollen faces. One of Duan Tao's legs was actually broken directly, even his bone was poking. Looking at the few people, Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "The few of you can really cause trouble. Just 1 day and you guys already clashed with those servants." Duan Tao grimaced in pain and said, "Master Yi, they are bullying people. Too much." Ma Liang also said, "Yeah, that Li Jue is unreasonable. He came to find us early this morning and made us each hand over 30 pieces of heavenly crystals. According to the number of people, 1 less piece, break 1 leg. For the few of us, our situation is slightly better and can still hand it over. But the majority of the people can't take out so many heavenly crystals." Duan Tao was furious and had a quarrel with that Li Jue. In the end, it became like this. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Those servants shouldn't have reached greater sublime heavenly stratum too, right? Duan Tao, you're at the grand completion. Greater sublime heaven realm? And yet you're actually not a match." The moment Duan Tao heard, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He only dared to take action because he saw that the other party had strength that was similar to his. But who knew that he did not even survive 3 moves and was crippled? Ma Liang said, "These servants are really very strong. Duan Tao's strength is the strongest among us. But he was actually crippled in 3 moves. They even said that tomorrow is the deadline. If we can't hand over the heavenly crystals, each person will have 2 legs broken." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "For the 5 light heavenly region to be able to forcibly carve out a great heavenly region in the crevice of the 4 great heavenly regions, it's naturally extremely strong. It looks like I also somewhat looked down on the martial secure heavenly sect. Lin Lan, fetch some heavenly crystals for them and let them make do with it a bit tomorrow. I couldn't tell that you guys have some savings. If you had been so obedient earlier, wouldn't you not need to suffer physical hardship anymore?" Li Jue weighed the heavenly crystals in his hand with a smug expression. Duan Tao and the rest had indignant looks as they said, "Li Jue, the heavenly crystals have already been given to you. Is it okay now?" Li Jue smiled and said, "Brat, broke your leg yesterday, and you're already skipping and jumping about today? Looks like there's someone capable among you guys." "Oh, Right, you all went to Little Cloud Courtyard yesterday, right? Little Cloud Courtyard was Yi Yuan's residence. The expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed, and they said, Li Jua, I advise that you'd better not have designs on him. Otherwise you'll die very horribly. Li Jua laughed loudly when he heard that and said, On Thousand Bird Peak, there is no one that I, Li Jua, can't afford to provoke. Just the likes of you guys, these rookies who just ascended, you can also make me can't afford to provoke? Even if his talent is pretty good, staying in Little Cloud Courtyard, he has to grovel for your father obediently too. By the side, a lapdog said smugly, You all probably don't know, Big Brother Zhua is the inner disciples. Lord Lu Zhenyuan's personal servant. Is fine. If you guys have never heard of Lord Lu Zhenyuan before, you'll hear his name. In the future, you just have to know that Lord Lu Zhenyuan is in existence. Ranked in the top 3 among inner disciples too. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Duan Tao and the rest changed greatly. They could not imagine that a puny little servant actually had such a powerful background. Duan Tao, they all knew that Yao Qing was an inner disciple. But Yao Qing's ranking among inner disciples was not high. Ranked top 3 among inner disciples, that was absolutely a big shot. Even if they entered the heavenly sect in the future, they had to give Li Jua some face too. It was not bragging that he said there was no one he could not afford to provoke. Another lackey said, Lord Lu Zhenyuan treats our big brother Zhua very well. Not only does he impart him with cultivation methods and teach him martial techniques, but he's also even very protective of his own people. Li Jua had a smug look as he said, So, you guys understand it? No matter how impressive you all were in the lower realms, you have to tuck your tails between your legs in this place and behave, putting aside whether or not you all can enter the heavenly sect. Even if you enter, you have to start as an outer sect disciple too. How great the disparity between an outer sect disciple and the inner sect's top 3? Hoo. You all will understand in the future. Since you all came, then those chores from the sect will be done with. You all then. The faces of Duan Tao and the rest became black as the bottom of a pot. They finally understood what Yao Qing meant. Enduring a year in this kind of environment was not an easy thing. While talking, Li Jua already brought a group of people and headed to Little Cloud Courtyard. The faces of Duan Tao and the rest changed, hurriedly following. Bang! A lackey kicked open Little Cloud Courtyard's gates and yelled, The punk! Inside! Get out! While talking, a large group of people poured into Little Cloud Courtyard. But right at this time, a figure flashed, blocking their way. It was precisely Lin Lan. When everyone saw Lin Lan, they could not help turning pale with fright. No one expected that a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard. A lackey said in horror, You're an aboriginal. An aboriginal actually appeared here. You all dared to barge into Little Cloud Courtyard and disturb Master, courting death. Lin Lan said in a solemn voice. Master. Li Jua and the rest exchanged glances and could not help revealing looks of surprise. To be able to make a greater sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse call Master. What kind of existence did that have to be? Could it be that an incredible big shot was staying in this Little Cloud Courtyard? But why would such an important person stay in Little Cloud Courtyard? Lin Lan, those who barged into the courtyard, break their legs and throw them out? Oh? Right, remember to loot the heavenly crystals on them. At this time, a voice came from inside. Lin Lan bowed and said, Yes, Master. The moment Li Jua heard, he laughed loudly and said, You dare to touch me? I'm Lord Lu Zhenyuan's personal servant. If you dare touch a hair of mine, he definitely won't let you off. Lin Lan rolled his eyes at him and gave a word, Idiot! Bang! 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 Miserable screams rose and ebbed. Those who barged into the courtyard all had their legs broken by Lin Lan and thrown out. The miserable wails sounded continuously. Lin Lan was not courteous either. directly ransacking the heavenly crystals on them cleanly. Not only did he take back the one previously, he even robbed them clean. When Duan Tao and the rest saw it, they were completely stunned. Master Yi was really domineering. Ouch! My legs. You aboriginal and also the one inside you guys are dead for. Sure. Beating a dog, you still need to look at the owner. Lord Lu Zhanyuan won't let you all off. Ouch! Quickly carry me away. Biffed. When Duan Tao and the rest heard that, they all burst out laughing. This Li Jue was the best too, to actually compare himself to a dog. It seemed like he got used to being a dog. Li Jue was carried away by people while saying fierce words. Came in a threatening manner, but left with broken limbs. Only after seeing Li Jue and the rest leave did Duan Tao and the rest swarm. In Master Yi, this matter is blown up, that Lu Zhanyuan is among the inner sect's top 3. Duan Tao said, Master Yi, it's all our fault, causing such a huge problem for you. You rest assured. If that Lu Zhanyuan dares to come, he can step over my corpse. Ma. Liang patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, all right, isn't it just the inner sect's number 3? Look how it got you all worried. I'll go back. I have to cultivate. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces speechless. Master Yi was also too reckless, right? That was the inner sect's number 3. All go back. Isn't it just the inner sect's number 3? You guys are also. Looking down on masters means too much. Forget about number 3 even if the inner sect's number 1 came. He won't think anything of it too. Lin Lan said nonchalantly. Duan Tao and the rest were speechless. This master and disciple 2 people were indeed cut from the same cloth. Being the inner sect's number 3, Lu Zhanyuan's strength was at least an upper greater sublime heaven powerhouse too. He might even be a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. Even Lin Lan, this greater sublime heaven powerhouse, was not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth too. This master and disciple 2 people actually did not take him seriously in the slightest. My lord, you have to stand up for this lowly one. Li Jue came to Lu Zhanyuan here and wept bitterly. Seeing Li Jue's injuries, Lu Zhanyuan also frowned slightly. Li Jue's legs were broken. Even if treatment was done, he could probably forget about recovering without spending half a year. The blow was dealt rather viciously. Li Jue, this servant, normally served him very well. He was still very satisfied with Li Jue's service. Beating a dog, one also needed to look at the owner. There was this logic. It hit Li Jue's body, but what it hit was him. This number 3's face. Didn't you say my Lu Zhanyuan's name? Lu Zhanyuan said with a frown. Said it. It was fine when I didn't say it. But when I said it, they were even invigorated. They even said that if your excellency went, they would still beat anyway. Li Jue embellished the details. Sure enough, the moment Lu Zhanyuan heard, his brows furrowed even harder. Hoo-hoo? He hasn't even entered the heavenly sect yet, and he's domineering. Until like this, I want to see which god is staying in that little cloud. Courtyard. Lu Zhanyuan's gaze turned chilly as he said in a cold voice. That's the inner sect's number 3, Lu Zhanyuan. He really came. Heh? Beating a dog, one also needs to look at the owner. Little cloud. Courtyard beat Li Jue. It's smacking Lu Zhanyuan's face. How can he possibly swallow the insult silently? Little cloud. Courtyard's master is very mysterious. With 2 tigers fighting. I wonder who will win and who will lose. What rubbish. Lu Zhanyuan is a grand completion greater sublime heaven powerhouse. How can that guy who hasn't even entered the sect yet possibly be his match? A large group of people went up Thousand Bird Peak while howling, heading for Little Cloud Courtyard. This lineup caused a great sensation. Thousand Bird Peak's people were virtually all here. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's master was. This guy was too mysterious. Lu Zhanyuan was dressed in blue-white alternating intersect attire, looking elegant and suave, classy and natural. This kind of person carried the halo of the main character. Wherever he went, he was the center of everyone's attention. Just one look and you would be able to recognize him in the crowd. There were even some inner disciples who followed to watch the show. Duan Tao and the rest came to inquire, all having worried expressions on their faces. I've already asked around. Lu Zhenyuan's strength is extremely strong, even though he is only at the grand completion greater sublime heaven realm, even if he encounters a powerhouse who just entered limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he has the strength to fight too. His strength greatly surpasses his cultivation realm in itself, Duan Tao said with a solemn face. Ma Liang's expression flickered indeterminately and he said, what to do about this? No matter how strong Master Yi is, it's also impossible to be Lu Zhenyuan's match? Sigh? It's all our fault. Du Qian gritted his teeth and said, no way! We can't let Lu Zhenyuan deal with Master Yi. Even if he wants to deal with him, he also has to step over our dead bodies. Finished saying. His face revealed a hint of a decisive look. Li Jue was carried over by people, but he had an excited look, his eyes giving off light. How long had it been since he, Li Jue, had been beaten up by someone until, like this? The person who beat him had to pay the price. Come men, kick the door open for me.
Li Zhu Shota.
Bang! A lackey gave a kick and directly busted Little Cloud Courtyard's door open. Li Jue said in a clear voice, the people inside, listen up. The inner sex, number 3, Lord Lu Zhenyuan has arrived in person. Why haven't you all come out to greet in prostration? No one acknowledged him. Lu Zhenyuan's brows furrowed slightly, clearly very unhappy already. Li Jue already reported his name, but the people inside actually did not even let out a fart. Clearly they thought nothing of him. Li Jue sneered in his heart. He understood his master too well. Little Cloud Courtyard's master was so arrogant. So his master must already be greatly enraged. The more furious his master was, the more severe the consequences. Impudent! You, a fellow who hasn't even entered the sect yet, why haven't you come out to kneel in prostration after seeing an inner disciple? Li Jue said, in a great rage. Behind Lu Zhenyuan, the people all drew a breath of cold air. This Little Cloud Courtyard's master was really too domineering. That was Lu Zhenyuan, but he actually did not even acknowledge him. Sure enough, Lu Zhenyuan's expression became grimmer and grimmer. Even with his back facing everyone, they still felt a massive aura. Being the inner sex number 3 did not come from boasting. Heh? Your esteemed self really has such haughty airs. I Lu Zhenyuan came to this puny little 1,000-bird peak, and you actually dare to not come out and greet, no matter who's inside. Come out now and kneel down and apologize. Then, this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, if this Lu takes action, the severity will be hard to say. Lu Zhenyuan suppressed his fury to his utmost, but everyone could feel his wrath at this time. At this time, a figure walked out of the side room. It was precisely Lin Lan. He said to Lu Zhenyuan coolly, my master isn't seeing guests. Leave, he said, that no matter who it is, as long as they step into the courtyard. Break the legs and throw out. Break the legs, throw out. These words were unbelievably domineering, but it also had to depend on who it was said to. The other party was the inner sex number 3, Lu Zhenyuan. People looked at Lin Lan like looking at a madman. An inner disciple shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lu is going to go utterly berserk. This courtyard's master is really a lunatic, to even dare provoke senior apprentice. Brother Lu too. Hoo. He probably doesn't know what kind of existence inner sex number 3 is. Postured too hard. Another person shook his head and said with a sigh. At this time, Lu Zhenyuan was already beyond furious. Everyone felt that a volcano was about to erupt. Hoo? Is that so? Then today this Lu will barge into this little cloud courtyard and take a look whether this place is a dragon's lair or tiger's den. Or not. Lu Zhanyuan laughed from extreme fury. His foot also strode out and stepped into the courtyard. But at this time several figures suddenly dashed out. Senior apprentice brother Lu, if you want to step into the courtyard, step over our dead bodies. The one talking was precisely Ma Liang. Senior apprentice brother Lu, I beg you to raise your hand high in mercy. Don't haggle over it with Master Yi. Du Qian also said with a decisive look. No one expected that these few people actually dared to jump out at this time. Get lost! Lu Zhanyuan roared. The few people spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, and were directly sent flying out. The inner sex number 3 was utterly terrifying. He did not even make a move. Just based on a sound wave he sent the grand completion lesser sublime heaven Duan Tao flying. Lu Zhanyuan completely ignored the few people and stepped right into the courtyard. He looked at Lin Lan and said with a sneer, "This Lu entered now. I want to see just how you break my legs." As he said, he took another step forward and closed in on Lin Lan. Everyone's breathing became ragged. They were all anxious. Not that they were anxious about Lu Zhanyuan's legs being broken, but anxious whether or not he would dismantle Little Cloud Courtyard under his rage. How could breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs be possible? Lu Zhanyuan closed in on Lin Lan step by step. However, Lin Lan did not move a muscle all along, as if he did not have the intention to make a move. Hoo-hoo? Still not making a move? If you still don't make a move, this Lu will be attacking. Once this Lu takes action, it won't be breaking legs so simple, Lu Zhanyuan said with a cold laugh. His aura grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. But right at this time, Lu Zhanyuan's footsteps stopped, his eyes becoming white saucers. That terrifying aura dissipated in an instant. Thud! Lu Zhanyuan fell in front of Lin Lan just like that, twitching nonstop. Twitching and twitching. Lu Zhanyuan's eyes and mouth were askew. His entire person like having an epileptic seizure. It was exactly the same as Zhao Kuan back then. Windward topple. It was true that Lu Zhanyuan was strong, but he had not reached limitless sublime heavenly stratum after all. As long as one did not reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum windward topple was an absolute kill. Outside the courtyard, everyone's eyeballs popped out. Death-like silence. The powerful inner sex number 3, Lu Zhanyuan, was actually spasming? Lin Lan looked at Lu Zhanyuan, who fell to the ground and shook his head and said with a sigh, "Master said to break the legs and throw out. So it means breaking the legs and throwing out. Do you think that Master was joking with you?" Finished speaking, Lin Lan took action, directly breaking Lu Zhanyuan's legs. Thud! He casually lifted, directly throwing Lu Zhanyuan out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Everyone shuddered all over as if the sound was knocking on their hearts. Be broken. Broken. Really broken? Really broken. Everyone swarmed over to watch Lu Zhanyuan's grand display of invincible might. Who would have thought that the perpetrator had not been seen yet, and Lu Zhanyuan directly had his legs broken and thrown out? Until now, everyone still had not quite come back to their senses. Li Jue, who was by the side, was directly dumbfounded. He thought that Lu Zhanyuan could take revenge for him. Li Jue did not expect that he was so useless. Although he had his legs broken, Lu Zhanyuan was still twitching non-stop, looking very comical. An inner disciple who was experienced and knowledgeable cried out in surprise, "Windward topple! This must be windward topple! I didn't expect that the master of this courtyard actually had such a fierce anesthetic. Furthermore, his method of poisoning is strange and unpredictable." Senior apprentice. Brother Lu really kicked an iron plate at this place. Somebody asked, Senior apprentice Brother Su, "Is this windward topple very powerful?" Senior apprentice Brother Su gave a cold laugh and said, "Powerful? Hoo-hoo. Under limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's no cure, even if it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum, once inflicted with windward topple, their strength will fall greatly too. How can the level of anesthetic be explained with just powerful? However, this anesthetic is extremely difficult to extract. Even for ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists, it's very hard to do it too. Didn't expect that this little cloud courtyard's master actually has it. This person can't be provoked. Finished saying, senior apprentice brother Su gave the courtyard a glance, rather warily, turned around, and left. The puny little 1,000-bird peak became everyone's focal point very quickly. This matter caused a great sensation in the inner sect and outer sect. A fellow who had not even entered the sect yet, his movements and traces being elusive and secretive, actually broke the legs of the inner sect's top 3. Lu Zhanyuan. Of course, Lu Zhanyuan became the laughingstock of the inner sect too. Many inner disciples could not help coming to Little Cloud Courtyard. But no one dared to approach. Windward topple was too formidable. They did not wish to go out spasming. But the more it was so, the more mysterious Little Cloud Courtyard seemed. Little Cloud Courtyard's master had never gone out before. If there was anything, it was also his apprentice doing it on his behalf. When Yao Qing heard about this incident, he was incredibly shocked too. Lu Zhanyuan's prowess, he was deeply aware of it. With his strength, he could not last past 3 moves under Lu Zhanyuan's hands at all. But Lu Zhanyuan actually succumbed at Yi Yuan's hands. People were all guessing that Little Cloud Courtyard's master must be a grade 2 heavenly alchemist or even a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. But only he knew that Yi Yuan was merely a lesser sublime heaven, that was all. After this matter, no one dared to provoke Little Cloud Courtyard anymore, and no one dared to be disrespectful to Green Bull Town's ascenders as well. Over the course of a year, there were ascenders being taken to 1,000-bird Peak one after another. On 1,000-bird Peak, it gradually became lively. After the 1-year date was up, it was finally time for the heavenly sex assessment. On this day, there were many more pairs of eyes at the entrance of Little Cloud Courtyard. People all wanted to see just what kind of person this Little Cloud Courtyard's owner was. Among them included Lu Zhanyuan. Lu Zhanyuan only recovered after lying on the bed for 3 months. In 5 Light Heavenly region, heavenly pills were extremely precious. In most cases of broken legs, it all relied on self-recovery. Even if Lu Zhanyuan was an inner disciple, he did not dare to consume this kind of healing heavenly pills easily too. Out! Coming out! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Little Cloud Courtyard's door opened. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see clearly what kind of person was coming out. A young man in white robes walked out of Little Cloud Courtyard. Behind him even followed Lin Lan.
Elle laissait sublime avant l'Istratum.
Little Cloud Courtyard's master is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, it's even just an upper lesser sublime heaven. In this 1 year, the guy who caused a stir in the entire inner sect is actually just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. No one expected that the master of Little Cloud Courtyard was actually just an unassuming lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he only broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven not long ago. Lu Zhanyuan was even more stunned. Immediately, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, I actually lost at the hands of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Deep humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He had thought of countless possibilities and even wondered if Little Cloud Courtyard's master was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum expert or not. But they never expected that it was actually a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Swoosh! Lu Zhanyuan turned into an afterimage and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Damn ant! To dare humiliate me! I'll kill you today! The roar instantly spread all over 1,000-bird Peak. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over. Just this look and Lu Zhanyuan's figure stopped abruptly. This look filled him with fear. That unbearable memory instantly welled up in his heart. His belly full of anger instantly turned into terror. Yi Yuan glanced at him curiously and asked Lin Lan, Who is he? With one sentence, everyone fell down. That sentence, break the legs, throw them out, was still being sung on every peak. This fellow actually did not know who he beat. Too aggravating. Lu Zhanyuan stood there, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Lan said, "A year ago, he trespassed into Little Cloud Courtyard and was brought down by master with windward topple. This disciple broke his legs and threw him out." Yi Yuan had a sudden realization and said, "Oh? It turns out it's him. No wonder he's so angry. Hey, if you're not happy, you're welcome to come to find me to take revenge at any time." Arrogant. Overbearing. He completely thought nothing of the inner sex number 3. This lesser sublime heavenly stratum was a little impressive. Everyone looked at Lu Zhanyuan sympathetically, wanting to see what he would do. Was it taking the risk of having his legs broken again to teach Yi Yuan a lesson, or withdrawing here? Lu Zhanyuan stood there, unable to leave nor stay, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He really wanted to make a move, but reason told him that he could not make a move. If he broke his legs, it would take 3 months. Wouldn't he end up as the entire martial secure heavenly sex laughingstock again? But not making a move, he would similarly end up as a laughingstock. Awkward. Not taking revenge anymore? Then I'm leaving. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Finished speaking, he really brought Lin Lan and left just like that. Looking at what? All get lost for me. Lu Zhenyuan's roar came from behind. Not walking very far, Yi Yuan ran into Yao Qing head-on. Hoo-hoo? Brother Yi, you're really incredible. This 1 year you were in close seclusion in Little Cloud Courtyard, oblivious to the outside world. But this martial secure heavenly sect has your legends everywhere. Breaking the legs of the inner sex number 3, senior apprentice brother Lu. You've already done an astonishing thing before you even entered the heavenly sect. Lord Luo's eyesight is really amazing, Yao Qing said with a big laugh. As soon as he met him, he had just finished speaking when he suddenly discovered that the surrounding atmosphere was not quite right, and Yi Yuan was also currently looking at him with a smile without saying a word. Yao Qing was taken aback. Suddenly he saw Lu Zhanyuan in the distance and was immediately frightened out of his wits. He secretly thought to himself that things were not good. With this, he had offended senior apprentice brother Lu badly. Hoo-hoo? Yao Qing, you're very good. You are very good. Lu Zhanyuan gritted his teeth and said one sentence, then flew away. Yao Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a bitter face and said, Brother Yi, you've harmed me badly. Yi Yuan had an innocent face as he said, I didn't do anything. On Tianhui Peak, more than 2,000 ascenders were gathered here. Want to talk about the number of ascenders in 10 years? It was naturally much more than this. But among ascenders, there were scanty few who were able to hold on until the arrival of guides. Therefore, in the massive Truyang heavenly domain, only these 2,000 ascenders were gathered. On the grandstand halfway up the mountain, several old men were currently whispering to each other. Brother Qin, Jingxian, that lass was forcefully snatched by you the last time. This time, if there are any good saplings, you can't fight with me. Heh? Old man Wu, each entrance examination there are only those few whose affinity meets the standard. Whether or not you can snatch depends on your ability. I can't yield on this. You. Good. You old thing. Let's not rest until we're dead this time. Hoo-hoo. Old man Wu, comparing pill refining, you're still a little lacking. Who asked you to not have our unique skill? That old man Wu was angered until he billowed his beard and glared but was powerless to do anything. The two people talking, one was called Qin Shun, the other was called Wu Chengqiao. The two were both martial secure heavenly sex purple wing protectors. Their statuses even a level higher than Luo Yunqing's. No reason other than because the two were grade 3 heavenly alchemists. In 5 light heavenly region, grade 3 heavenly alchemists were extremely scarce talents. Only in martial secure heavenly sect, this kind of major sect, could one see Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemists. The statuses of these two could be seen at a glance. However, Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemists were few, but there were even fewer. Heavenly Alchemist talents. The innate condition of Ascenders was seriously too weak. Those who could reach 30-point affinity, this boundary was even rarer. And 30 points was just the threshold to becoming a Heavenly Alchemist. Want to reach Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist without 50 and above affinity? One could forget about it. The sect assessment 10 years ago, a genius disciple whose affinity reached 59 appeared, called Wen Jingxian. Her appearance naturally caused a fierce competition between these two people. For this, the two almost came to blows. But in the end, Wen Jingxian still chose the aboriginal Heavenly Alchemist, Qin Shun. This Qin Shun was an aboriginal Heavenly Alchemist. Martial secure Heavenly sect naturally spent a lot of thought and price in order to poach him. At this time, a protector said loudly, "You all will pass through that array formation ahead one by one. The array formation will automatically discern your talent. There are 9 aptitude qualifications. Lower inferior is the lowest, upper superior is the highest. If there's anyone among you all whose aptitude is superior, then congratulations, the sect master will personally accept you as a disciple. Of course, this is virtually impossible. Those who are judged as upper middle and above after passing through the array formation can all enter the next round. Or, if your affinity can reach 30 points, you can also enter under the Alchemist Hall. The rest descend the mountain. Now, the entrance assessment begins. To Ascenders, there were scanty few whose affinity reached 30 points and above. But it was also not absolute. In the lower realms, some people's physiques were special, approaching
Natal physique.
their affinity would reach 30 or more too. And these people's talent in comprehending Tao tend to similarly be outstanding too. Hence, Ascender Heavenly Alchemists were often martial path powerhouses. Furthermore, every few years, some heaven-defying figures would also appear. Among these Ascenders, their affinity very abnormal. Just like the one Jingxian in the previous period, her affinity even reached a terrifying 59 points. Even many native Heavenly Alchemists were not as high as her too. This kind of person could be said to be the darling of heaven. And this sort of people often did not cultivate in the lower realms for a long time, virtually crushing all the way and ascending to the 33 heavens. Of course, a monstrous genius like Wen Jingxian was extremely rare. It was also precisely because of this that Qin Shun had always treated her as a treasure. One had to know, Qin Shun's own affinity was also merely 56 points. "I'll go first." A burly man took the lead to step out of the ranks. This burly man held 2 axes in his hands and did not deliberately deploy. But the show in strength was extremely shocking. One look and it was clear that he was not to be trifled with. He arrived in front of the array formation and said with a chuckle, "Your father's 2 axes slaughtered until the void god world's sun and moon dimmed. Arriving at grand bright jade complete heaven, I'll also kill gods if gods block and kill Buddha if Buddha blocks. My aptitude has to be high level no matter what, right?" The group of Ascenders nodded their heads one after another. This burly man gave people a strong deterrent at a glance. He was definitely not to be trifled with. If his aptitude did not reach high level, it would not be justified. But that protector gave an enigmatic smile. The burly man was also not long-winded, directly entering the array formation. The grand array lit up, emitting rays of light. Testing the aptitude was very fast. In just less than 10 breaths of time, the big man was out. After coming up, he looked at the light screen in front of the grand array, with a look of anticipation too. Very soon, a row of words appeared on the light screen. Tao Physique, Postnatal Tao Physique, Aptitude, Upper Inferior, Affinity, 17. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can your father's aptitude possibly be so bad? There must be something wrong with this array formation, the burly man said with a look of disbelief. That protector said coolly, Regardless whether you came from a great trichiliocosm or small chiliocosm, that place is a completely different level of plane from the 33 heavens. Here, no matter how powerful you were before, it's all useless. You might still not be able to differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority among yourselves yet. But once you enter the heavenly sect, the gap will soon be widened. Even if you're not willing to admit it, it won't do either. All right, descend the mountain. The burly man gritted his teeth and said, "Your father isn't convinced. There must be something wrong with this array formation." The protector did not get angry. Clearly, he had encountered this kind of situation too often. He just smiled slightly and said, "Yun Qing, you go." At this time, a young man dressed in outer sect disciple attire floated down and arrived in front of the burly man. The protector said coolly, "He entered the heavenly sect 10 years ago. His talent is only upper middle. His current realm is also only middle lesser. Sublime heaven. You're a minor realm higher than him. If you can beat him, there's no harm in accepting you into the sect too." The burly man's gaze turned sharp and he said with a chuckle, "This is what you said." The protector nodded lightly and said, "I said it." The burly man looked at Yun Qing like a tiger looking at a baby. He chuckled and said, "This senior apprentice brother, if I hurt you anywhere, don't blame me." Yun Qing smiled slightly and said, "Feel free to make a move." Whoosh! His voice had yet to fade and the axe already chopped out. That momentum felt like he was going to split the earth in half. The ascenders were all gloating over others' misfortune, thinking to themselves that this protector was really funny. Which of them had not experienced many battles? How could they be leapfrogged in cultivation realm and be defeated? Clank! Yun Qing's sword came out of its sheath and actually clashed head-on with that terrifying axe. What was even more frightening was that he actually caught it deftly. Everyone had stunned faces. So strong. The following battle made all of the ascenders' jaws drop. When the burly man's one move was defeated, he was completely suppressed by Yun Qing. 10 moves later, signs of defeat already appeared. With 13 moves and the axes were directly sent flying. The burly man lost. How could this be? That Yun Qing is actually so strong. I've fought with that burly man before. He's extremely strong. He actually only lasted 13 moves. Could it be that this is the difference in talent? Each and every one of the ascenders was in disbelief. Now, is there still any problem? If there isn't, continue. The protector said coolly. What problem could there still be? Already being leapfrogged by someone and defeated, having any more problems, was making trouble out of nothing. In the crowd, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. That Yun Qing's strength was indeed ridiculously strong. If in the same realm, Yi Yuan had to expend some effort to win him too. Of course, Yi Yuan broke through to upper lesser sublime heaven now. Beating him was as easy as blowing off dust. But he also saw through that the good and bad of this aptitude did not seem to have much to do with cultivation realm. Without objections, the testings at the back would go much smoother. But with close to 100 people went up in a row, only a scanty few 5 people passed the assessment. This ratio made everyone take a beating. The aptitude that the array formation tested, the vast majority was lower, middle or upper inferior. Even average was very few. Chang Qian, prenatal grade 3 lightning spirit Tao physique, lower, superior aptitude, affinity 35 points, pass. Suddenly the protector shouted. A superior aptitude suddenly appeared. The crowd burst into an uproar all at once. Even the protectors on the grandstand could not quite hold themselves back. 2. Prenatal Tao physiques were different from postnatal Tao physiques. The cultivation speed was extremely fast and the comprehension of rules was also much stronger than postnatal. Finally, that Chang Qian was taken in as a disciple by a purple wing protector, directly becoming an inner disciple. This scene also aroused the envy of many ascenders. Later, more and more disciples passed. An upper middle aptitude grade 4. Prenatal Tao physique even appeared among them, causing a bout of snatching. Mu Yun innate, grade 5 elements Tao physique, aptitude, upper,
Superior.
affinity, 60 points. The protector looked at the light screen, and could not help being in a daze. He also did not expect that such a heaven-defying disciple would actually appear. This time, no one from the protectors on the grandstand came out to snatch, because they all knew that this Mu Yun no longer belonged to them. Mu Yun looked at the light screen. A little smugness could not help surfacing on his face. He swept across all the way in the lower realms, reaching heavenly stratum. Now he still laughed proudly among heroes. The protector said, Mu Yun, you come to my side. I'll send someone to report to the sect master about your aptitude. Yes, Mu Yun answered and stood beside the protector, overlooking the ascenders below. At this time, he already soared to the sky with one bound. The people below were all ants. Those ascenders looked up to Mu Yun and actually somewhat felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Next, the protector said, let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly stepped out of the ranks and said, it's him, Little Cloud Courtyard's master. I'm really curious, the guy who could devastate the intersex top 3. Wonder how his aptitude is. Being able to enter Little Cloud Courtyard. His status is extraordinary to begin with. Heard that he was personally guided by Lord Luo Yunqing. I guess that it's at least middle superior aptitude too. The moment Yi Yuan came out, it immediately caused a great sensation. Even the protectors felt rather baffled too. They rarely intervened in the competition between disciples. As long as there were no deaths, they normally would not care. So he did not know why Yi Yuan's appearance would cause such a big stir. Lu Zhenyuan suddenly came beside the protector and said, Senior apprentice, Brother Mo, if he fails the assessment, I'll execute him. Lu Zhenyuan was the personal disciple of a Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, so he was in the same generation as Protector Mo, and addressed each other and Senior and Junior Apprentice brothers. Protector Mo looked at Lu Zhenyuan with some surprise. Seeing Lu Zhenyuan's murderous gaze, he understood something. He nodded and said, Can! These words did not shun away from those ascenders. Everyone heard it. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. The matter previously was just a dispute caused by personal feelings. Yi Yuan made Lin Lan take action and also showed mercy. But now, Lu Zhenyuan wanted to kill him so outrageously without any scruples. The nature was different. Lu Zhenyuan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Punk, you'd best pray that your aptitude is enough. Otherwise, the humiliation that you gave me needs to be repaid with death. Yao Qing's expression changed greatly when he heard that and said to Protector Mo with clasped hands, Protector Mo. Yi Yuan was personally led over by Lord Luo. Protector Mo's expression changed, but he shook his head immediately and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo probably just did it conveniently. This can't be taken seriously. A mere lesser sublime heavenly stratum isn't sufficient to make him serious yet. Not entering the sect, Junior Apprentice Brother Lu isn't subjected to the sect's rules. He can naturally kill people. This, Yao Qing was directly choked to death. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, If you don't want to die, just pray that your aptitude is sufficient then. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, He wants to kill me. Then if I kill him? Protector Mo's gaze turned sharp and he could not help laughing as he said, This joke isn't funny at all. He's not joking. Not his match. However, this guy is too despicable. He used poison to deal with me. It's impossible to guard against. Lu Zhenyuan's face turned red as he quibbled. Protector Mo was taken aback when he heard it, thinking to himself how strong a poison could a lesser sublime heavenly stratum use? Lu Zhenyuan said viciously, Therefore I specially went to invite Senior Apprentice Brother Han to do it on my behalf. The Senior Apprentice Brother Han that Lu Zhenyuan spoke of was a Red Wing. Protector, Lu Zhenyuan's fellow senior apprentice brother. Protector Mo became somewhat curious. Just what peculiar aspects did this Yi Yuan have? No matter what, wait until after he passes through the array formation before talking, Protector Mo said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and stepped into the array formation. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan walked out of the array formation. Very soon, the light screen displayed his aptitude. Then, the whole audience was deathly silent. Yi Yuan looked at the words on the light screen and could not help smiling bitterly. Sure enough, as he expected. Dao Physique. None. Aptitude. Lower inferior. Affinity. 4 points. Dao Physique, Aptitude, Affinity, everything was the worst out of all present. Not one of. Terrible until it made one's hair stand on end. The others, the worst was also middle inferior. But he was lower inferior aptitude. Actually, Yi Yuan was mentally prepared before. His background was seriously too lousy. Suddenly, bursts of laughter erupted from the crowd. Many people even tear up from laughing. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm really dying of laughter. This guy is actually lousy to such an extent. I didn't expect that. Senior apprentice brother Luo also has times when he makes an error of judgment. Lu Zhenyuan immediately burst out laughing when he saw this sight. He laughed himself into fits. Even tears came out. This aptitude was really the worst in history. He was still worried previously. Yi Yuan being able to be regarded highly by Luo Yunqing, he reckoned that his aptitude would be high. But now it was not a problem of whether it met the standards or not, but a question of how ridiculous it was. It's really killing me. I didn't expect that among ascenders. There's actually someone with such a poor aptitude. Ha ha ha. To think that I thought that he was an expert who kept to his own counsel. Didn't expect that it's actually terrible until like this. This guy pretended to be mysterious. Actually, he's afraid of losing face, right? This talent is really incredible. Even those ascenders who were eliminated also jeered at Yi Yuan endlessly. This kind of aptitude was not on the same level as them at all. In an instant, the mysterious image that Yi Yuan had built in a year collapsed with a boom. Even Lin Lan had a shocked expression on his face too. He thought that Yi Yuan, this kind of heaven-defying figure, his aptitude, should be the very best. He did not expect that it was actually terrible until like this, but he was different from the rest. He did not think that Yi Yuan was ridiculous, but was unbelievably shocked in his heart instead. Someone who such a poor aptitude could actually ascend to the 33 heavens. Furthermore, after ascending, he could still be so heaven-defying. Just what did he rely on? Lin Lan was very certain that Yi Yuan definitely would not stop at his present cultivation realm strength. His future was very bright. Facing this tsunami-like ridiculing, Yi Yuan was very calm. He had never cared about other people's gazes and also never felt that aptitude could mean anything. The aptitude that this array formation tested was a test of the body's conditions. This kind of aptitude was external. It was natural. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated to grand completion rank 9, it could not change. 2. But the array formation was unable to pry into some intrinsic things, such as comprehension ability, such as willpower. In Yi Yuan's view, this was more important than aptitude. Moreover, Yi Yuan discovered that aptitude was not unchangeable. Didn't his affinity grow? As long as his alchemy path strength improved, his affinity might be able to grow to 50 or 60 in the future. Alright, finished laughing too. But it's also time to settle our scores. Senior apprentice brother Han, I'll have to trouble you to do it. After laughing, Lu Zhenyuan's gaze turned cold as he said. Han Qinyun smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Lu, making me kill such a person. I'm afraid that after today, I'll become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly sect too. He, Han Qinyun, was a limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse. Dignified red wing protector. He was actually killing the guy with the worst aptitude in history. No matter how one looked, it was somewhat degrading himself. Sky-Do Jade Pith Lu Zhenyuan's face turned red again, and he said, Senior, apprentice brother Han, although this boy's aptitude is extremely poor, his ability in poisoning isn't weak. I reckon that he should have obtained some poison path inheritance after ascending. Senior apprentice brother, kill him, and I'll give you that bottle of Sky-Do Jade Pith. Han Qianyun's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, This is what you said. Sky-Do Jade Pith was a prenatal item, being extremely precious. It had a great effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Could be said that Lu Zhenyuan put forth a huge blood capital in order to kill Yi Yuan. I said it. Lu Zhenyuan gritted his teeth and said. Han Qianyun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Boy, a trash like you, I was originally disdainful to take action, but, for the sake of the Sky-Do Jade Pith, I can only take action. Yi Yuan ignored him, but looked at Protector Mo and said coolly, You let that burly man test his skills? Can you let me test it too? Protector Mo could not help laughing as he said, Boy, stop struggling. He can't do it, less of all you. Just now, Yun Qing merely used 50% strength. What? Only used 50%. When the Ascenders heard this, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared with their mouths agape. An outer sect disciple cultivated for 10 years only used 50% strength and jumped realms to defeat the burly man. This disparity was too great. I wasn't talking about him, but him. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and pointed at Lu Zhenyuan and said smilingly, What? He wants to challenge Lu Zhenyuan. This guy is mad, right? Who does he think he is? A guy whose aptitude is terrible until not even his parents love him, actually wants to challenge the intersex number 3. The moment Yi Yuan spoke, everyone directly exploded. The current Yi Yuan was an ant on the ground in their eyes, while Lu Zhenyuan was a flood dragon in the sky. These two people were not in the same world at all. But now the ant wanted to challenge the flood dragon? Was this guy being funny? Lu Zhenyuan was also stunned for a long time before he could not help laughing. As he said, Boy, your aptitude is bad. Is your brain spoiled too? Or is it that you want to use windward topple to paralyze me? Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, I won't use poison. You just need to suppress your cultivation realm to the same level as mine. Lu Zhenyuan could not help laughing as he said, Boy, do you know who you're challenging? Forget about suppressing to the same as yours, even if I suppress to lower lesser sublime heaven. I can wreck you too. Of course you're not allowed to use poison. Who was Lu Zhenyuan? He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple, the inner sex top 3 super powerhouse. Now he was actually being challenged by an ant. He felt that his dignity was challenged. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, In that case, you agree? Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you this opportunity. Let's have a life and death match. How about it? When Protector Mo and Han Qianyun heard that, they both smiled. Even on the Ascenders this side, there were roaring peals of laughter too. Yi Yuan's words at this time sounded like a deathbed struggle. Lu Zhenyuan also smiled very brightly. Okay, as long as you don't use poison, so what if I agree with you? Just based on your lower inferior aptitude, can you still stir any waves? Lu Zhenyuan jumped right down and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. A great battle was about to start. Yi Yuan's action was a death-seeking behavior in everyone's eyes. Even if he suppressed his cultivation realm, the inner sex top 3 could absolutely sweep away lesser sublime heavenly stratums too. Protector Mo looked at Han Qianyun and said with a smile, The Sky-Do Jade Pith that reached your hands flew away. Han Qianyun also smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Lu is a rarely seen prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique. His strength can virtually insta-kill same ranks. Only Su Lingfei and Zhengqiafei, those 2 freakish Dao physiques, can barely manage to suppress him a notch. Master shows favoritism toward him. If he wants to kill with his own hands, how can I stop him? Protector Mo smiled and said, Then you guess how many moves can that boy last? Han Qinyun laughed in spite of himself and said, how many moves? Isn't it insta-kill? Invincible in the same rank isn't said for fun. Furthermore, suppressing his realm, junior apprentice brother Lu's comprehension of rules isn't what an ant can compare to. This battle is without the slightest suspense. Protector Mo smiled and said, true, really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. Didn't he see Yun Qing and that burly man's fight at all? He's already significantly lacking when compared to that burly man. How can he compare to junior apprentice brother Lu? On this side, Yi Yuan said to Yao Qing, brother Yao, borrow your sword too. Use. Yao Qing threw the sword over and said with a frown, brother Yi, you're too reckless. Windward topple is powerful, that's why he'd be wary of you. Now that you've tied your own hands and legs up, what will you use to fight with? Senior apprentice brother Lu? If something were to happen, how do I explain to Lord Luo? Yi Yuan caught the sword and said with a smile, if I die in battle, so many people can prove that I brought about my own destruction. Why would Senior Luo blame you? Alright, no need to worry. Who you should be worried about is that fellow. If I kill him, I reckon that the entire sect will be shaken, right? Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha. Brat, I discovered that you really have the talent for comedy. You? Kill me? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Kill you. Lu Zhanyuan laughed loudly and said, this is the funniest joke that I've heard in my lifetime. Finished speaking, the moment his aura released, it crushed over toward Yi Yuan like a blazing sun. So strong. This is the rule of Yang. Can be said to be half of the power of the world. This power completely crushes those of the same rank. Although Lu Zhanyuan suppressed his realm to upper lesser sublime heaven, his strength can probably sweep across lesser sublime heavens. Right? Not on the same level at all. That Yun Qing is simply weak like a child in front of Lu Zhanyuan. The moment Lu Zhanyuan made his move, it immediately evoked a series of exclamations. Compared to Yun Qing, Lu Zhanyuan was like a tumultuous violent wave, while Yun Qing was just a little trickle. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Lu Zhanyuan's sun rule was peerlessly domineering. Great trichiliocosm soon yang palm. Unleashing a palm, it was as if a world was fired over, being unbelievably terrifying. Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, being composed and collected, and he uttered coolly, universe. The moment the domain formed, there was no weakness to exploit. Boom! The two clashed and were actually evenly matched. Dual polarity. 4 symbols. 6 unity. 8 diagrams. Yi Yuan's sword art was akin to raging river waters, stretching long and unbroken. The changes in the sword art also contained the maxim of great Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 begets myriad life. The beginning had come again with endless variations. No matter how fierce and domineering Lu Zhanyuan was, he could only fight with Yi Yuan until they were evenly matched in strength. Those people mocking Yi Yuan were long already dumbfounded. The originally one-sided battle actually fought until they were locked in battle. Yi Yuan's sword Tao was ever-changing, suave and carefree, elusive and unpredictable. How can he be so strong? That's the inner sex number. 3. Prenatal grade 5 Sun Tao physique. A trash can actually comprehend sword Tao to such a realm? Truly inconceivable. No Tao physique, lower inferior aptitude. This entrance assessment is simply a joke. This was really gaining worldwide fame and success in one battle. Yi Yuan's sword art that was impregnable truly exhibited sword Tao to the extreme. His sword Tao did not oppress people by force and was also merely at the first level of sword Tao rule. But his application of sword Tao reached the acme of perfection, a realm that took people's breath away in astonishment. Ingenuity in varying tactics depended on mother wit. Therefore, even when facing the powerful Lu Zhanyuan, he still did not show the slightest signs of defeat. Protector Mo and Han Qianyun, two people, were dumbstruck with amazement from watching. Is this guy really of lower inferior aptitude? This sword art is likely not beneath Luo Yunqing already, right? Protector Mo said in surprise. Heh? More than just not beneath him. If Luo Yunqing suppressed his realm, I'm afraid that he isn't this person's match. Strange, could it be that this assessment grand array is actually spoiled? This guy is really a genius. Han Qianyun similarly said in surprise. Seeing Yi Yuan's breathtaking performance, many people had the idea that the grand array was broken. Protector Mo said, at this time, it's not good for junior apprentice brother Lu. That boy is too stable. Han Qianyun recovered from the surprise and said smilingly, no need to worry. Junior apprentice brother Lu, he isn't so easy to deal with. He has already comprehended that move. Protector Mo said in surprise. You're talking about birthing Yin from extreme Yang. Han Qianyun smiled and said, what else can there be? Protector Mo said in shock. If he comprehended this move, then that brat will be in danger. Junior apprentice brother Lu is probably going to employ a killer move. Sure enough, right at this moment Lu Zhanyuan gave an angry yell, the imposing aura on his body skyrocketing. Terrific lad. I underestimated you. Your ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger is very good. But it ends here. My prenatal grade 5 Sun Dao physique isn't a joke. Lu Zhanyuan gave a loud cry and said, watch out! Extreme Yang birth scene. Grand Heaven Yang melancholy cloud hand. Extreme Yang was not scary. What was scary was Extreme Yang birthing Yin. This was the same logic as extreme toughness birthing softness. It was just that this rule of sun power was God knows how many times higher level than extreme toughness birthing softness. Once this move was unleashed, the power increased by more than 10 times. No matter how perfect Yi Yuan's swordsmanship was, it was also impossible to block this kind of powerful strength. A shame, this move is too strong. Yi Yuan probably won't be able to block it. This person is too arrogant, insisting on offending the intersex number 3. Otherwise, with his strength, the sect will definitely want him. Challenging an upper superior aptitude with a lower inferior aptitude, Yi Yuan can be sufficiently proud too. When many people saw Lu Zhanyuan's move, they could not help sighing. Yi Yuan's combat power made them have a feeling of rising phoenix-like from the ashes. It let them see hope too. It was just that this life and death fight was ultimately still Lu Zhanyuan who won. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coolly and said, Extreme Yang birthing Yin only carries a trace of the power of extreme Yin. That's all. You're still too far away from Yin-Yang harmony. Today I'll let you take a look at what's called Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe forming naturally. 8 diagrams, 6 unity, 4 symbols, dual polarity, verse. Originally, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from simple to complex, incomparably gorgeous. But now, Yi Yuan's sword technique went from complex to simple, returning to one's original simplicity, returning to universe again. This process was not a process of regression, but contained the maxim of great Tao, going from simple to complex, deriving myriad life, going from complex to simple, great Tao returning to one. Yin and Yang complementing mutually, universe formed naturally. Sword Tao was also a great Tao that developed heaven and earth. The power in this increased exponentially. Even if a greater sublime heavenly stratum was here, they might not be able to block the strike of Yi Yuan's too. On the grandstands, the group of protectors suddenly stood up, looking at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. Impressive. This boy's comprehension ability is absolutely seldom seen in the world. Inoculating great Tao with sword Tao, this sword Tao should be his own. Comprehension. Universe forming naturally, mowing down all resistance. Sigh? Lu Zhenyuan's comprehension of Tao can't compare to Yi Yuan's even if he whips his horse. The disparity. The disparity. People who understood the sword could see through the sharpness of this sword. With one glance, going from simple to complex, many people could do it. But the power of going from complex to simple was tremendous. The difficulty also increased exponentially. Without an extremely deep understanding of Tao, there was no way of using this move at all, only to see Yi Yuan unleash a sword. The fierceness of this sword directly split the force of the grand heaven-yang melancholy cloud hand and landed on Lu Zhenyuan's body. Lu Zhenyuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out. Backward. He was defeated. However, it was not over. This was a life-and-death battle. Yi Yuan did not stop, the long sword following like a shadow, following right after. Lu Zhenyuan's expression changed wildly, a feeling of danger welling up in his heart. It was just that he was already injured at this time and could only forcefully resist it. Boom! Another sword. Lu Zhenyuan was directly sent flying. If not for him being a major cultivation realm higher, his divine essence, incomparably thick, that sword previously would have already taken his life. It was just that Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. Each sword faster than the last. Lu Zhenyuan was pushed to his limit and his heart was burning with anxiety. Boom! He did not hesitate in the slightest, instantly unlocking all of his strength, and he roared angrily, "Damn thing! I'm going to kill you!" The current Lu Zhenyuan had already completely fallen into a rampage. He did not expect that he actually lost to a lower inferior aptitude trash in the fair fight. He could not accept this result. Yong! The previous second, Lu Zhenyuan had a threatening manner. The next second, he fell out of the sky and convulsed non-stop. Spasmed. Again. Everyone did not even find out when he was poisoned. When Lu Zhenyuan flew off the handle, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead. For sure. But in a blink, he was spasming. But in the next second, something even more surprising happened. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and stabbed toward Lu Zhenyuan like lightning. He was going to kill. Protector Mo and Han Chenyun's faces changed greatly and they exclaimed in unison, "You dare!" These two people did not hesitate at all, displaying their movement techniques, and turning into two sharp arrows rushing over. Two mighty, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratums. Their speed could be imagined. But sadly, they were fast. But Yi Yuan was faster than them. Yi Yuan unleashed his spatial rule, his movement technique being swift to the extreme. Although it could not compare to the two great protectors, he had an edge in that he was closer to Lu Zhenyuan. Puchi. This sword of Yi Yuan's directly attacked a vital. Lu Zhenyuan died. The whole place was deathly silent. On the day of the entrance assessment, a guy who had not entered the sect yet, he actually killed the inner sect's number 3. This was too arrogant, too domineering, too seeking death. They said that it was a life and death battle, but everyone did not take it seriously at all. Originally, it was a one-sided killing. How could an ant be the opponent of a giant dragon that pranced in the sky? Yet, this ant trampled the giant dragon to death. Everyone was caught off guard. Two great, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum protectors were too late to save. 2. Spatial rule. Protector Mo said in surprise. Originally, he thought that with his speed, even if he was slightly far away from Lu Zhenyuan, he could save him too. But who knew that Yi Yuan's speed was unbelievably fast? No one could have thought that apart from his sword Tao being unparalleled, Yi Yuan's spatial rule was also so formidable. In the battle with Lu Zhenyuan, Yi Yuan only used sword Tao rule from start to end. It could be seen how powerful his sword Tao was presently. And spatial rule had an unexpected effect at the last moment. Han Chenyun's gaze was dark as he said in sullen anger, "You very good. You haven't entered the sect yet and already dared to kill the heavenly sects. Inner sect disciple, what audacity!" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "There are thousands of people bearing witness here that Li Zhenyuan set a life and death battle with me. What's Wrong with me killing him? Han Qianyun said with a cold smile. Insolence. What status did Junior Apprentice Brother Lu have? Who the hell do you think you are? A lower, inferior aptitude ant also dares to compare to Junior Apprentice Brother Lu in the same breath. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yeah, I'm an ant, but he died at this ant's hands. Han Qianyun said in a great rage. Rubbish! That's you being treacherous and cunning. Using poison to paralyze Junior Apprentice Brother Lu. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, Either way, you just refuse to see reason. Everyone saw that it was him who broke the rules first. I think that if it was me who was killed right now, you guys would probably say serve him right. Very calmly, right? Han Qianyun smiled coldly and said, That's how it is. Today even the Jade Emperor can't save you too. Done talking, the limitless sublime heavenly stratum aura on his body suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed. But Yi Yuan was indifferent, and looked at Protector Mo and said, I won. So, can I enter the sect now? Protector Mo frowned and said, Are you a fool? Killing Junior Apprentice Brother Lu, you actually still want to enter Martial Secure Heavenly Sect? You probably don't know that he's Elder Shi Feiyu's personal disciple. An elder. Shi Feiyu is a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. What Junior Apprentice Brother Han said is right. Even if the Jade Emperor comes today, he can't save you too. The Ascenders all shook their heads and sighed, thinking to themselves that Yi Yuan was too impulsive. Take a step back and it would be endless blue skies enduring for a short while, and it would be smooth waters. The difference in their status from inner disparity was too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed Lu Zhanyuan, there was only a road that led to death. 2. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was in the right. But who would talk reason with him? Is that so? Then I wonder if this thing can save my life.
Yi Yuan similed
Faintly and took out a token. It was precisely the Green Wing Protector token. Green Wing token. How can you have a Green Wing token?
Protector Montag
exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly. This token was naturally given by Senior Luo. After finished speaking, Yi Yuan raised his hand slightly and threw the token to Protector Mo. Protector Mo inspected the token and discovered that there was indeed Yi Yuan's identity information on it. There was also Luo Yunqing's divine sense branding inside. It was absolutely true. This is impossible. How can Senior Apprentice Brother Luo possibly hand the Green Wing Protector token to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? What capability do you have? Protector Mo could not believe it. Han Qianyun's gaze turned sharp too. This reversal scene caught him by
surprise.
A lower inferior aptitude trash became the sect's Green Wing Protector with a sway of his body. His status was even a level higher than his. What? Green Wing Protector. Lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing gave the Green Wing token to him. This guy wouldn't have picked it up, right? This sort of thing is too fantastical. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's protectors and disciples were all shocked until they could not be more shocked. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Purple Wing protectors that were responsible for guiding new Ascenders had the right to directly bestow the authority of a Green Wing Protector. This kind of situation had occurred before in the past. It was not uncommon. Some Ascenders were very tenacious and were able to survive in the 4 great heavenly regions and even reach limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Only for such a person would a Purple Wing Protector grant the Green Wing token, letting them directly become Green Wing Protectors. But Yi Yuan was just a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. This sort of thing had never happened before in the entire sect's history. Yi Yuan was merely a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Furthermore, he was even a lower inferior aptitude lesser sublime heavenly stratum. What right did he have? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, How do I know? Perhaps Senior Luo found me pleasing to the eye. Believe my ass. Found you pleasing to the eye and gave the Green Wing token to you? One had to know only by reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum did one have the qualifications to become a protector. As for a green wing protector, not only did one's strength have to reach upper limitless sublime heaven, they even had to have made great contributions to the sect. This fellow who had just ascended had yet to make the smallest contribution. His cultivation realm was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Luo Yunqing actually gave such an important token to him. Puzzled, shocked, depressed. In martial secure heavenly sect, one needed to endure at least several thousand years to get a green wing token. But Yi Yuan actually got it before even entering the sect. Protector Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Why didn't you take it out earlier if you have the green wing token? Is it very interesting to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger like this?" He wished to kick a foot onto Yi Yuan's face right now. Clearly Yi Yuan had the green wing token, but he wanted to turn the martial secure heavenly sect upside down before taking it out. This fellow did it on purpose, right? Right now, how should he clean up this mess? Protector Mo could not help feeling his head hurt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You look at their reaction." Protector Mo was taken aback and could not help turning his head to look at the rest. Sure enough, the expression on each person's face was fascinating to the extreme. "I originally planned on entering the sect first. I'll wait for Senior Luo to come back before talking. But this Lu Zhanyuan provoked me time and again. Just now, he even wanted to kill me in a flagrant manner. Could it be that he shouldn't be killed?" Yi Yuan said indifferently, "This matter is huge. It's already not what I can handle. I'll report it to the sect master to handle this matter personally." Protector Mo said in a solemn voice. No matter what, Yi Yuan, this green wing protector was real. The rank was even above his. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Anything then?" Protector Mo said in a loud voice, "The entrance assessment is suspended. After I report this matter to Martial Uncle Sect Master, I'll make a decision." Again. His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying aura suddenly descended. An old man dressed in black clothes arrived from the horizon with a howl, his arrogance billowing to the sky. "Who killed this old man's disciple?" The thunderous voice shook until everyone almost could not stand firm. "Elder Shi, Master!" Protector Mo and Han Qinyu exclaimed at the same time. This person was precisely Lu Zhanyuan and Han Qinyu's master, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's Jade Sovereign Heaven Elder, Shi Feiyu. The moment a Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared, everyone was suppressed until they found it hard to breathe. Too strong. The black-clothed old man landed on the ground. Looking at Lu Zhenyuan's dead body, he was beyond furious. "Qinyun? Who killed Zhenyuan?" Shi Feiyu said angrily. Han Qinyun pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "It's him." Shi Feiyu could not help being taken aback and said, "Lesser sublime heavenly stratum? Just the likes of him can kill Zhenyuan? Could it be that he's a peerless genius that's hard to come across in a million years?" Han Qinyun's expression was ugly as he said awkwardly, "No, he has a lower inferior aptitude. Furthermore, his affinity is only 4 points. However, his means of using poison has reached the acme of perfection." Junior apprentice brother was suddenly caught off guard and was paralyzed by him. Using windward topple. Shi Feiyu's gaze turned grim and he said in a cold voice, "Then what are you doing? Why haven't you avenged your junior apprentice brother?" Han Qinyun said with a bitter smile. Senior apprentice brother Luo gave him the green wing token. His brat is now a green wing protector. What nonsense! Luo Yunqing, this punk, is becoming wilder and wilder these few years. Giving the green wing token to a Luo Yunqing heavenly stratum, and he's even lower inferior aptitude. What is he trying to do? Shi Feiyu was extremely enraged. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. The deterrence of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was seriously too strong. No need to care about him. Lesser sublime heavenly stratum, lower inferior aptitude. He isn't worthy to possess the green wing token at all. Chen Yun do it. Shi Feiyu was unparalleled and domineering. He could not be bothered to say anything at all, directly sentencing Yi Yuan to death. Even if it was the green wing token, he did not think anything of it either. Yi Yuan's gaze turned chilly, and he said with a sneer, "Your esteemed self is so awe-inspiring." Shi Feiyu's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Boy, you dare to talk to this old man like this?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Why? You already want to kill me. Could it be that you still want this Yi to be overflowing with gratitude towards you? Did your head spoil from your advanced age too?" Hiss! The sound of a series of cold air being drawn came from all around. This guy was really crazy. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Hoo-hoo! A newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. Do you think that with Luo Yunqing backing you up, you can act recklessly without caring for nobody? Let me tell you, he's nothing in front of this old man. You played tricks and killed Zhang Yuan, so you'll have to pay for it with your life, Shi Feiyu said, with a cold smile. As a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, every action and movement of Shi Feiyu's brought tremendous pressure on these lesser sublime heavens. When he talked about killing people, everyone was practically about to faint. Oh? Is that so? Martial Uncle Shi is really getting more and more overbearing. You can even kill green wing protectors without authorization. Now, right at this time, a leisurely voice sounded out. Han Qianyun and Protector Mo's expressions changed and they cried out in surprise, "Luo Yunqing!" It was only to see a person walk out with a sword behind his back. Who could it be if not the jade-faced swordsman Luo Yunqing? Seeing Luo Yunqing return, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. The pressure that a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse brought to him was seriously too great. Shi Feiyu's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph! As an elder, could it be that this old man can't even sentence a amen? You broke through." Shi Feiyu spoke halfway when he suddenly discovered that Luo Yunqing's aura was not quite right. It had clearly already surpassed limitless sublime heavenly stratum and reached Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum. This shock was by no means insignificant. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "In this 1 year, I challenged 12 branches of the Jade True Heavenly Sect in a row and fought with 28 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses one after another, narrowly escaping with my life many times, killing 6 Jade True Heavenly Sect protectors. I finally pierced through this layer of windowpane paper. Limitless sublime heaven to Jade Sovereign Heaven was a massive ridge. Even if Luo Yunqing was peerlessly talented, he was stuck for many years too. The matter of sneak attacking Green Bull Town this time completely enraged Luo Yunqing. He killed Jade True Sex people until they were utterly routed with his power alone. But he did not expect that, under the fierce fighting, he actually broke the shackles and broke through this huge threshold. Shi Feiyu's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not like Luo Yunqing's arrogance and stubbornness to begin with and suppressed him a lot. But he did not expect that this punk actually broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven now and is on an equal footing with him now. "Congratulations, Senior Luo," Yi Yuan said sincerely. Actually, if not because of Luo Yunqing, Yi Yuan might have gone straight down the mountain previously. Whatever green wing protector, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had his own pride. It was just that Luo Yunqing laid low in Eastward Country for 10 years in order to solicit him. If he left here and now, it was letting down Luo Yunqing's high regard too much. Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, Brother Yi. If not for you giving me those few things, I might really have not been able to come back this time, let alone talk about breaking through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum." Luo Yunqing went too overboard this time, virtually inciting the entire Jade True Heavenly Sect's strength. The Jade True Heavenly Sect even mobilized Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, wanting to cut him down. It was just a shame that Luo Yunqing's movements and traces were elusive and secretive, one person fighting as a guerrilla, leaving them nowhere to start. But even so, facing so many same-rank powerhouses, Luo Yunqing also narrowly escaped death many times, although those few toys that Yi Yuan threw to him did not have much effect on limitless sublime heavenly stratums. They indeed had unexpected effects. Just like windward topple, it only needed to paralyze that tiny bit at the crucial moment. Facing an expert like Luo Yunqing, it was absolutely fatal. The two people's conversation was akin to a clap of thunder to the ears of the bystanders. Luo Yunqing, who already broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. It seemed like this green wing token was really not anyhow given. It was just that what right did a lower inferior aptitude fellow have to make? Him being regarded so highly? Just based on him being able to defeat Lu Zhanyuan at the same rank? Not enough, right? Brother Yi, don't call me Senior Luo in the future as well. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother Luo, Luo Yunqing said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, clasping his hands and saying with a smile, Big Brother Luo. Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, Good brother, leave your matter to your big brother. This Lu Zhanyuan, I've already found him displeasing to the eye. For a very long time already, well killed. I indeed didn't misjudge things. Brother Ye's temperament really suits my Luo Yunqing's tastes? Ha ha ha. Martial uncle sure? Oh. Wait, senior apprentice brother sure, I'm shielding Yi Yuan. If you don't feel happy about it, let's have a fight now. How about it? As a swordsman, they were arrogant and unyielding. Their will billowing to the sky. They could not bear the sight of injustice in this world most of all. Lu Zhanyuan was very arrogant and domineering in the sect by relying on the fact that there was Shi Feiyu backing him. Luo Yunqing could not bear the sight of it and made a move to teach him a lesson a few times. It was also precisely because of this that Shi Feiyu was very displeased with him. Hitting his disciple, that was slapping his face. Speaking of which, Shi Feiyu, this lineage really descended from the same lineage. From Shi Feiyu to Lu Zhanyuan, then to Lu Zhua, they were all of the same virtue. Overbearing, rude and unreasonable. It was just that, in the past, Luo Yunqing was wary of Shi Feiyu's strength and could not go too overboard. However, Luo Yunqing did not expect that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than him. He actually killed Lu Zhanyuan just like that. This kind of temperament that had no scruples and did not fear power, suited his tastes a lot. It was just that on that side, Shi Feiyu having his face slapped repeatedly. He was long already beside himself with rage. His disciple was killed. Now he even said well killed. Did he really take him, this elder, to be trifled with? Good, good, good. This old man wants to see how the young are to be feared. Shi Feiyu said 3 goods in a row. His rage currently could be seen. The moment the imposing aura of a Jade Sovereign Heaven released, the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Luo Yunqing. Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. Luo Yunqing's countenance did not change, the sword intent on his body surging to the sky. Although he was a minor realm lower than Shi Feiyu, Luo Yunqing's fighting intent tore through the firmament. 2 great Jade Sovereign Heaven experts confronted each other. Everyone's faces changed one after another. 5 great heavenly regions, those able to reach Jade Sovereign Heaven, were feudal kings of a region. Regardless of being in which sect, their statuses were extremely high. This level of powerhouse would not take action easily. But once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Without waiting for anyone to instruct, everyone retreated far away one after another, fearful of being involved. Swoosh! Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly disappeared. He was actually the first to make a move. Rumble. The two exchanged blows, instantly fighting until sand and rocks flew everywhere, the earth quaking and mountains swaying. On Tianhui Peak there was a stretch of wasteland. It was just that, although Luo Yunqing was a minor realm lower than Shi Feiyu, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Protector Mo stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape and said in shock, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo's sword intent billows to the sky. The moment he entered Jade Sovereign, he's fighting with Elder Shur until they are evenly matched in strength. He is already someone of a completely different world from us. While Han Chenyun's gaze flickered, clearly feeling awful, when someone around them suddenly leaped over the dragon gate, becoming someone who stood above the masses. Only they themselves knew the grief. The two people were in the midst of fierce fighting when suddenly, a ray of sword light flew over from beyond the horizon. Boom! A loud bang came over, directly sending the two people flying. Following that, a sagely-looking middle-aged man came over from the sky. Seeing this person, everyone's faces suddenly changed, directly bowing down. Even someone as proud as Luo Yunqing also bowed in salute. Paying respects to sect master, Yi Yuan was extremely surprised. He did not expect that it actually alarmed the sect master. At this time, his handsome face was like carved jade, his expression restrained. One look and it was clear that he was an extremely strong person. The middle-aged man said in a solemn voice, Humph! Two great Jade Sovereign heavens actually came to blows in front of their own mountain pass gates. Where's the sense of propriety? Do you guys still have me, the sect master, in your eyes? Clearly, he was rather upset about his own people's internal strife. Shi Feiyu acted like the villain who sued the victim first before he got prosecuted, hurriedly saying, Sect master, please investigate. Luo Yunqing. This punk fetched a scoundrel from God knows where. He killed this old man's beloved disciple before even entering the sect. This guy actually still said that it was well killed. This old man was indignant. That's why I fought with him. Suppressing the two mighty experts, the sect master was not as angry as before anymore. He gave Luo Yunqing a glance, a hint of approval showing in his gaze as he said, Not bad, Yunqing. Luo Yunqing said, Thank you, sect master, for your praise. The sect master said coolly, Since you've already entered Jade Sovereign, you're the heavenly sect's elder. I'll hold a conferment ceremony for you. Another day. It's just that, shouldn't there be an explanation for today's matter? Luo Yunqing said coolly, Lu Zhenwen sought death. There's no need to explain anything. Moreover, in Yunqing's view, if Lu Zhenwen dying can soothe Yi Yuan's heart, it's worth it. You, Luo Yunqing. By the side, Shi Feiyu was about to explode from anger. This was saying that his disciple died in vain just like that. His face was slapped in vain just like that. Moreover, it was even slapped by a lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Where would he, this Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, put his face? When the others heard this, they were dumbstruck with amazement too. They all knew Yi Yuan's aptitude, although the combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited was surprising. His talent was placed there was limited room for improvement. But Luo Yunqing said that as long as it soothed Yi Yuan's heart, one Lu Zhenwen dying did not matter at all. The meaning of the words was saying that, if he died in vain. Sect master, you listen. What does he mean by that? Zhenwen is of the pre-natal grade 5 sun physique. He has extremely high hopes of stepping into Jade Sovereign Heaven in the future. His death is actually just for the sake of currying favor with a lower inferior aptitude trash. Shi Feiyu berated sharply. Sect master also frowned slightly and looked at Yi Yuan and said, Lower, inferior aptitude. Shi Feiyu gave a wink. Han Qinyu got the meaning and hurriedly said, Reporting to sect master, Yi Yuan already passed through the array formation just now and doesn't have any Dao physique. His aptitude is lower inferior, and his affinity is only 4. Sect master's brows knitted together. Right now, he somewhat felt that Luo Yunqing vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. Yunqing, this matter isn't a trivial matter. It concerns the feelings of the sect's people. If you're unable to give an explanation, this sect master will definitely punish you severely. Sect master's tone also became serious. The moment Shi Feiyu heard, he was ecstatic in his heart. These two fellows were so arrogant. See how you guys could still be arrogant. Luo Yunqing was indifferent and said coolly, so what if prenatal grade 5? Sun physique? I Luo Yunqing am merely a grade 3 Dao physique, didn't I? Also step into Jade's sovereign heavenly stratum now? On the contrary, the sect recruited quite a number of grade 5 Dao physique disciples, but how many can step into Jade's sovereign heaven? Therefore, aptitude doesn't mean everything. Shi Feiyu sneered and said, you're twisting logic to win the argument. Luo Yunqing completely ignored him and said coolly, when I was in Truyang, heavenly domain, I heard by chance that the little country of Eastward had an ascender who actually refined a heavenly pill with 1 point affinity. So I went to inquire about it. Later, I laid low in Eastward for 10 years, observing Yi Yuan, and saw his growth and rise with my own eyes, cultivating grade 1 heavenly pills to the extreme. Such a genius has much more potential than that Lu Zhenuan. Hang on, you're saying that the reason you gave the green wing token to him is that he knows how to refine pills? Shi Feiyu suddenly said. Luo Yunqing said coolly, exactly. Ha ha ha. Shi Feiyu laughed loudly and said, it's really making people die of laughter. A guy whose affinity is only 4 points cultivated grade 1. Heavenly pills to the extreme. This extreme is also too worthless, right? Hang on. Sect master suddenly spoke up. Just now you said that he only has 1 point affinity. What kind of character was sect master? The crucial information in these two people's words was captured by him very quickly. Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, that's right. When Yi Yuan just ascended, he only had 1 point affinity, but he has 4 points now.
Sect
master, the significance of this doesn't need me to say anymore, right? His affinity actually increased? Affinity is innate. How can it possibly increase? This Luo Yunqing started talking nonsense in order to save his life. The moment these words came out, it naturally caused a shock. Sect master's eyes also narrowed slightly, revealing surprise. At this time, Qin Shun suddenly said, Luo Yunqing, your words are insulting. Us heavenly alchemists. If even a 1 point affinity can refine heavenly pills, then wouldn't we, these people, become jokes? Affinity was the biggest threshold for heavenly alchemists. Many ascenders were alchemists in the lower realms before but had no choice but to give up after ascending. Luo Yunqing smiled and said, actions speak louder than words. It's time to see what someone is worth. If Master Qin feels that Yunqing is joking, why don't you guys compete in a match? When Qin Shun heard that, he said in a great rage, Luo Yunqing, you're becoming more and more condescending. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist. How noble is my status? You're asking me to compete in alchemy with a 4 point affinity trash. Although Luo Yunqing was already a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, Qin Shun did not feel inferior in front of him. The status of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist in the sect was too high. He could sit on equal footing with the elders. Luo Yunqing laughed in spite of himself and said, since Master Qin refuses to compete, what are you going to do about it? Qin Shun thought about it and said, Jingxian, you come. Behind Qin Shun, a girl in a yellow shirt walked out. This girl had dancing eyes, her lips like cherries, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness, truly as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Many ascenders stared until they could not pull their eyes away. Qin Shun looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, my disciple Jingxian has learned alchemy from me for 10 years. If you can win against her, I'll consider it that you pass this hurdle. How about it? When Jingxian frowned and said, Master, how can him having 4 point affinity be able to refine pills? Even if I win, it's also winning unscrupulously. In these 10 years, you've followed me to learn alchemy and rarely showed your face in the sect. Today, just nice to borrow this opportunity and let Them take a look at your achievements of 10 years in front of sect master. Qin Shun did not hide his selfish motives at all, directly saying it. Straightforwardly. Heavenly alchemists wanted face the most. Not only did they have to be impressive, but they also had to make their own disciples seem impressive. He made Wen Jingxian come out to prove that he taught better than Wu Chengqiao. This? All right. Wen Jingxian hesitated for a bit but still agreed. Wu Chengqiao's expression was very ugly by the side. When Shi Feiyu saw the situation, he immediately said, "Sect master, if he loses to Jingyuan that lass, this old man will definitely seek justice for Zhan Yuan's death." Luo Yunqing knew Yi Yuan's strength, so he was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then if Yi Yuan wins, what about it?" Shi Feiyu sneered and said, "If he wins, this matter will be dropped at this." Luo Yunqing laughed and said, "Okay, it's a deal." Sect master also nodded and said, "In that case, wait a minute." Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Shi Feiyu smiled coldly and said, "Why? Know how to be scared now. It's too late." Yi Yuan gave him a glance like looking at a fool, turned to Qin Shun, and said, "You're a protector. I'm a protector too. You sent a disciple out to compete with me? Isn't this insulting me?" Qin Shun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You, a mere lesser, sublime heavenly stratum, also wants to be on equal footing with me? What qualifications do you have?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't want to be on equal footing with you. You are not qualified to be on equal footing with me." Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was terrified, he changed his tone and shocked people when his words came out. This guy is really impressive. I just want to know why a lesser sublime heavenly stratum can be impressive. Until like this, the ignorant is fearless. A series of cold air being sucked in came from all over the entire Tianhui Peak. Yi Yuan's words were too domineering. Luo Yunqing was taken aback when he heard that and immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, I'm really feeling more and more optimistic about you." Qin Shun's smile suddenly froze, and he shouted, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Lin Lan." Lin Lan stepped forward when he heard and said respectfully, "Disciple is here." Yi Yuan said, "This disciple of mine has followed me to learn alchemy for more than 3 years. If you can beat him, come and challenge me again." As for that Wen Jingxian, who was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, she was directly hung out to dry at one side. Yi Yuan was talking about Qin Shun. Face slapping. Blatant face slapping. "You used a disciple to challenge me. I'll use a disciple to challenge you." Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan's posturing points simply rose up vertically. That was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. A guy whose affinity was only 4 points actually talked wildly. "Hoo-hoo? Good. Very good. Sect master, this boy is insulting me. What should be done about it?" Qin Shun's expression was grim until it was about to drip water. By the side, when Wu Chengqiao saw Qin Chao getting deflated, he secretly rejoiced. Before waiting for Sect Master to speak, he said, "Sect Master, I feel that Yi Yuan's words are reasonable, no matter what his cultivation realm is, since Luo Yunqing gave him the green wing token. He's our sect's green wing protector, his status similar to ours. This is our martial secure heavenly sect's rule. It can't be broken. It isn't appropriate for Qin Shun to challenge Protector Yi with a disciple. Wu Chengqiao you." Qin Chao was angered until his beard billowed and he glared. When Jingxuan's brows also furrowed slightly, and she looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "You're using a made-up directive to order people around. A mere 4-point affinity, what are you pretending here for? If you have the capabilities, fight with me." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "You're not qualified enough." Sect Master also felt a headache. He discovered that this Yi Yuan was really too capable of causing trouble. A tiny little sect assessment had a hole poked through the sky by him. Sect master said in a solemn voice, "Protector Yi, whether or not you're qualified to take on the position of protector is still to be discussed. If you insist on doing so, then this sect master can only strip you of your position of protector." Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "All right, then I'll give sect master face. You compete in alchemy with Lin Lan. If you win, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me. If you lose, let that old fellow come. Compete with him. Sect master, this is my bottom line. If you don't agree, you can do as you please. A scholar prefers death to humiliation." These words were said to Wen Jingxian. Sect master thought about it and said with a nod, "Okay, do as you say." Since Luo Yunqing gave the token, Yi Yuan was a protector in reality. The rules could not be broken. He had to give this face. Not giving to Yi Yuan, it was giving it to Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing entered Jade Sovereign Heaven at a young age. He was the best successor candidate for the next sect master. If Yi Yuan really had this ability, then his face had to be given. He understood Luo Yunqing. There were not many people that could make Luo Yunqing hold in esteem. Wen Jingxian had an indifferent personality in the first place. But at this time she was triggered badly by Yi Yuan too. She came before Yi Yuan and said in a chilly voice, "Protector Yi, I'll definitely make you reveal your fox's tail." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "I already said, you're not qualified. Not just you, but that master of yours isn't qualified either." One was good-natured and lovely, full of youthful spirit. The other was old and decrepit, lifeless and apathetic. When Wen Jingxian stood with Lin Lan, there was a clear distinction between purity and impurity. "Young lady, this old man is a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. I can't bully you. You choose the heavenly pill. Choose the one that you're best at." Lin Lan said coolly. Wen Jingxian sneered and said, "A mere grade 2 heavenly alchemist, pretending in front of this young lady for what? This young lady's grade 1. Heavenly pills are much stronger than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. In a while you'll taste defeat." Lin Lan just remained silent and declined to comment. Wen Jingxian gave a cold snort and said, "Okay, since you let me choose, then I'll pick the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill." Lin Lan was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "Young lady, I advise that you'd better choose others. Foundation establishment heavenly pill. You have no chance of winning." These few years, what he cultivated the most was foundation establishment heavenly pill. His current foundation was already very solid. Although far worse than Yi Yuan, it was God knows how many times stronger compared to ordinary heavenly alchemists. However, the more he was like this, the more Wen Jingxian felt that he was afraid of being found out. "Hoo-hoo, you think that a grade 2 heavenly alchemist will definitely be stronger than a grade 1 heavenly alchemist? Master didn't teach me advanced heavenly pills in these 10 years. He only told me to lay down a solid foundation. And foundation establishment heavenly pill is precisely what I'm most proficient in. Competing high-level heavenly pills, I'm not as good as you. But competing in the foundation establishment heavenly pill, you're far behind." Wen Jingxian said with a cold smile. The words shocked Lin Lan until he stared dumbfoundedly. When Wen Jingxian saw the situation, she even thought that she had intimidated Lin Lan and said smugly, "Why? Scared?" Lin Lan shook his head and said, "What a coincidence, my master taught me the same way too? Men? Looks like that old man still has some knowledge." When Wen Jingxian heard that, she said in a great rage, "You're an old man. Yourself, you actually dare say that my master is an old man." Lin Lan said, "Your master is an old man compared to my master. You." Wen Jingxian was choked badly. On the grandstand, Yi Yuan could not help but smile, thinking to himself that Lin Lan was really much cuter now, while Qin Shun's face became black as the bottom of a pot. "Just you wait. You'll be crying in a while." Finished speaking, when Jingxian calmed her spirit and focused her mind, and started extracting the heavenly medicines. The moment she made a move, Lin Lan could not help being surprised. This young lady's strength really could not be underestimated. If not for him having followed Yi Yuan, he would really not be this little. Girls match. When Jingshuan's refinement was like floating clouds and flowing water, natural and smooth, looking incomparably skillful. Clearly, she had real skills. She was not blowing her own trumpet. Even Wu Chengxiao also had a look of surprise as he said, "Really didn't expect that this little girl only used 10 years' time and laid her foundation down so solidly. Given time, she'll be another grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Maybe she can break through to grade 4. Qin Shun said smugly, "Jingxian girl's foundation is much more solid than ordinary grade 2 heavenly alchemists. What's laughable is that this punk thought that by sending a grade 2 heavenly alchemist out, he'll be able to smoke his way through? Brat, you think that by having a protector token you can treat it as a death exemption gold token?" Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Wen Jingxian but did not pay the slightest attention to Qin Shun. Qin Shun thought that Yi Yuan would answer back sarcastically and prepared a whole bunch of words. But now it was so awkward. With regards to Wen Jingxian, Yi Yuan still quite approved of her. This girl's basic skill was indeed quite solid. Furthermore, her refinement gladdened the heart and was very pleasing to the eye without that sense of stagnation. Clearly, this girl's understanding of alchemy was very accurate. Her talent was not bad. Most of the 33 heavens considered alchemy talent to be affinity. But Yi Yuan never thought so. Affinity was indeed very important, but just relying on affinity, it was just too biased. Yi Yuan rarely had the thought of taking in disciples. But this time he was indeed somewhat moved. If Qin Shun knew that Yi Yuan was actually planning on poaching, who knew how he would feel? A lesser sublime heavenly stratum was actually snatching disciples with him, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Very soon, when Jingshuan's foundation establishment heavenly pill was completed, through the Cloud Mount Motherstone's testing, it was actually as high as upper 7th grade. When the result came out, it immediately caused a burst of exclamation. "That's amazing! Upper 7th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. The vast majority of grade 2 heavenly alchemists can't reach it, right? Heh. Foundation establishment heavenly pill reaching 5th grade is easy. But if you want to reach upper 7th grade, most likely even many grade 3 heavenly alchemists can't do it. No need to compete anymore. That old man will lose for sure." When Jingxian had a look of pleasant surprise on her face. In her rage, she performed exceptionally today and actually reached upper 7th grade. Normally, she only reached middle 7th grade at the highest. Furthermore, it was even very unstable. She looked at Lin Lan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Old man, how is it? Do you yield?" Lin Lan nodded and said, "To have such skill at a young age, this old man is impressed." When Jingxian said with great joy, "That means that you admit defeat?" But Lin Lan shook his head and said, "Before following master, I wasn't your match. But now you're not my match. Your talent is pretty good. But it's too much of a shame to follow that old man. Do you want to follow my master?" When Jingxian was taken aback. This old man actually wanted to poach her? Yi Yuan was stunned too and immediately laughed in spite of himself. He did not expect that Lin Lan actually verbalize his own thoughts. This old man was a little interesting. Hoo-hoo. Just you brag. If you have the ability, refine an 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill for me to see. When Jingxian said in a great rage. Lin Lan nodded slightly and did not say anything further either, and he started refining. The moment he made his move, everyone's faces changed. Lin Lan's refinement technique was dreamlike and mystical. It was a little more brilliant compared to Wen Jingxian. The entire refinement was completed in one go. With regards to the cultivation of the foundation establishment heavenly pill, Lin Lan was long already thoroughly familiar with it. There was no difficulty at all. Furthermore, he was not as erratic as when Jingxian. The foundation establishment heavenly pill that he refined, more than 90% of them were 8th grade. When Lin Lan's foundation establishment heavenly pill landed on the cloud Mount Mother Stone, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Shun even stood up abruptly and cried out in surprise, "You upper 8th grade? How is this possible?" What did upper 8th grade mean? It meant that Lin Lan's attainments in the foundation establishment heavenly pill were even stronger than him. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. A hint of surprise also flashed across in the sect master's eyes. It was also his first time seeing an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. When Jingxian looked like she was battered out of her senses, not quite daring to believe everything before her eyes, she actually lost to an old geezer. It was clear that this old man was an average slag. With one glance, he should be a rookie among grade 2 heavenly alchemists. But she lost. Furthermore, she sensed that Lin Lan's affinity was significantly worse than hers. But the quality of the foundation establishment heavenly pill was greatly better than hers. Upper 7th grade and upper 8th grade seemed to only have the difference of 1 grade. But there was a distance of 108,000 miles in the middle. One had to know even Qin Shun, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, could not refine an upper 8th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill too. Lin Lan looked at Wen Jingxian and said coolly, "Lass, your talent is really very good, but following that old man has stifled you. Why not follow my master in the future? Your talent will be brought to play to the greatest extent." At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said, "Old man, it's time for us to go down and compete." Everyone roused themselves. This arrogant and flaunting guy was finally going to make a move. Was this trash-like aptitude really impressive, or did he hold a position without qualifications? It was going to be revealed to the world. The arrogance from before already whetted everyone's appetites. But in everyone's view, the likelihood that Yi Yuan was posturing was higher. Really arriving at this time, he should be nervous. But now, Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to provoke. Seriously, exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Shun's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be thinking that you can beat me because that fellow won Jingxian, right? Hoo. This old man also wants to see how high the quality the heavenly pill refined by a 4-point affinity can be." Yi Yuan gave him a deep look and suddenly turned to Sect Master and said, "Sect Master, this girl's talent is very good. It's too wasteful to be put in this old man's hands. Why not let her come to me? How about it?" Sect Master was stunned. Qin Shun was taken aback too. They did not expect that he had not even competed in alchemy yet, and Yi Yuan actually started to publicly poach people. Qin Shun flew into a great rage when he heard that and said, "Brat, you're also too impudent. Shouldn't you think about passing this old man's hurdle first before talking?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I think that this alchemy battle isn't necessary anymore. It's too troublesome." Qin Shun sneered and said, "Brat, what tricks did you think of again? Want to avoid this alchemy battle? Ho. Let me tell you, you have to compete in this alchemy battle whether you want to or not." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're mistaken. What I mean is you pick 3 kinds of grade 1 heavenly pills. I'll refine first. After I refine finish, if you feel that you can surpass me, then you refine it. If there's a heavenly pill that you surpass me in quality, consider it that I lose." What? This guy is also too arrogant, right? Master Qin is, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. This guy doesn't take him seriously at all. Impressive. Really impressive. Your father has grown so old and has never met such an arrogant fellow before. Got personality. It's just that I don't know whether he has the strength to support his arrogance or not. Yi Yuan's words caused a stir again. Such arrogant words could simply be described as condescending. A guy who was not even sure whether or not he was a grade 1 heavenly alchemist actually completely ignored a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Impudent, arrogant, ignorant. Who do you think you are? Qin Shun was completely filled with anger. His lungs were about to explode from anger. A second ago, Yi Yuan openly poached his disciple from him. In the next second, he directly treated him as heir. How proud was he, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist? When had he been insulted by someone like this before? But Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he said to Qin Shun, "Actually, I'm saving time for everyone too. Old man, I say, if I ruin my first medicinal pill, wouldn't you and Elder Sure be able to kill me right and properly? Moreover, there are so many grade 1 heavenly pills, you can make things difficult for me. You can take out your private pill formulas. All in all, you can use all means to humiliate me. This way, everyone also saves time, isn't that right?" Everyone was completely speechless. Yi Yuan really let them witness what was called arrogant without limit. What he said was in order to save everyone's time. But, as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yi Yuan's subtext was that no matter what means you employed, your father could completely crush you. This kind of arrogance without limit was already not arrogance, but extremely conceited. Hoo. Your meaning is that even if I take out a pill formula that you've never refined before, you can refine it all the same. Qin Shun laughed from extreme fury / Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. If you stump me with your first pill formula, everyone can save time. How about it? Consider it." "No need to consider, this old man agrees to you. This method is very good." Qin Shun suddenly calmed down. It was just that his words carried an icy cold, killing intent. Everyone knew that there was a show to watch. While Sect Master shook his head slightly, he felt more and more that this boy Luo Yunqing found was not reliable. Young people could be frivolous, but being like Yi Yuan, it was not frivolous at all, but courting death. Qin Shun took out a jade slip, threw it to Yi Yuan and said, "This is Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. If you can refine it, consider it my loss." Wu Chengqiao said in surprise, "You actually have the Crimson Cloud Heavenly Pills pill formula. I heard that these heavenly pills can cure myriad poisons under the heavens. It's extremely powerful. I heard that this pill formula has already been lost. Furthermore, the refining difficulty is extremely high. Didn't expect that you would actually have it in your hands." Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, "This old man has already obtained this pill formula for decades. To this date, I can only refine lower 3rd grade. Really want to see whether or not this master can refine it." Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A medicinal pill that a grade 3 heavenly alchemist could only refine lower 3rd grade, the refining difficulty could be imagined. How could a grade 1 heavenly alchemist possibly refine such a pill formula? Yi Yuan received the jade slip and said with a smile, No, we'd best stick to what was said before. 3 heavenly pills as long as you can surpass me in one. Consider it my loss." Qin Shun sneered and said, "Hoo. Since you're courting death yourself then, this old man will grant your wish. Come, men, prepare the heavenly medicine." Yi Yuan's figure floated down and he arrived in front of Wen Jingxian and said, "Lass, how about it, consider my proposition." Wen Jingxian smiled coldly and said, "Talk to me about this again if you can live." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and was not long-winded either, sitting down cross-legged and started studying the pill formula. This pill formula was indeed extremely difficult. But ever since Yi Yuan obtained Zhong Jiancho's 3 pieces of jade slips, he had already pretty much studied entirely these basic pill formulas during the past few years. Yi Yuan achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of these basic pill formulas and already reached the grand completion realm of the first level of heavenly pill rule. Refining extremely high difficulty medicinal pills on this foundation was not considered very hard. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan arrived in front of the medicine cauldron solemnly. That appearance looked somewhat comical in the eyes of the others. Many people had cold smiles, waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. However, the moment the extraction started, everyone's expressions changed. That transcendent, brilliant to the pinnacle fire-controlling technique, that incomparably pure heavenly medicine, it all displayed Yi Yuan's unparalleled strength without exception. Before this, there had already been 2 masters who demonstrated their
Extraction technique.
But, if Yi Yuan's extraction technique was a perfect score of 100, then Lin Lan's extraction technique was only 1 point. As for Wen Jingxian, she did not even reach 1 point. This was simply the difference in levels. The refinement that followed even made everyone feel bedazzled and incredibly shocked. Shi Feiyu, Qin Chao, Wu Chengchao, Shi Feiyu, even including Luo Yunqing, they were all shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This? How is this possible? His affinity is only 4 points. So how does he feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines? If he can't feel the power of rule in the heavenly medicines, how does he refine heavenly pills? Qin Shun opened his mouth wide, his face full of puzzlement and shock. Pretending to be mysterious, he must be purposely misleading people by being deliberately mystifying. Shi Feiyu said in a solemn voice. That's right. It must be deliberately mystifying things. With a 4-point affinity, if he can refine this crimson cloud heavenly pill, then wouldn't we, these heavenly alchemists, become jokes? Qin Shun said with a cold smile. It looks like that, but inside must already be a pile of paste. Shi Feiyu said. These 2 people chime in one after another, continuously cheering themselves. But right at this time, Yi Yuan finished condensing the pill. Everyone held their breaths, staring fixedly at the medicine cauldron. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to verify it. Open! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a golden light dazzled until people could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. This is impossible. Such an obscure heavenly pill, could it be that he has refined it before in the past? Furthermore, he only has 4 points of affinity. For points, this is also too fake. Freaking hell, this is also too impressive. Settling the matter in one go. How can Master Qin still compete? The audience exploded. Everyone fell into fervent shock. They had thought of 10,000 possibilities. The only thing that they never thought of was that it was a 9th grade golden pill the moment Yi Yuan made his move. Only at this time did they suddenly come to a realization why Yi Yuan dared to spout a stream of empty rhetoric, saying that Qin Shun did not need to take action anymore. Freaking hell, how to do it still. Qin Shun said it before too. He studied this crimson cloud heavenly pill for decades and only barely refined lower 3rd grade. Even if he were to refine until he vomited blood, he could not refine 9th grade too. Ha ha ha. Beautiful. The moment Brother Yi takes action, it crushes all sides. With this, everyone has to shut up, right? Luo Yunqing stroked his palm and laughed loudly as he said. Even he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it would actually be so breathtaking, directly settling the matter in one go. By the side, Sect Master's eyes were full of shock. Such a heaven-defying 4-point heavenly alchemist, he really only saw it once in his life. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said, Old man, why don't come down and give it a try too? This is my first time refining. There were still some flaws during the refining process. If you can reach grand completion 9th grade, you can still beat me. Qin Shun's face turned black, wishing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds. Try your sister. Already 9th grade. Was your father going down to make a spectacle of myself? And at this time, Yi Yuan's arrogant remarks did not arouse the full audience's ridicule. At this moment, all of Yi Yuan's arrogance became a matter of course. The strong naturally had the capital to be arrogant. Did you not see that even Qin Shun shut up? When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan, her cherry lips opened until she could not close her mouth. The fox's tail was revealed, but this tail was too big. She prided herself on being extremely talented and had never placed anyone in the sect in her sights before. However, a 4-point affinity lesser sublime heavenly stratum trampled her into the dust with 1 foot. Not, it was her and her master together. Originally, Yi Yuan was just a jumping clown in her eyes. But now Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall, as if a lofty mountain, crushing her until she could not breathe. Why are you not speaking anymore?
No ruse.
You just underestimated the enemy. This time, you still have 2 chances. Buck up. You can do it. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile. Qin Shun's face turned black. This guy was too arrogant. He gritted his teeth, fished out another jade slip and said, "This is the pill formula for the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill. If you can refine it, this old man will admit defeat immediately." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't say that. You need to be careful or you might just slap your own face. Better stick to what we said." 3 times. Everyone was rendered speechless. However, Qin Shun taking out the Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill's pill formula caused a stir once again. This pill formula was even more monstrous and freakish than the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill. Not only was it extremely obscure, but the refining difficulty was also even greater. Could be seen that Qin Shun really put forth the blood capital this time. But unfortunately, Yi Yuan's refinement went rather smoothly. Several hours later, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. 9th grade. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If Yi Yuan happened to have refined the Crimson Cloud heavenly pill previously. Before, then what was going on with this Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill? Such an obscure heavenly pill, forget about in the 5 light heavenly region. Even in the 4 great heavenly regions there were extremely few people who grasped it too. But Yi Yuan seemed to have refined it countless times before. The moment he made a move, it was 9th grade. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile, "Already said it? Don't be so sure. It's easy to get slapped." Qin Shun's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He said in a great rage, "This old man doesn't believe that you can refine this." Finished talking, he took out another jade slip and threw it right at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept and his eyes could not help lighting up. This pill formula was pretty good. He did not say another word either, immediately started deducing. The others had curious looks too, not knowing what pill formula Qin Shun took out this time. But they knew that it must be Qin Shun's ultimate pill formula this time. Several hours later, the furnace was opened. Still 9th grade. That's the legendary Yu Qi Dust Cleansing Heavenly Imperial Pill. Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. And 9th Grade Imperial Grade Heavenly Pill. Wu Chengqiao suddenly stood up, looking at that medicinal pill with an astonished face. Incredibly shocked, he had always harbored the mentality of watching Qin Shun make a fool of himself. But this time he could not sit still anymore. Yi Yuan refining an imperial grade heavenly pill to 9th grade directly made him explode. Imperial grade heavenly pill was the highest grade among heavenly pills. Each grade had a top-notch kind of heavenly pill that was the imperial grade heavenly pill. Lesser sublime heavenly stratums were unable to withstand the medicinal properties of grade 2 heavenly pills at all. Once consumed, they might very likely be blown up by the grade 2 heavenly pills' medicinal properties. However, imperial grade heavenly pills would not. The medicinal properties of grade 1 imperial grade heavenly pills did not lose to grade 2 heavenly pills, but its medicinal properties were very gentle, lesser sublime heavenly stratums could consume them too. But imperial grade heavenly pills had the most terrifying aspect. It was that the refining difficulty was exceedingly high. Whatever Jasper regeneration pill, whatever Fish Dragon 9 transformation heavenly pill, all were weak to the max in front of an imperial grade heavenly pill. Therefore, to the vast majority of heavenly alchemists, imperial grade heavenly pills were just a legend, because even if they obtained the pill formula, they could not refine it at All two. But Yi Yuan refined it. Not only did he refine it, furthermore, it was 9th grade golden pill. 9th grade imperial grade heavenly pill. Sect master, I wonder if this brother Yi of mine can take on the position of a green wing protector, Luo Yunqing said with a light smile. He was similarly extremely shocked in his heart. But at this time, he actually had a feeling of exultation upon fulfillment. Yi Yuan's breathtakingly explosive performance proved that his eyesight was correct. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually be fearsome to such an extent. That was an imperial grade pill. Furthermore, it was a 9th grade heavenly imperial pill. Sect master's entire body trembled, and he nodded his head deeply and said, "Yes, of course, he is worthy of it. No, becoming a green wing protector isn't enough." Luo Yunqing smiled lightly and said, "Actually, when I went to guide him back, then, I wanted to give him the authority of a purple wing protector. But, unfortunately, my greatest authority was also just giving him the status of a green wing protector. Brother Yi has a lofty heart and must be treated with sincerity. Otherwise, he could not care even if given the position of elder. For this reason, I laid low in eastward country for as long as a decade." Sect master slowly said, "Yunqing, you did very well. This matter you've made great contributions to the sect. It's just that I can't give him this green wing protector. Everybody listen up. I Feng Shuani immediately issue a sect master order, and order Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, 2 people, to become martial secure heavenly sect's elders. A grand conferment ceremony will be held on another day," sect master said in a loud voice. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. Elder. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum actually became an elder. Sect master has such breadth of spirit, it's just that, is this position given a little too high? This is probably an unprecedented thing for our 5 light heavenly regions. 5 great heavenly sects, right? A grade 1 heavenly alchemist directly becoming a green wing protector was already sufficiently shocking to begin with. But Yi Yuan actually rose straight to elder, reaching the heavens in one step. One had to know, in martial secure heavenly sect only Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could serve as elders. There were more than 2 major realms between Lesser Sublime and Jade Sovereign Heaven. Feng Shuani's action truly shocked everyone. "Yunqing thanks sect master," Luo Yunqing said. "Thank you, sect master? I also thank Protector Qin for bestowing the pill." "Formulas," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing Yi Yuan smile, Qin Shun's expression became black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out that this guy playing this move, it was actually in order to cheat his pill formulas. This was really suffering a double loss. It was just that who could have thought that this boy could even refine a heavenly imperial pill? His gaze turned cold and he said, "Sect master, a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, taking on the position of elder, it's not enough to convince the masses. If sect master insists on doing so, this Qin will withdraw from martial secure heavenly sect henceforth. Martial secure heavenly sect will only have either him or me." Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that Qin Shun actually clashed with sect master. But one had to admit this move was vicious. No matter how high Yi Yuan's talent was, he was also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist, that was all. He could refine imperial grade heavenly pills, but could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills. But Qin Shun was a living grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly too. Being locked horns with by Qin Shun in public like this, it put him greatly on the spot. His gaze turned dark and he said, "Protector Qin, you've been in my martial secure heavenly sect for many years and know what an extremely talented heavenly alchemist means to the sect. Moreover, Yi Yuan is different from the rest. This matter has indeed somewhat embarrassed you, but this sect master will compensate you afterward. All right?" Those ascenders were all stunned. The exalted sect master actually lowered his head to a protector? Could it be that, in this martial secure heavenly sect, one could come and go as one pleased? Just a protector, even if martial secure heavenly sects heavenly alchemists were extremely few, it was also not to such an extent, right? Even Yi Yuan was very puzzled too. Feng Shuani's concession did not make Qin Shun stop. It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, "Sect master, there's no discussion about this matter. Either the sect sentences him to death, or I, Qin Shun, leave." Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, revealing unhappiness. Qin Shun's request was already not the position of elder, but to sentence Yi Yuan to death. This was too much. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's talent was, if he really agreed, who would still take him, this sect master, seriously? Your Qin Shun's face was bigger than me. The sect master? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's talent gave him a great shock. Heavenly imperial pill, affinity growing, the significance of these two was too great. If affinity could really be increased, wouldn't that mean that ascenders could become heavenly alchemists too? Therefore, even though Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still low, his significance to the sect was extremely far-reaching. Otherwise, how could he possibly hand such an important seat as an elder to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? But what was damning was that Qin Shun's identity and background were extremely not simple. How to make his choice was something that gave him a headache. If it was an alchemy battle in private, it was still fine. But now he had to make a choice in front of the whole sect. Was it Yi Yuan or Qin Shun? And at this time, Luo Yunqing's figure suddenly swayed, landing beside Yi Yuan. He did not speak, just stood there silently, quietly waiting for Feng Shuani's ruling. That meaning was already very clear. He was standing together with Yi Yuan. The whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were staring at Feng Shuani, wanting to see how he made his choice, while Qin Shun had a smug look as if victory was already within grasp. Qin Shun was naturally nothing much, but the Leviathan behind him, who, on this rain-clear continent, dared to provoke? Therefore, Yi Yuan would definitely die. He was already furious to the extreme towards Yi Yuan. Even at the risk of offending Feng Shuani, he had to doom Yi Yuan to death. 2. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned intent, and he said to Qin Shun, "Since that's the case, leave." Qin Shun was currently looking at Yi Yuan with a smug expression. Hearing this, his smile immediately turned stiff on his face, and he said solemnly, "Feng Shuani, what did you say?" Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "I said to have you leave the martial secure heavenly sect. From today onward, you're no longer my martial secure heavenly sect's purple wing protector." Everyone turned pale with fright, being shocked by Feng Shuani's words. Shi Feiyu said, "Sect master, you mustn't. Offending the Pill Alliance, how will we contend with the 4 great heavenly sects in the future?" Protector Mo also said, "Sect master, you mustn't act on impulse. No matter how formidable this Yi Yuan is, he's also merely a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. If we offend the Pill Alliance because of this, our martial secure heavenly sect will struggle to stride forward." Han Qianshan said, "As long as we kill Yi Yuan, Protector Qin will definitely be even more devoted to our sect." For some time, all the protectors present came out to urge. Everyone supported Qin Shun one-sidedly. "All shut up for me." Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, "This place is martial secure heavenly sect, not the Pill Alliance. Although my martial secure heavenly sect relies on the Pill Alliance, it's also not what a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist can order around. Qin Shun, you leave." Qin Shun's expression was already gloomy to the extreme. Hearing that, he smiled coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo. Feng Shuani, you're very good. I, Qin Shun, am indeed just a measly little grade 3 heavenly alchemist. But don't you forget who my master is." "Fine, I'll go. It's just that today's humiliation, I'll return it to the martial secure heavenly sect with interest." "Jingxian girl, let's go." Luo Yunqing frowned and said, Jingxian is martial secure heavenly sex. Disciple, not the Pill Alliance's disciple, what right do you have to take her away? Qin Shun smiled coldly and said, she is my, Qin Shun's disciple. Of course, she's also the Pill Alliance's disciple. I'm bringing her away today, see who dares to stop me. Jingxian, come over. When Jingxian had a look of struggle, she completely did not expect that things would actually become such a mess. One was the master who taught her cultivation, the other was the sect who provided for her. It was really very hard to make a choice. But at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly blocked in front of Wen Jingxian and said, coolly, she won't go with you. Qin Shun said in a great rage, who the hell do you think you are? Is it your turn to come and tell me what to do with my apprentice? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, you don't want to take her away for something just as simple as teaching an apprentice, right? Qin Shun's expression changed and he said in a great rage, impudent, Jingxian is a piece of uncut jade. Placing her in the martial secure heavenly sect is a waste too. I'm bringing her to the Pill Alliance for the sake of her future. What else can there be? Is that so? Then the worrisome heart callousness is also in order to teach her to test poison. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shun and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Shun was immensely shocked and scolded angrily. Bullshit! What worrisome heart callousness! What nonsense are you spurting? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, there are really quite a number of wondrous formulas in your hands. It's just a pity that this worrisome heart callousness, this he knows about it too. Not admitting is fine. Bring a stalk of pity star grass here. It will naturally be verified. Qin Shun's expression changed wildly, and he actually fell silent, while the others had baffled looks, not knowing what the two were talking about. When Jingxian frowned and said, Master, what are you guys talking about? Qin Shun's expression was complicated, but he did not open his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, worrisome heart callousness is a kind of strange poison. There are very few people who know about it. The poisoner just has to fuse his own blood into the poison, then let the woman drink it and he'll be able to turn her into his most loyal furnace. However, this poison isn't easy to refine, and poisoning is likewise not easy. Of course, the symptoms after getting poisoned aren't obvious. If it's someone who doesn't know it, it's extremely difficult to discover. Fortunately, you aren't poisoned deeply and can still be saved. Once this poison encounters the pity star grass, the pity grass star will wither and turn yellow. Hearing that, everyone was incredibly shocked. This Qin Shun was actually a beast in human clothing, posing as someone with high morals and plotted against his own disciple. Wu Chengqiao opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, worrisome heart callousness.
No wonder.
No wonder Chun Yuerong and Li Xinran, those girls, became somewhat odd after becoming your disciple. After that, they died. In sect missions, it turns out that you actually poisoned them with such an unscrupulous poison? Heh. You got bored of them and made them go and seek their own doom, is that it? When Jingxian had a blank face, she was stunned by what Yi Yuan said. The master that she respected actually did such a shameless thing. This old thing was simply coveting her looks. Therefore, are you still planning on going together with him?
Ye Yuan similed.
And said, good, very good, brat. I've remembered you. In the future, this old man will definitely tear you to shreds. Also, Fengshuani, you should know the consequences of offending the Pill Alliance. Qin Shun turned angry from embarrassment and threw down harsh words. Then, flicked his sleeves and left. His face was utterly lost. If he left because of a dispute, he could still garner some people's sympathy. But now, the matter of the worrisome heart callousness was exposed. He really lost all standing and reputation. Worrisome heart callousness. Even Wu Chengqiao could not tell. He did not expect that it was actually seen through by Yi Yuan. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. Swoosh! Luo Yunqing's figure flashed, blocking Qin Shun's path. Qin Shun sneered and said, "What, Luo Yunqing? Could it be that you're still planning on killing me? Do you know the consequences of offending the pill?"
Alliance.
Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "Let him leave." Luo Yunqing had a look of unwillingness on his face, but in the end he still moved aside, while Qin Shun had a smug look as he strutted away. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that an entrance assessment actually played out until like this in the end. After Qin Shun left, Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice, "It ends here today. The entrance test will be conducted on another day. All withdraw."
Ye Yuan.
Yunqing Elder Sure. You guys come with me. In the hall, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. The sect producing a scum like Qin Shun, nobody looked good. Yi Yuan, you were too rash in this matter. Offending the Pill Alliance, our sect's heavenly pills in the future will get into an even more dire state. Shi Feiyu shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and said, "Enough!" Feng Shuani shouted coldly and said, "Shi Feiyu, if not looking on the account of your face as an elder, I'll definitely punish you severely today. You, a dignified elder, don't think about looking for talents for the sect, and even want to doom Yi Yuan to death. I don't believe that you can't tell Yi Yuan's value to the sect. Also, have you ascended for too long and already forgot about hot-bloodedness? When in the lower realms, no matter how formidable the Pill Alliance is, when can they ride on top of our martial secure heavenly sect's head? He, a puny, little grade 3 heavenly alchemist, is even a second-rate existence in the
Pile Alliance.
His face is bigger than my Feng Shuani's face." Shi Feiyu completely did not dare to make a sound being countered by Feng Shuani. Only then did he know that Feng Shuani had already tolerated him for very long. At this time Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Is this Pill Alliance very powerful?" Luo Yunqing nodded his head and said, "More than just powerful, can be said that they are Rain-Clear Continent's #1 major faction." It turned out that this Pill Alliance was actually the Heavenly Alchemist.
Alliance.
Of the various major factions on this Rain-Clear Continent, more than 60% of the Heavenly Alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance. Not only did they control the massive amounts of heavenly medicines, pill formulas, refining techniques, they even controlled the most abundant heavenly alchemist resources. Many sects' heavenly alchemists originated from the Pill Alliance, such as Wu Chengqiao. However, those like Wu Chengqiao did not belong to the Pill Alliance's own people. Their internal faction had strict ranks. It was not what anyone could enter as they liked. And Qin Shun was a proper member of the Pill Alliance. Martial secure heavenly sect's heavenly alchemist strength was too weak. Was difficult for one person to support it. Being helpless, Feng Shuani moved out in person and spent a lot of money to hire Qin Shun. Who would have thought that this guy was actually such a despicable and shameless person? Furthermore, the Pill Alliance's heavenly alchemists were very strong. The heavenly alchemists that the various major sects sent over to the Pill Alliance, their strength was significantly worse compared to them. Qin Chao was not considered very strong in the Pill Alliance, but his strength was much stronger than Wu Chengqiao. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help suddenly seeing the light. Even Feng Shuani did not want to completely offend the Pill Alliance too. This Pill Alliance controlled all of the Rain-Clear Continent's alchemy path resources. The other sects could only depend on them to survive. The other heavenly alchemists' outcomes were much worse compared to those from the Pill Alliance. So how to compete? Therefore, no matter how you sects fight among yourselves, I stand firm as a rock. It was also precisely because of this that he could take out so many valuable and obscure pill formulas. It was just that Qin Shun never expected that the pill formulas were all swiped away by Yi Yuan. Luo Yunqing finished explaining, and then Feng Shuani followed up, saying, "Yi Yuan, this sect master carried out a huge bet for you. I hope that you won't let this sect master down." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Since sect master bet on Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan naturally can't let you down. Competing in refining pills, i.e. Yuan. Examine my own conscience and feel that I won't lose to anyone. Only then did Feng Shuani turn his anger in. Alright, the worrisome heart callousness in your body has already been completely cured. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, the poison of worrisome heart callousness was rather formidable.
Ye Yuan.
Needed to expend considerable effort to cure the poison too. When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan with a grateful look, if not for Yi Yuan, she really did not dare to imagine the consequences. She got up and bowed towards Yi Yuan with folded hands at the lower right side, and said gratefully, Jingxian thanks Elder Yi. MN? What did you call me? Master. Hesitating for a moment, when Jingxian finally called, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, have only taken the initiative to accept a disciple just this once walking all this way. However, I don't like to force things. There's only this one chance. So you have to think about it well. He knew that when Jingxian could not get over this in her heart. However, where did Yi Yuan, this person, come from? How could he thicken his skin and beg people to acknowledge him as her master? If when Jingxian was willing, that was fine. If she was not willing, it was okay too. He only gave this one chance. Miss it means she missed it. Sure enough, when Jingshuan's expression changed and she hurriedly said, to this disciple knows that I'm wrong. Yi Yuan said coolly, this isn't your fault, but I, Yi Yuan, have always been extremely strict in accepting disciples. If not looking on the account that your talent is really pretty good, I wouldn't have cared about your affairs. When Jingshuan's expression was sad as she said, many thanks, master, Yi Yuan gave her a glance and did not say much. Some roads needed one to walk themselves. And right at this time, there was a commotion coming from outside. Elder Yi, you come out for me. I Wu Chengchao am not convinced and want to seek justice. This old man is a dignified grade 3 heavenly alchemist, and yet you're making your father refine foundation establishment heavenly pills. Day in and day out. What the hell is this? Even if foundation establishment heavenly pill is cultivated to the acme of perfection, what the hell use is it? We're not convinced. What right does a grade 1 heavenly alchemist have to be an elder? The moment Yi Yuan went out to take a look, he saw Wu Chengchao taking the lead in causing trouble. A group of grade 2 heavenly alchemists also followed behind to make a fuss. These were all the backbone people of the martial secure heavenly sects. Alchemy path, although it was a little weak. Ever since Qin Shun left, Yi Yuan took over the alchemist hall. And the first thing that he did when he took office was to have everyone learn the foundation establishment heavenly pill from the top again. Lin Lan was everyone's head coach. It was just that this order was only carried out for 2 days and Wu Chengchao and the rest took the lead to make trouble. Although Yi Yuan's performance before was very astonishing, to make them, these grade 2 and grade 3 heavenly alchemists go and practice the most basic foundation establishment heavenly pill, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. How could they be willing? Among them, Wu Chengchao especially made the biggest clamor. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a frown, where's Lin Lang? The voices abruptly stopped. Master! And at this time, a voice sounded out behind everyone. Yi Yuan looked over. Who could it be if not Lin Lan? It was just that he was covered in wounds all over his body. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, who did it? Everyone exchanged glances. No one said anything. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he sneered and said, looks like you all see that my cultivation realm is low and aren't convinced of me taking on the position of elder. Wu Chengchao said, it's not that we're not convinced, it's just that this guy used a made-up directive and forced us to recultivate the foundation establishment heavenly pill every day. What the hell is with that? Can't be that refining the foundation establishment heavenly pill can make one break through to grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes at Wu Chengqiao and he said with a sneer, "So you made a move to injure this elder's disciple." Yi Yuan looked straight at Wu Chengqiao. Wu Chengqiao also met eyes with Yi Yuan. But very soon, Wu Chengqiao avoided Yi Yuan's gaze. He could not withstand Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Wu Chengqiao was shocked in his heart. He actually lost to a lesser sublime. Heavenly stratum. I didn't do it alone, Wu Chengqiao said awkwardly. Jing Xian, Yi Yuan suddenly said. When Jing Xian was taken aback and hurriedly said, "This disciple is here," everyone was uncertain what it meant, turning their gazes toward Wen Jingxian. Yi Yuan turned to her and said with a smile, "Your talent is pretty good, your affinity reaching an astonishing 59 points. Then do you want to improve further?" When Jingxian was taken aback again and immediately said with wild elation, "Master, see, can I?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say can, of course you can." Hearing this, everyone trembled all over. Affinity. Elder Yi was finally releasing his big move. They all knew that Elder Yi was able to become this elder by relying completely on this ultimate move. A means that could increase affinity was seriously too attractive. The significance of this move was extraordinary. Even Wu Chengqiao could not resist swallowing his saliva. No one would mind affinity being too high. Maybe if their affinity increased by 1 point, their strength would increase by 10. "Many thanks, Master," when Jingxian said agitatedly. The haze on her face was swept clean and what replaced it was a face full of excitement. The allure of increasing affinity was too great. She could not resist it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're my disciple, so your treatment is naturally different from the rest." As he said, he held his palm out and took out a medicinal pill. When Jingxian saw the medicinal pill, the expression on her face could not help becoming stupefied as she blurted out, "F Foundation Establishment. Heavenly Pill. Can Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill increase affinity? Elder Yi, you're joking, right? Sect Master let you be this elder because he pinned high hopes on you. Yet, you're showing us this." Yi Yuan actually taking out the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill immediately aroused mass ridicule. They had never heard that the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity. Wasn't this a joke? "Fetch the prenatal cloud stone," Yi Yuan instructed. When Jingxian suppressed the curiosity in her heart and fetched the prenatal cloud stone. "Test your affinity," Yi Yuan instructed again. When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloud stone. Very soon, the scale marks on the prenatal cloud stone reached 59 points. Although everyone already knew this result, having witnessed it again, they were still incredibly envious. This number was something that they would have to look up to all their lives. However, with regards to Yi Yuan's way of doing things, they all turned their noses up in disdain. If the Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill could increase affinity, would it still be your, Yi Yuan's, turn to come and discover it, eat it and refine it on the spot?
Yi Yuan repeatedly instructed.
When Jingxian did not hesitate, directly swallowing this 9th grade Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Very soon, when Jingxian seemed to have been reborn, her entire person becoming much graceful. A stench came over, her body and marrow had actually been cleansed. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being extremely surprised. The Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill still had this effect. Finished refining when Jingxian only felt that her entire body was indescribably comfortable, and she said excitedly, "Master, this Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill actually has such a miraculous effect." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Go and test again." When Jingxian followed suit and placed her palm on the prenatal cloud stone. Again, although they felt that it was impossible for a miracle to happen, everyone still held their breaths, staring at the prenatal cloud stone without blinking. Very soon, the scales reached 59. But this time, it did not stop at 59. 6 to 61. Are really increased. Affinity really increased. My God. I'm not dreaming, right? The foundation establishment heavenly pill can actually really increase affinity. The scale mark finally stopped on 61 points. Although it was only 2 points, it was enough to shock everyone. They all thought that Yi Yuan was joking. They did not expect that it was actually true. The most rubbish foundation establishment heavenly pill can actually increase affinity. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Chengqiao and said coolly, Wu Chengqiao, now you tell me whether the foundation establishment heavenly pill is useful or not. Wu Chengqiao's expression turned stiff and he said in embarrassment, You useful? But why is this? Yi Yuan did not answer, but said coolly, Now what should you do? Wu Chengqiao's expression was somewhat ugly. However, this miraculous thing still evoked his limitless desire. Moreover, he knew that he could not escape this hurdle. Wu Chengqiao cupped his fists towards Lin Lan and said, Younger brother Lin, I was reckless before. This old man apologizes to you. While Lin Lan gave a cold snort and paid no heed to him, Wu Chengqiao froze there, very embarrassed. If it were before being apologized to by a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, Lin Lan would definitely be in fear and trepidation. But now he was Yi Yuan's disciple. So he was proud. You struck Elder Ye's disciple and want to brush it over with a mere apology? Dream on. Yi Yuan's gaze swept and he said, Who else did it?
Marshal Uncle Lin. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Those who did it just now all came over to apologize very conscientiously. When it was over, Yi Yuan said to Lin Lan, Go and invite Elder Luo over. Those who beat you, hand them over to the punishment hall to wait for sentencing. Lin Lan chuckled and received the order and left. The pain on his body immediately lessened significantly. The expressions of Wu Chengqiao and the rest all became extremely grim. Luo Yunqing was in charge of the punishment hall now. His relationship with Yi Yuan was good until they could wear a single pair of trousers. So how could they have a good outcome? They already apologized and actually still had to be handed over to the punishment hall. Elder Yi was really ruthless. And right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly took out another foundation. Establishment heavenly pill. Everyone's eyes turned sharp, looking over. Their bodies were very honest. You all look carefully. What's the difference between this foundation establishment heavenly pill and ordinary 9th grade foundation establishment? Heavenly pills, Yi Yuan said. Just now, everyone only saw the 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and did not look closely. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone could not help sizing it up carefully. Upon looking, everyone really found it unusual. Although this foundation establishment heavenly pill is 9th grade, the light doesn't seem to be dazzling, but much more restrained instead. See, could it be that this is? After Wu Chengqiao sized it up carefully, he suddenly thought of something and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, At least you, this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, have some knowledge. That's right, it's a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill. Therefore you tell me whether cultivating the foundation establishment heavenly pill is useful or not. G grand completion 9th grade. The legendary grand completion 9th grade. There's actually really someone who can reach this level.
No wonder.
No wonder Elder Yi can cultivate the heavenly imperial pill. So, that's how it is. All of the heavenly alchemists were shocked until they could not close their mouths. Only then did they know what Yi Yuan relied on to refine the heavenly imperial pill. While Wu Chengqiao had an embarrassed look as he said with a bitter smile, Elder Yi, but this grand completion 9th grade isn't what anybody can achieve. Is spending so much time on a basic heavenly pill really worth it? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a look of disgust, That's why you're not as good as Qin Shun. For so many years, the feeling of being suppressed by Qin Shun, that old fellow, must feel great, right? The moment Wu Chengqiao heard, he said in a great rage, Elder Yi, you're actually comparing me to that scumbag. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, irrespective of character, only in terms of Refining pills, he's indeed much stronger than you. Do you know what's the difference between you guys? Wu Chengqiao reined in his expression and said seriously, I naturally know. My foundation is not as good as his. But he comes from the Pill Alliance. Although I went to the Pill Alliance, I couldn't come into contact with their core cultivation methods at all. Yi Yuan sneered and said, So, I sent Lin Lan to go and help you all consolidate your foundations, and yet you all beat him until like this. Wu Chengqiao's old face turned red, and he blushed with shame as he said, Wasn't it because this old man was unaware? Elder Yi, this old man is completely convinced by you. This foundation establishment heavenly pill, you can actually cultivate it to the legendary grand completion 9th grade. Then, can you? Can't. Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Everyone's expressions changed, secretly regretting immensely. This time they offended Elder Yi badly. However, the heavenly alchemists present were really wholeheartedly convinced. By Yi Yuan. Although 9th grade golden pill and grand completion 9th grade golden pill were both 9th grade, they were two completely different concepts. 9th grade golden pill, someone had reached it before. Grand completion 9th grade only existed in the legends. But Elder Yi relied on his 4-point affinity aptitude and he actually reached the grand completion realm of 9th grade. This already could not be described using monstrous. Yi Yuan said coolly, Starting from now, all of you be more obedient. Whoever cultivates the foundation establishment heavenly pill to 9th grade first will be awarded 1 pill. If you can't do it, forget about it. What? 9th grade? Elder Yi, are you trying to take our old lives? When the group of heavenly alchemists heard that, they immediately cried of excruciating suffering. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Of course, you all can also don't practice. You can naturally forget about that foundation establishment heavenly pill. 2. As he said, he threw the foundation establishment heavenly pill in his hand to Wen Jingxian and said, Eat it. Continue refining. When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs were almost popping out. Wu Chengqiao said in a great rage, Elder Yi, you're biased. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, I'm biased. So what? My disciple, I'll give her however many I want to. Furthermore, you rest assured, Jingxian and Lin Lan's training is absolutely 100 times crueler than yours.
Yi Yuan.
Don't have any shortcuts when refining pills. It's just practice. If 100 times won't do, 1,000 times. If 1,000 times won't work, 10,000 times. 10,000 times don't work. 100,000 times. 1,000,000 times. The way until you master it. Seeing the serious expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone's expressions could not help turning somber, revealing a look of admiration. Only then did they know that Yi Yuan's success was not accidental. Suddenly, a dozen overfigures fell from the sky. Luo Yunqing had arrived. Wu Chengqiao's expression changed, and he begged, Elder Yi, I old Wu know that I was wrong. Spare me this time around. All right? But Luo Yunqing blocked in front of him and said coolly, although Elder Ye's cultivation realm is low, his significance to the sect is tremendous.
Sect.
Master has already ordered it. Those who disrespect Elder Yi will be punished severely. According to sect rules, those who offend elders 100 strikes of the rod and paraded in public for 3 days. Come, men, bring away. Finish saying, the members of the punishment hall gave no chance to explain. 2. Directly taking everyone away by force. Elder Yi, I really know that I was wrong. Elder Yi, spare us this time around? Wails of doom filled the sect immediately. After all the disturbances, they all became obedient. For a grand completion 9th grade foundation establishment heavenly pill, the martial secure heavenly sects heavenly alchemists started cultivating like crazy. Of course, it was also not aimless cultivation. Yi Yuan had naturally fumbled out a set of his own methods, having cultivated to the realm of grand completion. He had long already imparted this set of methods to Lin Lan. Therefore, the one really teaching them was all Lin Lan. Without the slightest surprise, the one who broke through to the realm of ninth grade first was precisely Wen Jingxian. In fact, she was even faster than the grade 3 heavenly alchemist, Wu Chengqiao. She only used half a year's time and broke through from 7th grade to 9th grade. Of course, Wen Jingxian already had no need of the grand completion foundation establishment heavenly pill, because her affinity was already saturated. In the end, it only stopped at less than 62 points too. When Jingxuan's talent could be seen at a glance. The second to break through was precisely Wu Chengqiao. As a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, his foundation was naturally incomparably solid. Originally, he already had upper 8th grade strength, breaking through to 9th grade reasonable too. However, after breaking through to 9th grade, he discovered to his pleasant surprise that when he refined other heavenly pills, there seemed to be some improvement. Even when refining grade 3 heavenly pills, he was that tiny bit stronger than before too. Although it was just that tiny trace, he felt it distinctly. As for grade 2 and grade 1, this kind of increment was even more obvious. This discovery made Wu Chengqiao wildly ecstatic. Only at this point did he understand Yi Yuan's painstaking efforts. Elder Yi is really too impressive. You bunch of bastards all keep your chin up for me in the future. Whoever dares to slack off, see if this old man doesn't break your damn legs. Wu Chengqiao said ferociously in front of everyone. At this time, he already went from being a skeptic into Yi Yuan's staunch advocate. However, only after reaching 9th grade did they realize that this was just a new beginning. Each tiny bit of improvement of the heavenly pill's quality was extremely difficult. Even having a talent as strong as Wen Jingxuan's, her improvement was very slow too. It was also precisely after reaching this step did they realize how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. 9th grade, almost all could reach it through hard work. But wanting to improve further, the requirement of talent was close to freakish. Only at this time did the disparity in talent truly manifested itself. Wu Chengqiao cultivated to middle 9th grade and was unable to advance an inch forward anymore. Even when Jingxian also stopped advancing after reaching peak upper 9th grade. She was unable to break through to the realm of grand completion from start to, and this final step was akin to a heavenly chasm. She could never cross it. Yi Yuan did not let them continue. He instructed them to switch to cultivating other basic heavenly pills. With the foundation establishment heavenly pill as the foundation, the cultivation speed of other basic heavenly pills was undoubtedly much faster. It was also precisely under this kind of training that the collective strength of the Alchemist Hall was increasing rapidly. Coupled with the increase of the foundation establishment heavenly pill on affinity, martial secure heavenly sex alchemy path strength had a qualitative leap on the whole. This sort of thing was naturally not empty talk, but it could absolutely be manifested in the heavenly pills. The heavenly pills rewarded by the sect improved significantly in terms of quality. Regardless of whether inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they sang praises of the medicinal efficacy of the heavenly pills. A slight tug in one area would affect the situation on the whole. This way, martial secure heavenly sect's overall strength naturally increased a lot. With regards to this change in the sect, Feng Shuani took it into his sights and was delighted in his heart. A short few years' time, martial secure heavenly sect's appearance took on a completely new look. Of course, Feng Shuani understood that this was just the beginning. Along with the passing of time, martial secure heavenly sect's strength would become stronger and stronger. It might be able to return to the peak someday. Feng Shuani knew that he had gambled correctly. Elder Yi, you've made great contributions to the sect. Whatever reward you want, as long as my martial secure heavenly sect has it, this sect master definitely won't be stingy. Feng Shuani said with a smile. I want the method to condense the divine soul. When Yi Yuan heard that, he said without hesitation. To him, nothing was more important than reviving Mu Lingxue. But Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, "You've stumped me. The method to condense the divine soul is an extremely profound origin divinity mystic art. Hence, our martial secure heavenly sect doesn't have one." When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help revealing a look of disappointment. "Then may I ask sect master, who is proficient in this origin divinity mystic art on this rain-clear continent?" Yi Yuan asked. 5 great heavenly regions said, "To talk about who is the most proficient in origin divinity mystic arts in this 5 great heavenly regions, it's naturally the Day Creek Heavenly Region's soul-driving heavenly sect. This sect's cultivation method is the most mysterious and unpredictable. Even our martial secure heavenly sect is extremely apprehensive towards them too." Yi Yuan silently remembered the name soul-driving heavenly sect, thinking to himself that when he became stronger, he had to take a trip to that sect. It was just that at present it was still increasing his strength that was more urgent. "All right, since that's the case, I want to go to the land of exile,"
Ye Yuan
said. The expressions of Feng Shuani and the rest changed. "No way! You can't go to the land of exile," Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan had long expected Feng Shuani's reaction and said with a smile, "Just now, didn't sect master say that whatever the martial secure heavenly sect has, you definitely won't be stingy?" Feng Shuani's face turned black, feeling like he had fallen into a pit. The land of exile was the place where the 5 great heavenly sects suppressed prisoners. This land of exile was personally built by the 5 light heavenly regions. Sovereign back then, Zhuobufan. Imprisoned inside were all some extremely violent and wicked people. Not only were these prisoners powerful, but they were also extremely hostile towards the 5 great heavenly sects' disciples. The reason why the 5 great heavenly sects made this land of exile, the purpose was to provide a place for experience for the disciples. It was just that the disciples who entered inside rarely made it out alive. Furthermore, even if they came out alive, some people had drastic changes in temperament too, becoming bloodthirsty and murderous. Therefore, the number of disciples who went inside to train became fewer and fewer. However, there were still some bold and strong ones who would enter inside. But there were few that could come back alive. If others entered the land of exile, Feng Shuani naturally could not be bothered to care. Life and death are up to fate, not experiencing the tempering of blood. How could one possibly become a powerhouse? But Yi Yuan was different. He shouldered the heavy burden of martial secure heavenly sect's resurgence. If he fell in the land of exile, the loss to the martial secure heavenly sect would be too great. Martial secure heavenly sect could not bear it. Other things, this sect master can agree to it. Only this matter can't. "You should know how much you mean to the sect," Feng Shuani said. Yi Yuan said, "My alchemy path understandings have already been imparted to Jingxian and Lin Lan, with them around as long as they followed the routine. To cultivate, Wu Chengchao might be able to break through to grade 4. Heavenly Alchemist. Even if I stay in the sect, it won't be very useful either." But Feng Shuani said firmly, "Even if Wu Chengchao can become a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, he's unable to replace your position too. There's no comparison between you and him. This sect master is helming the martial secure
Heavenly sect.
Could it be that I can't even see this? There's no discussion about this matter." Finished saying, Feng Shuani turned around and left, without leaving any leeway.
Halt!
Yi Yuan was stopped by Han Qinyun as soon as he arrived at Flowing Cloud Peak. The land of exile was an independent space. The 5 great heavenly sects all had transmission arrays that led there. The martial secure heavenly sect's transmission array was on Flowing Cloud Peak. Seeing Han Qinyun, Yi Yuan said with a frown, "I want to enter the land of exile." Han Qinyun said with a cold smile, "Sorry, Elder Yi, the land of exile is under the jurisdiction of my master. Without master's orders, nobody can enter the land of exile." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "You dare stop me?" Han Qinyun said coolly, So what if I stop you? It's also not that you can't enter. As long as you get the warrant from Master there, you can defeat me and step over my body. Yi Yuan did not argue either, turning around and leaving. Han Qinyun looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and could not help feeling the delight of having taken revenge. After he left, a figure came out. Who could it be if not Feng Shuani? You did very well, Feng Shuani said. Han Qinyun hurriedly said, Sect Master, rest assured, with me around, it's absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break through. Feng Shuani nodded and said, I naturally feel reassured about you, but this period of time you have to be on alert and not slack off in the slightest. Below limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he can easily break through. Han Qinyun said, Yes, Sect Master. After that day, Feng Shuani took various measures to prevent Yi Yuan from entering the land of exile. He knew that Yi Yuan's methods were strange and unpredictable, so he even transferred Han Qinyun, this protector, over to guard Flowing Cloud Peak. Of course, he used Shifeiyu as the shield so as to also reduce Yi Yuan's bad impression. After Yi Yuan returned, he was surprisingly quiet and did not find him to make a big fuss. 1 or 2 days, Feng Shuani was naturally uneasy, but several months passed in a row. Yi Yuan was just cultivating enclosed seclusion or teaching the heavenly alchemists to refine pills. Feng Shuani also naturally set his mind at ease. However, Feng Shuani still had Han Qinyun wait in full battle state to prevent Yi Yuan from slipping in. On this day, Yi Yuan finished giving pointers to Wu Chengqiao as usual. Wu Chengqiao was naturally endlessly grateful. Elder Ye's alchemy path strength grows deep with each passing day. Wu Chengqiao benefited a lot each time. Wu Chengqiao said with vicissitudes of emotion. These few years of guidance, they were not the only ones who improved. Wu Chengqiao could also clearly feel that Yi Yuan was improving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was unimaginably fast. This was the scariest part. The longer it became, the more Wu Chengqiao felt that Yi Yuan's talent was terrifying. As for affinity, this benchmark, it was long already tossed to the back of his mind by him. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Your cultivation of grade 1 basic heavenly pills has already approached consummation. You can start the cultivation of grade 2 heavenly pills already. The moment Wu Chengqiao heard, he said, Really? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Would I still lie to you? Go to your residence. I want to give you special training. Wu Chengqiao was ecstatic and did not suspect anything, repeatedly saying yes. The two arrived at Skywater Peak. Wu Chengqiao resided here. As a grade 3 heavenly alchemist protector, there was naturally a pill room in Wu Chengqiao's residence too. Wu Chengqiao had a look of excitement on his face as he said, Elder Yi Hao, are you teaching me? Yi Yuan casually beckoned his hand. A row of heavenly medicines landed on the table neatly. You extract all of these heavenly medicines first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Chengqiao looked at these heavenly medicines doubtfully and said in confusion, Elder Yi, what heavenly pill can these heavenly medicines refine? I've never heard of it. Yi Yuan said solemnly, This is an obscure kind of grade 2 basic heavenly pill. That's why you don't need to know its origins. In a while you just refine according to my instructions. I want to see what problems exist in your refinement of grade 2 heavenly pills. When Wu Chengqiao heard that, he came to a sudden realization and said, Sincerely, Brilliant Elder Yi. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and did not say anything. It was just that Yi Yuan could not help being amused in his heart. In a while you won't be calling me brilliant. Wu Chengqiao did as he said, extracting entirely all these heavenly medicines, and sending them into the medicine cauldron all at once. Start refining pills. Yi Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, issuing one order after another. Wu Chengqiao was like a robot being controlled, operating frantically, according to Yi Yuan's instructions. If it were before, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to complete these instructions. But now, he was actually able to keep up with Yi Yuan. This discovery made Wu Chengqiao wildly ecstatic. Elder Yi is Elder Yi. My current alchemy path strength has improved too much. Compared to before, this is still just having cultivated grade 1 basic. Heavenly pills. If I finish cultivating grade 2 and 3 basic heavenly pills, I probably won't be far away from grade 4 heavenly alchemist too? Wu Chengqiao thought in his heart. These few years, the growth in Wu Chengqiao's strength was crystal clear in his heart. Could be said to be a qualitative leap. When he refined grade 1 heavenly pills now, it could basically all reach 7th grade and above. Refining grade 2 heavenly pills could basically all reach 5th grade and above too. As for grade 3 heavenly pills, those that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. Those that he could refine in the past, their quality also improved greatly. Now, his current alchemy path strength was definitely not worse than Qin Shun. All these were due to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Yi Yuan. When there's a chance in the future, I must repay Elder Yi? Wu Chengqiao made up his mind secretly. It was just that he did not know that his chance to repay had already come. Wu Chengqiao's refinement went very smoothly. Very soon, the refinement was completed. Wu Chengqiao looked at Yi Yuan with a fidgety face and asked, Elder Yi, I wonder if my refinement this time is still okay. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whether it's okay or not, wouldn't you know when you open the furnace? Wu Chengqiao nodded repeatedly and flipped his palm. He opened the furnace. Boom! A cloud of yellow smog gushed out. Wu Chengqiao was caught off guard and directly sucked in a deep mouthful. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground, spasming endlessly, while Yi Yuan's figure had already disappeared. Looking at the smoke billowing on Skywater Peak, Yi Yuan smiled and said, this enhanced version of Windward Topple is really strong. Zhong Jianqiu probably also didn't expect that Windward Topple could become so fierce, right? Heh. Sect Master, you miscalculated. Can a mere Han Qianyun stop me? Yi Yuan finished saying. His figure sped by, heading for Flowing Cloud Peak. On Skywater Peak, thick smoke billowed, virtually enveloping the entire mountain peak. What's going on? Just what the hell did Wu Chengqiao this fellow refine? On Skywater Peak, a protector directly collapsed on the ground before finishing his sentence, convulsing endlessly. There were many protectors staying on Skywater Peak. However, after the smoke came out, it was condensed and did not disperse. Those protectors were all being alarmed. But as long as they touched this thick smoke, they directly fell to the ground and spasmed. Very soon, the commotion on Skywater Peak naturally attracted the attention of all peaks. Quick look! What's happening on Skywater Peak? I heard that the limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses on it all collapsed. Let's quickly go up and take a look. Not good. You all quickly look. That thick smoke is headed for Flowing Cloud Peak. Sect Master. This cloud of thick smoke is very formidable. We can't get close at all. I'm afraid that an enemy has attacked. A purple wing protector came to report. Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said in a cold voice, go and prepare quickly. Open the sect protecting Grand Array and meet the enemy. Yes. The purple wing protector received the order and left. At this time, the entire martial secure heavenly sect entered a state of
Combat Ridin.
Everyone was waiting eagerly for battle already, planning on dealing a painful strike to the invading enemy. Behind Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing came out, brimming with fighting intent as he said, Sect Master, I'm going to Skywater Peak. But Feng Shuani shook his head and said, don't panic. The enemy's intention is unknown. If you launch an attack rashly, you'll likely fall into passiveness. This poison fog is very formidable. It has obviously been planned. For a long time, there's probably already no survivor on Skywater Peak anymore. Luo Yunqing gritted his teeth lightly, his eyes full of killing intent. Right at this time, another person came to report. Sect Master, things are bad. That thick smoke has gone with the wind, and it already floated to Flowing Cloud Peak. The moment Luo Yunqing heard, he could not endure it anymore and said, Sect Master, this poison fog doesn't dissipate when the wind blows. If we allow it to continue floating, I'm afraid that there is no need to wait for the enemy to attack. Our martial secure heavenly sect will already be destroyed. Feng Shuani's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, Go and inform all elders to go to Flowing Cloud Peak and await orders. Yes, that protector received the order and left. Wait, the protector had not left yet but was stopped by Feng Shuani again. Just now you said Flowing Cloud Peak? Feng Shuani said with a frown. The protector nodded his head and said, Yes, Skywater Peak is located to the southeast of Flowing Cloud Peak. The northwest wind blows there all year round. The poisonous smoke has already drifted to Flowing Cloud Peak along with the northwest wind. Hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! Ha ha ha! When Feng Shuani heard that, he was taken back first, then smiled faintly and turned into a peal of roaring laughter in the end. Luo Yunqing and the protector were baffled, not knowing why Feng Shuani laughed. What's wrong, Sect Master? Luo Yunqing frowned and said. Feng Shuani laughed until tears were almost coming out. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, I'm laughing at how Yi Yuan's that punk methods are really formidable. This sect master refused to let him enter the land of exile, and so he turned the entire martial secure heavenly sect upside down. Luo Yunqing was stunned and said, Yi Yuan? What does this have to do with him? Feng Shuani's laughter gradually ceased, and he said with a cold snort, What has it got to do with him? This punk must have long already calculated the wind direction, and then he cast poison on Skywater Peak. Then he let the poisonous smoke move with the wind and float toward Flowing Cloud Peak? Heh? Nice trick. Really excellent trick. The moment Luo Yunqing heard this, it suddenly dawned on him, but listening to it still felt fantastical. Sect Master, this isn't too likely, right? After all, Yi Yuan is just a grade 1 heavenly alchemist. So how can he possibly refine such a powerful poison? Luo Yunqing said. Feng Shuani's expression became solemn and he said, What you said is true, too. This matter can't be slipshod. It's better we go to Flowing Cloud Peak to take a look at the situation first. You quickly go and check on Yi Yuan's movements for me. After investigating clearly, tell me right away. Yes. That protector received the order and left. On Flowing Cloud Peak, powerhouses gathered. Even some elders who were reclusive and did not emerge were also alarmed. Currently, on Flowing Cloud Peak, just the Jade Sovereign Heaven elders were as many as more than 20. A figure came down from Flowing Cloud Peak. Feng Shuani said with a frown, How is it, Yunqing? Luo Yunqing drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, They are all fine. It's just that they are poisoned. Their entire body spasming endlessly. Looking at the appearance, it should be windward topple. Feng Shuani was taken aback and said, Windward topple? When did this poison become so powerful? Windward topple poison had long already become renowned. The entire martial secure heavenly sect knew about it. It was just that they also knew that this poison could only paralyze below. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Limitless sublime heavenly stratums were immune to this poison. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, Although their symptoms are the same as windward topple, this poison is indeed extremely powerful. Even when I went up, I also felt quite uncomfortable. What? This? How is this possible? Feng Shuani as well as the group of elders all had shocked expressions on their faces. They had never heard before that windward topple could actually be so powerful, able to even affect Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Luo Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, It can basically be ascertained that this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. When I found Han Chenyun, there was also a shoe print on his face. He was clearly stepped on by someone. The transmission array to enter the land of exile has already been touched by someone. By the side, Shi Feiyu's expression could not help turning black. This Yi Yuan was really shameless to the extreme. Feng Shuani's expression was ugly too, but in his heart he already approved of Luo Yunqing's judgment, because when Han Qinyun let out the harsh words, he was hiding not far away. Han Qinyun said, "Or you could defeat me and step over my body." This damn guy really did it. Feng Shuani covered his face with his hand. He was seriously unable to accept such a result. He already considered all possibilities and had never slackened off in these past few months too. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually caused such a huge commotion in order to enter the land of exile? This boy was really too frightening. If he really wanted to deal with the martial secure heavenly sect, they would probably be pretty much completely annihilated apart from the elders now. A lesser sublime heavenly stratum, this deterrence was also too terrifying. And right at this time that protector who went to investigate Yi Yuan came back. "How is it? Where did Yi Yuan go?" Feng Shuani hurriedly asked. That protector said, "Today, after Elder Yi finished giving pointers to everyone's pill refinement, he said that he was going to teach Wu Chengqiao alone. Afterward, the two of them went up Skywater Peak and no one saw him again." Feng Shuani's expression flickered indeterminately and he gritted his teeth and said, "Heh? A fine borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Good, good, good." The three goods exuded endless helplessness. He calculated everything and also never expected that Yi Yuan actually used such an ingenious move. The elders and protectors present also could not muster up any temper. He already ran. Their bellies full of anger had nowhere to vent to. But this guy was really lawless and unbridled. In order to enter the land of exile, he sent the entire martial secure heavenly sect into pandemonium. That protector asked weakly, "Sect master, what should we do?" "Wang Tai, this white pine melody was discovered by our Ning Sea city first. You guys dare to snatch it? Liang Wan, is your brain freaking spoiled? Who will talk to you about who discovered it first in this land of exile? Whoever snatches it first belongs to whom? Screw you. I will hack you to death. Am I scared of you? Brothers, kill for me." In the dense woods, two groups drew their swords against each other at a word of disagreement. Although both sides were all lesser sublime heavenly stratums, their combat strength was extremely intrepid. For some time they were locked in a struggle. Especially Wang Tai and Liang Wan, the two people exchanged dozens of moves in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. No one could get close. King Hill. If our Ning Sea city can't get it, your resplendent Sun city can. Forget about getting it too. Zhongyang, go and destroy the white pine melody. For your father. Don't leave a single one behind. Liang Wan gradually faltered in strength and fury immediately rose up in his heart, and he was going to destroy this stretch of white pine melody. White pine melody was a grade 1 heavenly medicine that was very hard to come across. With several dozen stalks appearing here all of a sudden, both sides naturally coveted it greatly. Having gotten the order, Zhang Yang forced his opponent back with a single saber blow and moved toward the white pine melody like lightning. His movement technique was extremely fast. His opponent could not catch up in time at all. Seeing the white pine melody in front of him, Zhang Yang raised his hand and dealt a saber blow. However, right at this time a change suddenly occurred. Zhang Yang only felt a blur before his eyes. A figure already blocked in front. Bang! Before he could see his opponent clearly, his figure directly flew out. I didn't expect that the moment I came to the land of exile I ran into so many white pine melody. My luck is really good. A youth in white played with the white pine melody in his hand, his face seemingly full of satisfaction. This youth was in white was naturally the Yi Yuan who had just entered the land of exile not long ago. He was currently at a loss when he suddenly heard that there was the sound of fierce fighting over here, and he came over following the sound. But unexpectedly, he saw such a large stretch of white pine melody. This white pine melody was precisely a main medicine for the imperial grade. Heavenly pill, Yu Qi dust cleansing heavenly imperial pill. But Yi Yuan's sudden arrival made both sides' fierce fighting come to an abrupt end. Yi Yuan started collecting the white pine melody unhurriedly and said, nonchalantly, "You guys carry on. Don't need to care about me. I'll leave." After collecting all of them, both sides stopped fighting and quietly surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle, blocking all of his paths of retreat. Heh? Another brat who doesn't know life from death, Wang Tai said with a playful smile on his face. Looking at this attire, it should be the martial secure heavenly sect, right? Looks like it's a fool who came in this time, Liang Wen said with a cold smile. Brat, hand over the storage ring on you and kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Elder Brother Tai, I can spare your life and let you follow Elder Brother Tai in the future, Wang Tai said with a smile. Not only did Wang Tai and Liang Wen not get angry, but they also seemed to be very happy instead. The various sects' disciples that came to train in the land of exile would normally carry all sorts of treasures on them which were much more valuable than the white pine melody. The various sect disciples who came to train were all cautious after entering, akin to treading on thin ice. This guy was good, directly running in front of 2 great factions to posture. How ridiculous! Since that was the case, they naturally would not be courteous either. They would kindly accept the treasures on Yi Yuan. With regards to everyone's encirclement, Yi Yuan remained indifferent. After collecting the white pine melody, he pointed at Wang Tai and said, "You, come and tell me about the distribution of this land of exile's first level, and then kneel down and kowtow thrice, and get lost." Wang Tai was stunned. This boy who came to train seemed to be somewhat different from the rest. Ugh! Seems like he was really a fool. Ha ha ha! Boy, you probably don't even know what's your surname, right? Making. Elder Brother Tai, I kneel for you. Can you bear it? Wang Tai said with a loud laugh. Listen up, our big brother Tai is Resplendent Sun City's ranked 29th big shot. If you don't know what 29th place means, then let me tell you. His strength is invincible among your sect's lesser sublime heavenly stratums. Punk. Why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense? The small fries immediately brought out Wang Tai's identity, attempting to scare Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, "You just kneel down. I can bear it." Wang Tai's gaze turned cold and he said, "Refusing face when it's given. Since you're courting death yourself, then Big Brother Tai, I will send you off. Attack." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under Wang Tai's word of command, more than 10 figures rushed towards Yi Yuan. Liang Wenxing was afraid that the good stuff would be snatched by Wang Tai, so he also brought his men and rushed over. More than 20 upper and grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratums. Swarming over, their commotion was quite shocking. None of these people were mediocre. Those able to survive in the land of exile were all veterans of 100 battles. No one knew how much fresh blood had stained their hands. Their combat strength was far from what cultivation realm could measure. These people, even if it was just a small fry, they could also jump realms to battle when placed outside. With over 20 people dealing with one person, that feeling of oppression could only be imagined. However, Yi Yuan dodged in the crowd, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally flicking his finger, sabers and swords would slip out of the hand. Directly, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Liang Wen slashed over with a saber. Yi Yuan turned sideways slightly and guided with his fingertip. Liang Wen staggered and could not pull his saber back in time. This blade just happened to stab right through Wang Tai. Wang Tai did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes. Until death. How could a trial taker be so strong? It turned out that he was that fool. Wang Tai's eyes gradually dimmed, completely losing consciousness. This? How can it be like this? So strong. He hasn't even attacked and Wang Tai already died. This trial taker is different from the others. Liang Wen similarly had a look of disbelief. He could not quite imagine that. His blade actually killed Wang Tai so easily. That blade just now, he seemed to have been bewitched, thrusting it out. Involuntarily. The timing was just right. It was as if Wang Tai himself got tired of living, colliding onto the edge of his saber. One had to know he was evenly matched in strength with Wang Tai. Even if he wanted to kill the opponent, it had to at least be after several 100 moves too. He's not saying anything. So why don't you tell me then? Yi Yuan said, coolly. Why yes. Why your excellency. Spare my life. Liang Wen let go of his saber and directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan. The others knelt down one after another. The land of exile did not have any rules at all. Whoever's fist was harder, whoever would be the boss. The people here also had ways of seeking death. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest psychological burden in killing any one of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, I don't like to kill people, but I'm not afraid of killing people too. What happens will depend on your performance. Liang Wen hurriedly kowtowed incessantly and said, Your Excellency, just ask away. This lowly one will definitely spill everything that I know. Very soon, Liang Wen introduced the Land of Exile's first level's forces. Land of Exile, each major cultivation realm lived on a level. Action. The first level was the place where lesser sublime heavenly stratums were at. If one reached greater sublime heavenly stratum, they would ascend to the next level. The first level had 10 great factions, gathered in 10 cities respectively. The 10 cities were ruled by 10 sovereigns respectively. Friction would often occur among them. In the Land of Exile, no one would look at how your cultivation realm was. Because here, for someone to jump realms in a battle, it was too normal. A grand completion lesser sublime heaven being finished off by an upper lesser sublime heaven, this sort of thing was very common. In fact, there were even precedents of grand completion powerhouses being finished off by middle lesser sublime heavens. As for the sovereigns of these 10 great cities, they had practically reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum already. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. But ascending to the next level, they could only be the small fries. Therefore, they would rather not ascend. But it was said that these 10 people's combat power already rivaled greater sublime heavenly stratums. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay. Then take me to Resplendent Sun City. Liang Wen and the rest naturally did not dare to refuse and could only bring Yi Yuan into Resplendent Sun City. This place originally did not have a city. Later on, the number of people who were captured increased, giving birth to all kinds of factions. Hence, there were gradually cities. This place did not have too many rules. A big fist was the absolute principle. Regarding this point, Yi Yuan had already heard about it before coming. Entering the city, Yi Yuan immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Eh? It's an outsider. Looking at his appearance, he seems like a marshal.
Secure Heavenly Sect's disciple.
Heh? Boy just came out to experience the world, right? To actually dare swagger your way into the city like this, hand over the items on your body. A grand completion level powerhouses saw Yi Yuan and thought that he was easy to bully, so he came up to show off and posture. In the end, before he finished talking, he was split apart by Liang Wen with one slash. Liang Wen spat and said disdainfully, Hand over your ass. Damn blind thing. To actually dare offend His Excellency. What are you looking at? Get lost to one side. Keep posturing and the outcome will be the same as him. He was somewhat doubtful. Was this fool stupid or not? Liang Wen was following behind like a grandson, and yet he actually dared to come up and posture. Sure enough, a saber swinging down, the world became quiet. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of surprise, extremely shocked. Liang Wen was Resplendent Sun City's bit shot, an existence whose strength ranked in the top 30. If even he became a follower, this martial secure heavenly sect disciple was so impressive. Which place has the most people? Yi Yuan asked. Liang Wen hurriedly moved closer and said, Resplendent Sun Plaza. Lead the way. Liang Wen trotted to the front and led the way for Yi Yuan. Before long, they arrived at an open square. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that there were indeed streams of people on the plaza and was quite satisfied. Under Liang Wen's puzzled gaze, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the center of the plaza. His subordinate had a puzzled look on his face and asked, Big Brother One, this guy is being secretive. What does he want to do? Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said crossly, How would I know? However, our little lives are saved at any rate. The subordinates had looks of approval on their faces, feeling like they had just made a trip to and fro the gates of hell. And right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived at the center of the square and said, loudly, From now on, Resplendent Sun City will be taken over by me. Within 3 days, the top 100 powerhouses in the city who don't come and submit will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a bolt out of the blue, reverberating throughout the entire Resplendent Sun City. When Liang Wen and the rest heard it, they could not help being stunned. Terrific fellow. This was really domineering. What is he saying? I didn't hear it wrongly, right? This boy is probably a lunatic who turned silly from cultivation, right? Did he come to train or seek death? Hoo-hoo? What a joke. A series of ridiculing voices came over from the plaza. Regarding Yi Yuan's declaration, no one felt that it was very domineering, they just found it funny. Over the years, there were some who challenged city lords and also those who challenged the top 10 powerhouses. But no one dared to challenge the top 100 powerhouses so arrogantly at the same time. The top 100 represented the entire Resplendent Sun City. This person was declaring war on the entire Resplendent Sun City. This was not domineering, this was courting death. Ha ha ha? Martial secure heavenly sex punk, do you feel that the land of exile is too boring, and specially came to make jokes? I'm Resplendent Sun City's 85th place Jiao Duo. I won't submit to you. Try killing me for me to see, Jiao Duo said with a loud laugh. In the crowd, Liang Wen rolled his eyes and said, Idiot! Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade, only to see a streak of cold light flash past. Jiao Duo was decapitated. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at him. The loud laughter abruptly stopped. They could not laugh anymore. This guy's strength was too horrifying. This, how can he be this strong? Is he really a sect disciple? When did martial secure heavenly sect produce such a monster? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he really had his reliance. It's just that he probably doesn't know about the terror of the land of exile yet, right? Yi Yuan's strength made everyone incredibly alarmed and terrified. But while they were surprised, they did not agree with Yi Yuan's approach. The guys who were ranked higher, their strength became more terrifying. Killing Jiao Duo with a single sword, the top 20 powerhouses could all accomplish it. However, this also showed that Yi Yuan was equipped with the strength of the top 20. In the crowd, Liang Wen did not immediately come out to express surrender. He knew that someone would come very soon. The land of exile was such a bloody place. If you dared to come forward, you would be killed, let alone someone as arrogant as Yi Yuan. According to Liang Wen's estimation, Yi Yuan's strength was far from just top 20, he definitely had the strength of top 10. It was just that which ranking in the top 10 was hard to say. Therefore, he was waiting to see. Stepping forward at this time to submit, if Yi Yuan lost, he would be screwed. Having lived in the land of exile for so long, one naturally had to know the way of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. Those who did not understand it had long turned cold. Hoo-hoo? Resplendent Sun City really hasn't been so lively for a long time. Now, any random Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to jump out. At this time, a figure walked out of the crowd. It's the 19th place quick blade. Cho Qingji? There's a show to watch. Now, the moment this person appeared, he was immediately identified by people. Yi Yuan did not even look up and said coolly, "Do you choose to submit or D?" The moment Cho Chengji heard, he was amused. He laughed and said, "I choose you die." Amidst the laughter, his blade was already out of its sheath. People only saw things in a blur, unable to see the trajectory of the blade at all. The name of Quickblade was displayed in its entirety at this moment. His blade became faster, Liang Wen exclaimed. However, in the next second, everyone was petrified. Clank, clank, clank. Sparks from metal clashing continuously set off in the space around Yi Yuan, only to see Cho Qingji's figure moving around constantly. While Yi Yuan did not move a muscle from beginning to end, he did not even make a move. Rays of sword energy wandered around Yi Yuan non-stop. In an instant, Cho Qingji had moved no idea to how many locations and unleashed God knows how many cuts. But he could not get close at all. Liang Wen's eyes were full of astonishment. The subordinate said in shock, "Be big brother Wen, this guy is also too monstrous, right? Quickblade Cho Qingji actually can't even force him to make a move." Liang Wen smiled bitterly and said, "That's aura perception. He doesn't need to take action at all. As long as Cho Qingji enters his domain, there will be sword energy exchanging blows with him of its own accord." The subordinate said in shock, "Then, isn't it unsolvable?" But Liang Wen shook his head and said, "Not unsolvable, but that Cho Qingji's blade isn't fast enough. Quickblade was not fast enough. This was perhaps the greatest irony."
Boo, boo, boo.
All of a sudden, sword light flashed past. Cho Qingji was struck by several swords in an instant, landing miserably. Blade technique is decent, but it's just a pity that it isn't there yet.
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. Blade intent and sword intent were both at the first level of rule. Cho Qingji was completely defeated. Cho Qingji struggled to get up and knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Cho Qingji, thanks your excellency for your grace of not killing. I'm willing to follow your excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up, wait at one side." Cho Qingji did not dare to disobey and got up to stand at one side droopily. "Humph! What a trash. Cho Qingji, you're really declining the longer you live. Since you've lost, why aren't you dead?" Right at this time, a cold snort came from the crowd. The piercing cold spear intent seemed to have come out of the underworld, locking on to Cho Qingji firmly. Cho Qingji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, "Absolute spear, Zhang Tianyang." This spear carried an imposing momentum that dominated the whole world but was also unpredictable. People could not even detect where the spear was at. Number 10, Zhang Tianyan. He came too. What a strong spear. He's going to kill Cho Qingji. Cho Qingji is to be killed when he was the first to submit. This is slapping face. Those present were not fools. Someone immediately guessed Zhang Tianyang's intentions. It was just that up until now it was all just hearsay without seeing the person. Suddenly, there was a blur before everyone's eyes. An ice blue long spear already appeared 3 feet in front of Cho Qingji. 3 feet for a spear technique that pressed forward indomitably. It was just a matter of a single breath. This already determined Cho Qingji's death. Universe. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he already blocked in front of Cho Qingji. Boom! An intense explosion sound came over. Zhang Tianyang's figure fell back over a dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, Zhang Tianyang's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan full of dread. His indomitable strike was actually blocked by Yi Yuan. Furthermore, it was when his spear momentum reached its pinnacle and clashed head-on to forcibly block it. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing with his hands behind his back as he looked at him indifferently and said, Spear technique is not bad, but you can't arouse my interest. Submit or die. Yi Yuan naturally did not come here to dominate the resplendent Sun City. He did it in order to borrow the hands of these powerhouses to temper himself. These ferocious and wicked people who were veterans were absolutely the best opponents for training. But that also depended on who the opponent was. At least the top 10 had already taken the stage, but Yi Yuan did not have the interest of making his move. Zhang Tianyang was very strong, but he still could not arouse his interest. Zhang Tianyang's expression flickered indeterminately. Finally, he cupped his fists and gave a bow as he said, Zhang Tianyang is willing to submit. Not submitting was death. That blow just now, the victor was already determined. There was no need to fight anymore. While he was a great deal stronger than Qiu Qingji, it was also merely just forcing Yi Yuan to leave where he was standing. If they really clashed, he would definitely die within 3 moves. Zhang Tianyang was not a fool either. So why would he seek death himself? It was just that this scene looked incomparably shocking in everyone's eyes. Talking about it was slow, but actually, from Zhang Tianyang opening his mouth to being repelled back, it was merely 3 breaths of time. Many people still had not figured out what was going on, and it already ended. A second ago, Zhang Tianyang was still mocking Qiu Qingji for being a good for nothing. In the next second, he himself submitted too. Really a comical scene. It was just that no one laughed. On the contrary, they were deeply shocked. Even the 10th place Zhang Tianyang could not last a single move under Yi Yuan's hands. Just how strong was he? After Zhang Tianyang, it was immediately much quieter. No one came out anymore. Yi Yuan was still seated on the ground, waiting for the next challenger. 2 hours later, 6 figures walked out of the crowd, surrounding Yi Yuan. These 6 people, each of them had threatening and imposing auras. The appearance of these 6 people made everyone seethe with excitement all at once. Number 9, Zhou Jian. Number 8, Qian Yuhuai. Number 7, Luo Zhen. Number 6, Lang Xia. Number 5, Ling Bu. Number 4, Zhao Chendong. 6 of the top 10 powerhouses came all at once. Too exciting. Too explosive. Didn't expect that this outsider can actually force 6 people in the top 10 to join forces. Furthermore, these 6 people's strengths are not close. Each of them is extremely stronger than the last. It looks like the 6 of them don't have the confidence to win for sure too. That's why they chose to join forces. The land of exile was never a place that obeyed rules. The creed here was the fist. When they felt that they might not be able to defeat you, they would join forces to kill the enemy without the slightest hesitation. One-on-one did not exist. The 6 people got into position with their killing intent already linked up together. Although the 6 of them had never joined forces before, amidst the endless killing, their control of killing intent had long already reached the acme of perfection. So when cooperating, it would not seem unsmooth. The 5th place Ling Bu said in a solemn voice, "Outsider, you're very strong, but you're too arrogant. In the land of exile, arrogant people only have one outcome. That's death." The 7th place Luo Zhen said with a cold laugh, "Hoo-hoo. Punk, do you think that this place is the same as outside, and that will come and challenge you one-on-one? What a joke." Seeing the arrival of these 6 people, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a smile, "I can feel that you guys are very strong. I hope that you guys won't let me down." Luo Zhen sneered and said, "We won't let you down. We'll be sending you on your way. Kill." With a word, the 6 people launched an attack at the same time. That commotion made the faces of everyone present change. The cooperation of the 6 was simply brilliant to the peak. No one could have imagined that this was actually their first time joining hands against an enemy. The rules that the 6 people were skilled in were different, but cooperating together, it was like nature itself, as if completely covering this world. And everything inside would be crushed. So strong. The combined attack of the 6 of them should be able to forcefully contend with the third-place Dixing, right? That boy was too haughty. With these 6 people working together, even a greater sublime heavenly stratum will pale in comparison to. With just him alone, can he stop them? The battle has ended. This boy's talent was really wasted. The 6 people's perfect cooperation attracted a series of exclamations. However, the cooperation was secondary. These 6 people's strength by itself already reached the limits of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. As long as they were willing, they could break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum at any time. Furthermore, their application of rule already reached the level of instinct. Right at the tip of their fingers. That spear strike of Zhang Tianyang would definitely be instantly crushed. Under these 6 people's combined attack, it was not on the same level at all. Therefore, in their view, Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. Facing such a powerful attack, Yi Yuan's face revealed a smile and he said, "Not bad. This makes it a little interesting. This land of exile indeed has tigers crouching and dragons hiding." He felt a strong pressure. With 6 people joining forces, it was truly a thunderbolt blow. But this also triggered his powerful fighting intent. Universe. Dual polarity. 4 symbols. Yi Yuan's sword art swept out one move after another. However, facing the suppression of 6 great experts, Yi Yuan was still somewhat in a strained situation. Especially facing the 4th place Zhao Qindong, he gave Yi Yuan tremendous pressure. The experts of the land of exile, their talent might not be as strong as the outside world's experts, but the slaughter that they experienced shook the outside world powerhouses. Off by more than 10 streets, fighting was already fused in their blood. In this place, not fighting meant death. That Zhao Qindong used the sword too, but the path that he took was extremely different from others. Each time he unleashed a sword strike, it was like an old lady swinging a sword. It was unbelievably slow. However, each of his slashes would appear at your most uncomfortable place. Seemingly slow, but in reality fast. With regards to Zhao Qindong, Yi Yuan was incomparably surprised too. He deduced the Tao of fast and slow of sword art to the extreme. Just a quick sword naturally did not count as anything. But the Tao of fast and slow was similarly a perfect cycle. In other words, Zhao Qindong's sword technique was similarly a deduction of Great Tao. The Great Tao of Universe was integrated into Yi Yuan's sword art. Being all-encompassing, it was naturally stronger than Zhao Qindong's. It was just that the others were not easy to deal with either and could compensate for Zhao Qindong's inadequacies very well. Yi Yuan fell into a bitter fight. However, this scene still shocked everyone. His sword technique is actually even stronger than Zhao Qindong's. This boy is fighting 6 people by himself. His strength can probably squeeze into the top 3 already. When did martial secure heavenly sect produce such a monster? In the beginning, Yi Yuan's action was just talking big to impress people in everyone's eyes. But now, no one went to laugh at him anymore. Even if he could not rival 6 people, his strength obtained sufficient proof. 2. In the crowd, 2 figures were currently chatting about something. A man in black clothing said, "Ho-ho. I was wondering how capable he was. Looks like it's only this and nothing more too." Beside him, a man in green clothes stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "His strength shouldn't be just this." The man in black said in surprise, "How so?" The man in green clothing said, "To dare provoke the powerhouses in the entire city like this, it's either a fool or their strength is extremely formidable. You look at his appearance. Does he look like a fool?" The man in black frowned and said, "You're saying that he's the same as us, grasping 2 or more power of rules. But he doesn't have the advantage, right? Now, why doesn't he use his full strength yet?" The man in green smiled and said, "He's naturally tempering his sword art. Regarding Zhao Qindong's 6 people's strength, they are neither high nor low. They are just nicely a piece of decent wedding stone. And this is probably precisely his goal of coming to the land of exile, right?" The man in black said disdainfully, Just the likes of a sect disciple also has this thinking and strength? I don't believe it. This land of exile, how many sect disciples have come in to train before? Didn't they all become deceased souls under our blades? This boy is naturally no exception either. The man in green smiled and did not speak. Amidst the fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's sword seemed to be getting slower and slower. That tempo showed some signs of approaching Zhao Qindong, and this change made the originally unassailable universe actually reveal quite a number of flaws. Yi Yuan also suffered quite a few injuries because of this. How could Zhao Qindong not understand Yi Yuan's thoughts? He then said, disdainfully, imitating others and losing one's own individuality, incurring the ridicule of experts. This sword art was only honed through my countless life and death instances. How could it be learned overnight? Heh? This is sharpening one's spear on the eve of battle, don't you feel that? It's too late. Ling Bu also said with a cold smile. With regards to Yi Yuan's approaching of secretly learning, everyone turned their noses up in disdain. But to the 6 great experts, they were naturally happy to see it happen. They just had to kill the opponent. As for how he died, they did not care. The most worthless thing in this place was human lives. Yi Yuan's universe was all-inclusive, but it was just a framework. The more things contained in universe, the more complex it would be, and the stronger it would get. Zhao Qindong's Tao of fast and slow undoubtedly gave Yi Yuan a new train of thought. Integrating fast and slow sword Tao into universe would definitely greatly increase its power. But saying and doing were two different things. Just as Zhao Qindong said, this was only honed through his countless life and death instances. How could it be comprehended so easily? Let alone that he even had to fuse it into the universe sword Tao. But Zhao Qindong still underestimated Yi Yuan. His universe sword Tao was extremely high level to begin with, and fast and slow sword Tao was just a part of it. Operating from a strategically advantageous position, it was not far beyond reach for Yi Yuan to comprehend it. Coupled with that, this kind of comprehension amidst life and death forced Yi Yuan to do his utmost. Yi Yuan's universe was gradually started reaching grand completion again. Zhao Qindong had clearly detected Yi Yuan's transformation too. His expression changed wildly as he said, "Not good. This guy's sword Tao is going to be perfected even more. This brat is going to defy the heavens." Yi Yuan was riddled with wounds, but a faint smile hung on his face as he said, "Imitating others and losing one's own individuality is it? Hoo-hoo. Looking on the account of the fast and slow sword Tao, I'll spare your lives." Great Tao returning to one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword light radiated brilliantly. It was still that universe, but there was the additional change of fast and slow tempo in it. This sword was truly strange to the extreme. Zhao Qindong and the rest unleashed all of their abilities and were unable to block the edge of this sword too. Ki, ki, ki. The 6 people were directly struck by the sword light and flew out. One sword defeating 6 powerhouses. When the man in black saw this scene, he was immediately stunned. Is this guy a freak? Secretly learning in the midst of battle and integrating it into his own sword Tao. Freaking hell, this is also too monstrous. A hint of surprise flashed across in the eyes of the man in azure clothes too, and he said, "Such astonishing comprehension ability." Although his sword Tao was stronger than Zhao Qindong's, fast and slow sword Tao is another facet of sword Tao. It doesn't just link with his sword Tao. He can actually comprehend the sword Tao within such a short time and fuse it into his own sword Tao. Truly monstrous. In his view, Yi Yuan was planning on using these few people to temper his sword Tao and then to use his trump card to defeat the opponents in the end. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly comprehended sword Tao in the middle of the fight? The man in black said, "He Yunxiang, it's your turn to take the stage. If you lose to him, I'll directly surrender." This man in black was none other than precisely resplendent Sun City's rank 3, Dixing. And the man in green was the second place, He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang did not speak. Walking out of the crowd, he walked straight toward
Ye Yuan.
Di Xing chuckled and said, "Looks like it's another fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. If it's He Yunxiang, he should be able to force out all of his strength, right?" He Yunxiang coming in front of Yi Yuan immediately caused a commotion. "It's He Yunxiang. There's a good show to watch now." He Yunxiang fused two kinds of power of rules. His combat power is unparalleled. I wonder, between him and this boy, who's stronger? Rubbish. Of course it's He Yunxiang. You have to know he's a powerhouse who has been a city lord before, if not for Changsun Xingyu's sudden emergence. Later on, he'd be this resplendent Sun City's #1.